phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Well, first of all, thank you all so much for being here, because I do hear in Davos that Wednesday night is party night. So to make this breakfast shows that you're committed, and the people in this room are going to be the ones that make change. So thank you all for being here. And it's a great honor to be here to discuss female health. Now, it's not a medical issue necessarily that we're going to be discussing, but we're going to be discussing it as an economic resilience, as an educational multiplier, and as an engine for growth. And we've got amazing panelists to discuss this. My name is Michelle. I used to be a medical doctor, but these days I help global investors decide what to invest in. And female health is very close to my heart, because I think it's the answer, actually, to a lot of the things which are just being discussed in this conference, because it's absolutely necessary for strong societies, healthier workforce, and basically for our futures. So there is nothing more important. And it's a great honor to have two experts with me here on the panel. First of all, to my left is Anu Jain, an entrepreneur and women's health advocate, and she's going to bring the perspective of innovation. And then Professor Haise Malu, I've pronounced it a bit incorrectly there, who's the Minister of Education for the Democratic Republic of Congo. And she's going to bring the perspective of education, nation building, which is obviously all absolutely imperative for human capital and our future. And I'm just going to sort of ask each of you now just to kind of do a brief introduction about yourselves and kind of what is the reason that you're passionate about female health. Why don't you go first?
Thank you so much, everybody. I'm really excited to be here. I've always been in the gender equity space, and as I, went through my personal journey, especially my personal health journey, I realized what a big health gap there was. And that really ignited my passion towards women's health, both my personal journey as well as my daughter's. And so, it's been very interesting to see that there's been a movement in the last, especially in the last year, with, the social media and the thing that's happening today, where, you're talking in one part of the world and it's instantly shared in the other part. And so that's really helped to bring light to women's health issues. And so I'm all about education and awareness and helping women, live better lives.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm a physicist by training, and this is definitely a domain where there is not that much women. So I always advocate for more girls and for more women in STEM field. First, because it's fun. And I believe that we couldn't let the fun to the men. And second, because if we need to accelerate the development of a country like mine, the Democratic Republic of Congo, we cannot afford to put aside more than half of the population. And we need teams who are more inclusive. We have a lot of more of innovation. And women can definitely play that role because they have the possibility, they have a way to see things which is completely different from what men are doing or seeing. So that's why I advocate for more girls and women. And now as a Ministry of Education, I have the power to make it happen. And we are working with my teams to make sure that our schools are more inclusive, that girls and women teachers, for example, feel safe and could really expand their potential and bring something to the nation. So that's why.
Amazing. Well, look, I couldn't agree with both of you more. And the fact that maybe if we had more female leaders on stage, it would be, a different kind of global view. So absolutely agree. We need to educate them to get them there. So in terms of kind of how to do that, I guess a question that you could each take is, it's obviously going to take innovation and it's going to take investment. So how do you sort of perceive the future of being able to do innovation and investment, and what are the blockers to that?
So, myself, so I'm in the technology innovation space, and today, in today's world, things have advanced so much. I mean, here in Davos, everybody's talking about AI and how that has, is completely disrupting every field. It doesn't matter what field you're in. And so, with us, we are in the biotech healthcare, And we have a company called Viome, and what we do basically is we use data and science and AI to look at your gene expression, which is very different from your DNA. DNA never changes. You're born with the same DNA and you die with the same DNA. So what is it that's happening in your life that's giving you, whether it's inflammation, chronic illnesses, mental health, anxiety, depression, all of that? What's happening? What's causing it? And it's actually your gene expression. And so we're able to measure that with an at-home test. And we take a stool sample. We look at your microbiome, which is actually a trend. Basically, there's a lot more awareness around the microbiome now. There's so much research happening, which shows that your microbiome plays such an important role in your overall health. So we look at your gene expression, which is actually determined, by your environment, as well as, I believe there's 5 pillars that affect your gene expression. And I'll just go through them. So, food is the main one. So, it's the foods that we eat. It's so important to eat. We all know that we're supposed to eat fruits, vegetables, whole grains, but it's actually more important than that. It's so personalized. So you can't say that spinach is good for everybody. What's good for one person may be harming the other person, and it depends on your microbiome, on the diversity of your microbiome in your gut. And so we really look at, that's the key, that's a baseline. So there is food, and then there is sleep. Sleep is critical, and especially as women. I mean, these pillars all especially apply to women. We need not only the number of hours of sleep, but we need REM and deep sleep. So today with technology, my being in technology, I'm all about that. I wear my Oura ring, and the first thing I do when I wake up is see how many hours of REM and how many hours of deep sleep did I get, because it's during that time that our brain, the cells are processing. You're a cognitive brain health person, and so we know the importance of that. The third is stress. Stress impacts everything in our body that goes on. So try and minimize, remove things that are really causing stress, simplify your life, do meditation. There's so many tools online today that can help you do that. The next one is exercise, and especially for women. I mean, it doesn't matter what age you start at, but strength training is key to muscle building, bone density. So exercise at least, strength training 3 times a week. So there's exercise, let's see, there's food, stress, sleep, exercise. And the last one, I believe, is having a purpose. And having a purpose is so important. That gives you happiness. I mean, not only are you helping others, but really you're like bringing that back to yourself. So I truly believe that having a purpose in life is very important to your overall health. So, those 5 pillars are really key, and they impact everything from inflammation, chronic illnesses, and everything.
So we need innovation and investment in all of those 5 pillars. So how do you think that, politically and from maybe from your sort of point of view, how do you perceive innovation and investment in the female health sector?
Before we go that, we need to start in the beginning, and which is childhood, which is education. For us, it's simple. If we do not have girls or women who are well educated and with good health, we cannot then speak to innovation, then investment. So for the beginning, no education, no health, no education. And we know that a girl who attends school is better informed about nutrition, hygiene, reproductive health, and that's important because that's why we need and we advocate for more girls in school. And also we know, and you are a doctor, so you know that better than us, that a child suffering from chronic malnutrition experiences irreversible cognitive impairment, which is limiting the impact or the possibility at school. And in the DRC, 38% 38% of child under 5 are suffering from chronic malnutrition. So I can do anything that I want in primary, secondary, and make all reform that I can. It will do not have the impact that we are looking for as a nation. So that's why we really need to take that situation for girls and for boys, of course. Then we could talk about innovation and investment. And we know that in the DRC, only 9% of women with higher education have a child before 18. The percentage go to 50% when they do not have a higher education. So that's why it's so important that we talk about education and health for women, because we need to create these virtuous circles between these two domains, education and health, who are usually seen as two things different, because there is two departments in the government, two ministers. So that's what we definitely need to work together, and so we then could speak about innovation and make sure that we have enough women in that domain.
Well, that's such a lovely answer from both of you. So thank you. Maybe if I just return to you, because you're a minister, and thinking about how do you sort of perceive that progressing? So for instance, how do you kind of mix those kind of public, private partnerships working together to produce the impact which you've beautifully described there?
Like we say in Africa, we need a village to raise a child. So, and the government could not do it all by ourselves. And we need the entire community, which is the private sector, which is the innovator, which is the education, which is the community, to make sure that we all have the same goal and we all perceive the importance to educate women and to take care of the health problem of women. You know, in the DRC, for example, one of the reasons why we do not have enough girls in school is about having access to lavatory, to toilets, for example. The other problem is that girls and women could face some violence between home and school, and all that's community problem. It's all private. It's really the entire ecosystem who really needs to be aware of the problem. So we need to work together to make sure that we create an environment which is safe. And my role is then, of course, to work with in the education, but to advocate, to speak here, to speak to the private sector, to make sure that we all invest the right way to take care of women problems, women times, and make sure that the school, because it's my place, be the most safe here for girls and women.
I mean, I want to add to that. I mean, less than 4% of, research and development dollars are put into research. So less than 4% of dollars go towards women's health research. And to give you some shocking statistics, I mean, even though women are 50% of the population, it wasn't until 1993 that they were included in clinical research. It's shocking. I mean, today when we go to see a doctor, we're pretty much treated like white small men, because that's the data that exists. Women, when we go to see a doctor, we're dismissed, we're misdiagnosed, and on average, it takes 4 years for us to be diagnosed for the same disease that men are diagnosed today. So, we really need to change that. I went through my own journey, whether it was when I had my children, or, when I went through menopause. It was horrible, because you go to see the doctor, only 20% of OBGYNs are trained on menopause. And so it's really advocating for yourself and finding the right doctor. If you find that this doctor is not helping you, not giving you advice, go to a different doctor. And do research yourself, because today there's so much information online. I mean, as with AI, right? And with AI, I mean, one thing is we need more data on women. Otherwise, the algorithms that are put into AI are going to be all based on men's data. So again, it's critical. And I just want to mention here, my daughter started a company just specifically to close the gender health gap because of this frustration. And she focuses on the vaginal microbiome. And, the leading cause for women to go see a doctor is because of vaginal issues, whether it's UTI infections or something which no doctor, you go see a doctor, they'll put you on antibiotics, which actually cause more problems, and it's recurring. And so today it's amazing to see how technology is helping us. With you can like basically get so much data on the female body, which has just not been looked at in the past, and provide solutions like today, which can help women thrive.
Yeah,
Yeah, just to add something about data.
Yes.
The challenge that we have in government is to be data driven.
Yes,
That's really the
yes.
problem. And when you do not have access to data, or you do not have you do not go immediately to data to inform policies, then we create more problem. And that's really a problem with government in Africa, because data are really missing in problem or in health issue that concern Black people, for example, or Black women. And what I'm doing in the government with my colleague is really to advocate about we need data, we need more data, and we need to use data to inform our policies.
What a beautiful sort of advocacy from you both. And I guess I would also call it an opportunity. So thinking about things historically, part of the reason that it's historically been a very male-driven research and development is because, and even in my day when I was practicing clinically, you were not really allowed to do new trials on women of a certain age due to the risk to the unborn, potential unborn. And that's why there's historically always been this kind of reason for why everything's kind of been done around a male group of people who often lived very close to the research center, so in even smaller geography. So I actually sort of see it as a very freeing thing that we're now in 2026. We can now collect all this data, and we have people like you in government who are then able to use that data for something positive, and you in the world of innovation who can then use it for something to help and to discover things, because that's actually massively exciting. Everybody in this room could discover things from this new data, which we didn't have before. So it's really exciting. And I guess just to sort of bring it back to kind of the early years, just because I know that you're very interested in kind of the education in the early years, what kind of early interventions do you think that could change through having more data? Or how would you want to sort of see the future moving forwards?
About the area, you are a doctor, you know that the first 1,000 days of life are so critical.
They are, yeah.
And
make or break.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the problem with the DRC and our health system that we do not collect the information or the data at the beginning. And we are such a huge country, most rural, and it's very difficult for women to go to her health center when they are, for example, pregnant, and to have people who can follow the women to make sure that those 1,000 days are, well taken care of. And that's how we see things now in the DRC. So to improve the entire health system and to combine it with the education system, because, okay, women can go to the doctor, but we all go to school. All. Mainly, because there is a lot of children, unfortunately, who are out of the system. But still, school and doctor are still the two ways where everybody go there. So we are really working to make it to work better with my colleague from health to collect the data and to make sure that we use data to improve our system, because that's really the gap. We can have data, but we are not using them. And we really need to make sure that please use the data and make sure that we improve the situation and we provide services that are better for the women, for the girls, and really accompany the people to the end of the system. That's what we are doing.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. I mean, you're so correct, because the first 1,000 days of a baby's life are critical to the overall health, especially for the first 3 years of life. And actually, some of the things are fascinating because it's actually the gut microbiome which needs to be seeded into the baby's gut. And that actually happens during delivery. So when a woman is is pregnant with her baby, obviously nutrition is key, that she's eating healthy for herself as well as the baby. But when she goes, to have the baby, whether she has a vaginal birth or a C-section really impacts the health of the baby, because when the baby goes through the vaginal canal, that's when it's first exposed to the microbiome. And that's what seeds the baby's gut and determines the first few years of its life. And as opposed to when you have a C-section, the baby is not exposed to that. And so
Evidence-based. Loving it.
yeah, and so again, I truly believe in having these toolkits, for women, because now there is education and awareness. And that's one thing we believe at our company at Viome. We believe we want to make you the CEO of your own health, and make illness optional. And it's by giving you actionable, tell us the data, but also let us, what do we do with that, right? So we tell you what are the foods that you should eat, what should you not eat, what's happening in your gut health, what's happening in your brain health, because it's all connected, Microbiome is such a buzzword. I mean, it's basically, it's all these microbes, phages, viruses, bacteria that live in our gut, they live in our mouth, in our vagina, and our skin. And they are the controllers of everything that's happening in our body, and they change constantly by the foods that we eat. And so simple toolkits for women especially can make such a difference in our day-to-day life.
And about the food, that's what we need also data, because let's say, again, we are in the DRC, and different part of the country, different part of the food. And that's why also we need innovation and more research about all foods available. And sometimes it could be difficult for community because it could imply that you need to change the way you are eating. Maybe you should eat something that we are not traditionally we are not used to eat. So then there is another problem that we need to face. How could we convince? Okay, please stop eating that. You should eat that. You should, and that's why also we need agriculture, the other department, to be with us, so we could really have we need a holistic view. And make sure that everybody have the information, could communicate, share the information. So we make sure that the woman or the man, the human being, be better,
And if you were to model that forward through to like 2050, say, what do you think, what would be different? So 2 questions. What would be different, and maybe what are some of the challenges that we're going to face towards that more beautiful future?
I'm not sure that there is one answer or something, because, in the DRC, for example, we are in war. There is this peace problem. There is a development problem. So there is so much challenges that we face in the DRC. But if we really make the things better, I think that the way that we have started now is good, because we have started to discuss, we have started to use the data, we have started to invest in, some basic infrastructure, because it's important. We need energy, we need transportation, we need a road, and we have started to invest in that kind of infrastructure. We have started to make sure that all the department, the minister have come together, and we are talking, we are sharing information. So I believe that in 15, in 20 years, things could be better. But we need to continue the effort, and, politics and, the economic or the social world, that's not the same world. We do not have the same time frame, because when you are in politics in the government, you are looking for quick wins, because there is a future election and some turbulence. So it's quite difficult. That's why it's really important that we reinforce the private sector, the research, because they could continue the work if the government is changing, or the government will change. So we need to have that in mind and make sure that all the parts of the system could definitely continue the work, so make sure that we have the efforts.
Spoken like a true physicist. You're going to get the foundations right, and then it's going to grow. So same question to you is, where do you sort of see it in 2050? Sort of say, what's the beauty of it, and maybe some of the challenges that we'll get there?
Yeah, I mean, I am very hopeful, and I'm really looking forward to it, because if you look at the world today, I mean, just within the last year, last 1 or 2 years with AI, look how our lives have changed. So imagine by 2050, it's like exponential. Change with technology is really exponential. So I think we have to be, look at it from an abundance lens and see that really technology, there are challenges, but if we get it right, if we make sure that we include women in every fragment, every piece of the equation, we are going to have a much better world. We will have solutions for girls, women around the world, because prices are coming down, technology is becoming available and it's accessible to everybody. I mean, now we're talking globally. As I said, social media has changed the landscape. So I think also with the movement that, all of us here as well, pushing towards gender equality. I've been involved with so many different organizations, one being Women Moving Millions, which, we basically are a group of global women really advocating and fighting for gender equality. And we've already committed $1 billion. You have to have the money brings power. And so really voices, bold, voices. And then there's other organizations like X Prize. So X Prize Foundation is all about working with every part of the government, private sector, businesses, individuals. And we put out incentive prizes, to solve some of the biggest problems. And so with me, I'm focused on, gender equality and women's health. And so I had launched a Women's Safety Prize, which was amazing to see, brought so many solutions. But now we're going to be launching a prize on women's health focused on, we need to solve the problem of what's going on in our ovaries, because that's been a black box. We don't have data. We don't have the data on how does the ovary function, what are the signals it's sending, and so we're going to be launching actually a $75 million prize. 50 million goes to the winners, but looking for people to innovate with, to partner with, and really, solve that problem. So I think there are, 2050 is going to be, totally different from today, and I'm really excited because I believe that the younger generation, they really are the leaders today. I have 3 grown-up children. They're all entrepreneurs. They're changing the world. I mean, as I said, my daughter started a company called Evie, and she focuses, because she wanted to close the gender health gap. She's 30. It's her birthday today. Priyanka, happy birthday.
By the way, it's the birthday of my daughter too today.
Wow, so we're double celebrating my
Birthday
daughter.
queen.
Superwoman, right? We need these strong women. And, so she's 32 today, and she started a company called Evie, focused on the vaginal microbiome. And she's solving problems, whether it's infertility, UTI infections. She has a test at home that women can take now, and doctors are partnering with her company because they don't have the, right medical solutions for women. And so there is a lot happening. My son started a company called Built, and he basically is making rent affordable in the US because rent is the biggest expense. And so now suddenly you can pay by credit card, you get rewards, and there's just so much innovation happening. I'm really excited to see where the world is going in some ways. Yeah, and so especially in the gender health space. One more thing I have to say, in the women's health space, like hormone replacement therapy, that was such a taboo, right? Basically, with the Women's Health Initiative that happened in 2002, everybody who was on hormones suddenly got off because it was, the research, it was not done correctly. Yeah, the research. And so the story was, put out wrong. And finally, they're realizing that actually women who are going through perimenopause and menopause should really talk to their doctors about getting on hormone replacement therapy, because estrogen is key to everything in our body, and we need it for brain health, bone health, everything. And as we get older, it's going to help us live longer. And so I'm really excited about, whether it's X Prize, Evie, Viome, all these innovative ways of, solving the problems.
You also mentioned AI, and actually made me think that maybe AI is also an analogy to women's health. So at the moment, AI is a bit like a man. It's kind of looking backwards, and where we want to get to is AI to look forwards, which would be much more of maybe it will progress to being a bit more like a female brain, and that's when we'll get sort of super intelligence. But just as a quick final one, so maybe just sort of a 1 or 2 word answer, because we're now out of time, would be to celebrate a birthday. What would your wish be to take female health away from being a cost into really being basically the future, which would include the whole life cycle of the woman, and basically, so yeah, taking it away from even perceiving it as a cost into actually perceiving it as basically being an investment.
I mean, imagine if we did, if we could solve these problems, and for a woman at every stage of her life, starting from puberty to, perimenopause, menopause. And so really it's about closing the gender health gap and providing solutions, whether it's through innovation, collecting data, investing more in women entrepreneurs, and really put more money into women's health and make a difference.
For education in the DRC, girls' health is for us the sine qua non condition for schools to fulfill the promise of social mobility, of thriving communities, and for peace. So we need girls to go to school, and for that we need a better health system. So that's really important if we want a better country. That's why we need to invest in women, invest in the health issue for women.
Well, I'm going to close it here because we're finished. But I mean, I think you've just sort of summarized it beautiful. And it's not only what your country needs, it's actually what the world needs. So thank you. And please do thank our amazing guests and everybody here today, because the future is, I think, the people in this room. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Silence then. Sorry, I'll introduce your panel.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead.
Hello, everyone.
kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, perfect. Thank you. Good morning. So, we're going to be discussing the creative economy right now. And that is a sector much more than just creating content. It's a $500 billion engine of global influence. However, we're currently facing what I call an innovation deficit. Women influence over 85% of consumer spending globally, yet we remain the end users of technology rather than the architects of it. To reach the equality moonshot, which is the theme we're celebrating in this house today, we have to move from being the primary consumers to being the primary creators. Hello, everyone. I'm Ayati Dashkar. I'm an 8th grade student. I'm the Global Youth Ambassador for the Heidesium and UNESCO Foundation in Switzerland. I'm also the Global Youth Lead for the World Woman Foundation, and I'm the host of Girls Talk STEM. Thank you, everyone. And today's panel brings together the voices leading that transition of the creative economy, and we're joined by by Professor Sally Numa, who is going to be our moderator today. Please join our panelists and speakers.
No worries. Thank you. Good morning. Okay, so we are very excited to have a very important panel on the intersections of creativity, gender, and economics. So I am going to invite our panelists to join us. We have Daria Matras, the Vice President EMA Meta, Masoom Mehta, a fashion entrepreneur, influencer, and investor, and Nabila Abulajeh-Dayel, who's a Saudi artist, award-winning director, and Goodwill ambassador. All of these important and beautiful people are going to join us on this stage now to be able to discuss this really important topic around creativity. Come on, let's join. You can sit. All right, thank you all so much for joining. As was said in the introduction, this is a trillion-dollar economy, but oftentimes gender is an interesting part of this discussion because women operate at the sort of informal sector, right, as it pertains to a lot of the jobs within this space. But it's possible that creativity could be used as a mechanism of social mobility. So I actually want to start by jumping right into that and to talk about how can we engage or ensure that we're developing structures where the creative economy is not just this informal sort of behind the scenes aspect for women, but is actually a mechanism for social mobility for women. And this is for everyone. So we can just go down the panels and we can sort of get your contributions from your perspective on that question.
So I think structural changes that could really make a difference here is one, more transparent algorithm systems. I think that's something that platforms are majorly lacking today. And I think the second is better revenue sharing from the platforms, right? So I think there is the creative economy, which consists of obviously this ecosystem of creators and the platforms and the community. But I think the relationship between the creators and the platforms could actually help us make this a much more inclusive space.
Hi, my name is Nabila Abulajeh-Dayel. I'm an artist, director, and producer, and a Goodwill ambassador of King Salman Relief Center, and a co-founder of Suraya Productions. And I agree with you, and I think as an artist, a fundamental change should be in how and when we recognize a creative value. Let's say, for example, in sports, we see athletes peak in their 20s, 30s, and that's not the same with artists, because I've witnessed firsthand with my sister, Kariman Abulajeh, who's here with us. Her career expanded in her early 20s, and she was the first Saudi female to participate in the Olympics as in the Rio 2016 Olympics, and she represented Saudi Arabia. She did that at the age of 22. So her talent is nurtured early, celebrated early, and moving from there, her journey continued. But as artists, it's different. We're not celebrated early. It's the other way around. It's later in life, or I don't want to say it, but after death. I was actually told it is very rare while you celebrate your art while you're alive, and that's not very encouraging. But we need to change that and how we perceive the value of art early in life. We need early investment, early recognition, and just the courage to change the systematic problem that the value becomes more valuable with age. So we need to recognize talent even more earlier, so we would have that flourishing career.
Absolutely. Please start.
I have so many things. I don't know. Is it working? Yes. I have so many things to say. Great points from both of you. Thank you very much. So, as you say, creator economy is huge. Creator economy is potentially like $250 billion economy, and the way that the algorithms work is transparent to an extent, both to men and women. The challenge I think that women find is you need to trial and error and optimize and take risks to find out like what is the optimal point. I think as women we are less good in that, trial and error and taking risk and asking. And that is what we should be encouraging. And I see it through different creators, like not, even if maybe half of the creators are women, you see that male creators are earning, more than women, etc. And I think there's the entire ecosystem from how we are funding businesses, like how much money entrepreneurs are raising. There's a massive difference between men and women. I believe women only are raising 3% of the global VC funding, and not only 3%, but they're raising potentially half compared to the male average. And that is like going through the entire digital ecosystem. And the thing is, as AI is taking such an important part, in disrupting so many industries, including the creative industry, empowering women to take more risks, obviously with the funding and the supporters to back up. It could be an entrepreneurial economy or corporate economy is very important, but also we know that AI is not going to, it might automate the creative, but it won't automate the creativity. So I do believe that there's a massive opportunity for women to tap into what AI won't be able to replace, the empathy, the creativity, the more the human elements. And I think if we can encourage women to use the latest technologies with confidence, with more risk-taking and trial and error, we can tap into the magic that we can bring to the table with the creativity and the multitasking and empathy and all the things that we are better at.
Absolutely. I love that there's already been solutions. I hope people are taking notes. We heard here about the algorithms playing an important role, also about perception of the value of art over time, and then also about belief and confidence and being able to pursue those opportunities. So I think that's really great. I want to shift us to talking a little bit about maybe the role of government. What do we think is the role of sort of state government, of these public apparatuses for being able to enable women to take advantage of the creative economy?
Okay, maybe I'll start. Okay. For example, in my country, Saudi Arabia, we've implemented the economy, the creative economy in our government plan, and we're seeing its growth and its amazing results, and that is because they're taking it seriously. The creative economy is taken seriously, and the creatives are being taken seriously. So, but I always say that we start as individuals, and we should always support each other first, and then it comes the bigger entity. So, women should support other women, and that continues, and we create that economy and we create that community for order to have a better result for others to see what we're doing and to trust us.
I'll never tire of hearing women support other women. That's important, very key. Please. Do you have anything to add?
No, please go ahead.
So I think when we look at government impact or institutional impact and we speak about it, and I completely agree with you that we need to support each other as women, but I do feel like being here in Davos for WEF, I think let's talk about policies and let's talk about what institutions can do over and above kind of what we can do on a personal level. But at an institutional level, from a government, I think creative IP needs to be classified as an asset class. I think this is what could bring incredible change in how the creative economy runs, especially for women, right? Today, we are creating with depth. We are controlling culture. But how much of that is really being evaluated the way it should be evaluated, right? So who gets the funding?
Oops, sorry.
Who gets the funding? Products get the funding. Platforms get the funding. Patents get the funding. Just think about it, right? But what happens to a musician's catalog? What happens to a creator's content IP? What happens to a brand's equity or design? That's kind of considered as intangible, undependable, not reliable enough. And I think if we change that perspective, it could really help us kind of help women actually own their soft power and the depth of community that women are actually able to build today.
It's true.
I agree with the intellectual property point, and I think that's one of the foundations of economies that thrive, and particularly for the creative industry, it's extremely important. Also for science and everything. I think in addition to that, education I think is the most important one for me. Because if you think about where the world is moving toward, we are digitalization is accelerating, particularly with the disruption of AI. And there is a big gender gap in how many women go into more technical and like engineering, like STEM fields. And doesn't matter if it's a creative economy or it's life sciences or corporate ecosystem. It will be very important that women feel more and more confident with using the technology. And I think we can build that confidence from very early years in the education by moving more girls into STEM fields and building programs to support more girls and young women going into these areas, role modeling and sponsorship and women networks, and in order to support them both to step into the work, their careers could be as an entrepreneur or as an in the corporate life, but then there are few drop points when they start their careers, even if they study engineering. I think at the university level the gender gap is not as high, but when they step into their careers there's a big drop in in the entrepreneurial space, in the funding and the VC ecosystem, or if they go to corporate jobs in the childbearing years, like how many women actually drop out, and the gender gap like suddenly widens. I think on those like critical points we need government policies to support more women so that we can get into leadership positions and more successful positions that women can drive impact.
Absolutely. I love that you brought in the really important data about there not being a gap, right, in competency at all. Yeah. It's once people enter into these spaces of careers where we see those systemic barriers create these gaps. And one question that I wanted to follow up with, and then we'll move into some individual questions for you all, is in certain industries you can understand potentially the gap, like mining, right? We can see why physically there may be areas where there's barriers for women to succeed in those areas. But in the creative economy, there's potentially an opportunity to eliminate the gaps that we see in areas of STEM or in areas of mining or something like that. Can you share a little bit about how the creative economy specifically could be an area where we eliminate gender barriers because of the fact that it's potentially more accessible? You know, what is the opportunities that we can get from the creative economy specifically that we may not get in other industries as it pertains to gender?
I actually loved what you said about capital, and I think that specifically is what drives a business at the end of the day, right? And I think we can't put blinders on that. So actually just being able to have capital that's, and I'm going to say this again and again, but long-term capital for women creators in a way that their creative IPs are not considered intangible. There's value attached to that creativity, and that culture that's built with community would be a game changer.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Anything to add?
With the creative economy, I think, like as artists, especially female artists, I think it's very important that we start at home, and we share that ecosystem at home, and then we build up to community in a bigger umbrella. And I think when we develop each other as individuals, we have better results. And I'll give you an example. Like we, as individuals, like creative individuals, everyone here, we're here at the World Woman Davos Agenda, and that's an amazing platform to speak and to be heard, and for our voices to reach louder. And I think the CEO, Rupa Dash, and we see her doing an amazing job. And also, we see her daughter, and Ayati is a youth leader, but also I see that ecosystem growing from individuals to a bigger picture. And that's what we need exactly. And just a quick story, like I went to the Asir region, it's the southern region in Saudi Arabia, and it's where my mother is from. And there is a beautiful tree that I saw. It's a ragaa tree. It's called a ragaa, and it's 900 years old, and it's considered as the oldest tree in Saudi. So I always remember that tree because I remember my mother from that tree, because she offers shade for those, for others, shade of strength and simplicity. And if we always remember that when we plant a tree that we might not sit in that shade, our work, if there is sincerity in our work, it moves for those who are after us. And we should always consider doing work that is sincere, and that because if our efforts are sincere, it will endure for those after us.
Yes. I love the diversity of this panel, because you're like creative IP and funding, you know, and you're like, you know, we need to really work together, and it starts at home.
Yes.
And be a shade for one another. And I think we need all of those things. I actually have a specific question for you, Daria, so I'm going to, if it's okay, ask that. So you know, engage in sort of digital, you know, platforms and technologies. Can you talk a little bit about how digital platforms and emerging technologies enable more equitable access to leadership, specifically within the creative industry?
Yes, and actually I was going to add that perspective because I believe it is such an exciting time for the creative industry. Like the amount of tools that we have right now, like the Gen AI tools. I mean, Meta has them, and you know, all the tech platforms have them, and the ideas are just endless. And the challenge, and I do believe that these technologies are going to be leveling the playing field for everyone, for women. This is an important time that also women can bridge that gap. We just need to increase the confidence in being able to play with these tools. Somebody said something interesting the other day, said that AI is not going to replace humans. People who use AI are going to replace humans. So I think it just applies to the creative industry and creative tools as well, right? Like the more confident you get and the more creativity you will be able to, come up with. And all the previous stuff that we talked about that are structural, like how confident we are to raise capital. Also, yes, we need to have more women in the VCs. We know that like when there's a woman partner, there's like 2 or 3 times more likelihood of financing and investing in a woman founder, etc. All of those structural things should be in place. We need to have like more education programs, both at the vocational education and at the K-12 education level, but also for women to take more risks, and other women have already gotten there to be vulnerable, to share their experiences and support other women so that we can actually make that step. And I'll give you one example. Obviously, even if I work in a tech company, there's a new tool being introduced every single day, and I haven't been like playing with all different types of technology and apps every day. And when we had these new systems that we can use, like I had the fear of, okay, will I be able to do it? Will I be able to code again, or will I be able to like make the transition? And, the moment I had that feeling, I took a week off. I said, I'm going to do it because I've done many things that I thought I couldn't do before, and I'm going to just tackle everything that scares me. So then I started asking my friends or engineers in the company, and like, how do you do it? They said, you just have to play with it. I'm like, no, it's not what I want. I want a framework, 1, 2, 3, you have to do this. No. They said, you just have to play with it. And then asking AI to teach me things when I don't know, and actually like using as a tutor, as a mentor, very quickly, in a few days, I was so confident. And then fast forward here in Davos, I was with a friend, a woman executive, and actually like she was vulnerable enough to share with me, actually I'm so scared, like I won't be able to make the leap. I said, exactly, I felt like that. And I think we should be sharing these experiences more. All of us feel the fear, will I be able to catch up, or will I be, fall behind? And especially with young women, because they don't know if they should be sharing their vulnerabilities, but when they see us sharing, it's just, they will reach out more, they will take risk. It's risky, right? Like there's risk of judgment, but I think it's really important that we just take the leap of faith and jump into it and figure out like what are the best technologies and tools that are going to amplify our creativity.
That was really, I think, a lot of great examples, and I think we can all relate to that fear and concerns around confidence. I want to circle back to you, Masum, and you've talked about it, but we can expand on it a bit more and talk about, fashion and digital influence are powerful economic engines, especially today, and online, in person. Yet women struggle to scale those industries globally. So you'll often see that women that's some of their first entrepreneurial kinds of endeavors. But to take it from sort of that smaller scale to the global scale that we're talking about is difficult. Can you talk a little bit about how women could potentially make that transition and what's needed?
So, echoing what you said earlier, the Forbes 2025 report says that in the top creators, only 20% are women. And this is a stark difference, right? We're talking about a 2080. But why? We know how to build scale. We know how to build scale as well as men do. And we know how to take that risk. I just think when we take the risk, women are far more penalized for taking that risk. And that's where the misstep is happening. And let me explain with a personal story, right? You guys need to picture this. I'm 21 years old. I've had a blog of my own for a couple of years. I've built a really strong community. It was about 50,000 people at that point, which felt like the whole universe in my hands. And I have this incredible idea where I can actually convert my readers into buying customers. That's a really solid business and revenue model. And I'm sitting in front of an investor and I'm making this pitch, and I tell him this amazing idea of having my own e-commerce brand to bring this to life. And he looks at me and he says, "But you're 21 years old. You're going to get married in a few years, and then you're going to have children. And a woman's life, especially in India, changes after she gets married." Now, I've had the grit to bounce back after that, and which is why I have the privilege of sitting with you all today. But what about all the women that hear this no and are never able to move ahead from it, are never able to actually give their dreams a chance after hearing that one singular no that could shatter their universe? And I think this is where I think structural changes could make a difference, right? And I think I completely agree with both of you, and I would actually think that a combination of everything that we're saying would be so impactful. And if I had to break it down, I think these are the three things that would make a world of a difference. When we're talking about the creative economy and women, we can't just talk about the creative economy. We have to actually talk about women in the workplace. And the creative economy is a part of that workplace. And I think the first thing that we need to solve for is care policy. Care policy needs to be economic policy. You cannot expect women to run businesses on 2 hours of sleep and a collapsing household. It doesn't exist. I'm a mom of two, and if there's any mom in here, you know that there needs to be better care policies for caregivers, for elder care. There needs to be tax redemption for caregiving entrepreneurs. I think this would make a world of a difference in actually seeing that shift. Secondly, the power of storytelling, right? Like, as you two very rightly pointed out, and that's something that I do with my content and with my podcast, is I share the stories of women who've been able to bounce back from that no, those 10 no's, those 100 no's, and they've been able to build something of themselves. And when we hear those stories, we feel like we can do this too. We can be this too. There is that possibility of bouncing back from that no. So I do think that the power of storytelling is so, so important. And third, I have to bring it back to that, and I'll be really quick because you know this. But capital from the institutions, long-term capital, fluid capital. Women's lives are not rigid, very flexible. Our lives are like this. I think everyone in the room will agree with me. We need capital that supports that.
Yes, so I have been told we are out of time. I want to give Nabila, can you give us one word or maybe two words of the kind of policy that you think we should sort of move forward with to close? What can we do?
Honestly, just invest in creatives early while they're alive and living artists.
I love it. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Daria, Masoom, and Nabila. This was awesome.
Thank you.
We're going to keep this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to keep this conversation going by inviting our next set of panelists. So we ask that you all just continue to join us as we transition to this next group. We should take a quick photo. Okay.
Take a photo?
Of course. Now we look at teeth. And the profession. The parade. One more. Okay, one more. I'm being. Lovely. I have a
Thank you guys so much.
It was so nice.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna bring this panel to other places. So I'll send you all a follow-up note. Okay. If I can have everyone's attention, we're going to move to our next set of panelists in just this moment. So if people have their seats. Continue. If everyone can have their seats, we're going to ask that our next set of panelists join us in 1 second. We're gonna just give people like 10 seconds to settle down, if that's okay. Okay, good morning again. For those who are newly joining us, I am Sally Nuama, a professor of political science and social policy who does work on cultural production and the creative economy and gender. And we are super excited to continue this conversation on these really important issues related to creativity, gender, and economics. And so we are going to invite two of our awesome panelists to join us. First, we have with us Caitlin Sarian, a founder and executive director and cybersecurity girl. She describes herself as a champion for tech and creative empowerment. Caitlin inspires young women to innovate safely and confidently in the digital economy. So please feel free to have a seat. And if we can please lower our voices a little bit, as this is being recorded. Thank you. Next, we are super excited to have joining us Haley Lichtenstein, a political and lifestyle influencer, activist, and public speaker. Haley combines advocacy, media, and digital influence to drive awareness and action on social equity and gender equality. So we are very excited to have them both with us. We're gonna have an awesome conversation. And so please. All right. So thank you all so much for being here and just being a part of this discussion. As was mentioned already, the creative economy is something that continues to grow and scale, and gender is an interesting part of that, right? We know that women are playing key and important roles in this space, but we feel and we know that they're not capturing as much of the capital that they could be, right? And so we want to have a little bit of a discussion about that. And so can you talk a little bit about what are these barriers to progress? Why are women struggling to capture aspects of this growing creative economy, even as access to it technically opens up through like digital platforms? What are the barriers? What's happening? Tell us.
Sure, I can jump in. I'm Haley, really excited to be here. I think two things come top of mind for me, and one is a lack of standardization, and the second is we want creators to act like a business, but we don't treat them like a business. And so what do those two things mean? One is in terms of lack of standardization. The algorithms we know have a bias. Data has shown us a bias against women of color, against people with disabilities, against people who they deem might be overweight, and those people receive, they will see their content be dropped in the algorithm or not receive as much engagement, and there is a real reality to that. The second, when it comes to standardization, is pay. So when it comes to inclusion, we don't have a talent problem, we have a capital allocation problem. We saw in 2025 that the top 10% of creators received over 60% of all money going out to creators globally. And so if you are going to be working with content creators, can you be intentional about working with different creators and not the same group of creators that everyone is working with? Can you make sure they're diverse? And then can you standardize your pay? There's been so much work done globally on pay equity, but not when it comes to the creator space. It's really very much up to the creator to set their pricing. And so women of color fall significantly behind. And then my last thing on, treating creators like a business, but not giving them that business infrastructure is creators account for over 50 million jobs globally. But the creator job does not include health insurance, does not include retirement, does not include disability or maternity leave. So if we want to see more women in this space, figuring out how you build out the infrastructure so that the creator job can give you what you need to have a sustained career in this space.
Yeah. I might go a little bit different than you. So I actually became a creator because I actually wanted a little bit more of a life. I wanted to be able to have flexible hours and not work a normal 9 to 5. So when I started, I only went on TikTok because that was the platform I wanted to inspire the next generation of women in cyber and also get them excited about how to protect themselves online. And I knew that that's where they're at. So for me, I was the reason why I went on was because I saw so much opportunity. I actually think a lot of women aren't creators because they might be a little afraid of putting themselves out there. And there's also a lot of perfectionists. There's a lot of women that are more aware of how they look. And like you said, there's some biases on certain platforms. For me personally, when I'm in tech, I don't like to show, any skin. I don't want to do anything because I want to be taken seriously. And I think that's another issue that a lot of women are afraid to put themselves out there because you do get bad comments. You do get oh, you're only hired because you're a pretty girl or whatever. And that was something that I was mortified by. So I think there's a few things also from a creator standpoint on making money, women also, I don't feel stand up for themselves as much as men. It's the same as women with jobs, right? We don't apply to jobs that we don't feel qualified for, 100% qualified for. But women are so capable and so qualified. And I actually think being a creator is the best for women because you can have a life outside of work and you don't have to have that 9 to 5, but it's having that confidence and knowing your purpose. And I actually think a lot of women know, secretly have a gut instinct of knowing their purpose, but they're afraid to do anything because, and we just heard earlier about, she was in India and she was 21 years old and they were well, what about, you being a mom? What are you going to do? And I think being a creator actually allows you to kind of have it all. And so I think just getting that message out there that, you don't have to be perfect. I think the creator life it's completely changed my life. The platform has completely changed my life. And I think just getting that message out there to women that I don't read my comments anymore. I don't know. Do you read your comments? No. So there's certain things I think we just have to maybe have a little bit tougher skin and be really set in our purpose when we are are on our creator journey.
Okay, awesome. Again, another diverse set of responses because you're really talking about the structural barriers, how does a creator have healthcare, right, which is important for women and creates disparities, but also how can we leverage the fact that there's more flexibility, which may be great for a mother. So I think both of those things are key. I'm going to ask you both questions individually. So Caitlin, I'm going to start with you. And then the creative economy increasingly depends on digital platforms and AI, right? We hear a lot of people talk about the algorithms. From your work in cybersecurity, what risk disproportionately affect women and young creators? And what safeguards should we be thinking about specifically from government to, that we should be prioritizing to prevent that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, there's risk in any piece of technology, right? There was risk when we first went online. Now there's risk with social media. And then there's also risks with AI. So I just want to blanket statement that there are always going to be risks, but I also think there's going to be a lot of rewards that people don't realize. With AI specifically and the algorithm, I personally haven't experienced any negative things with AI and the algorithm. I think AI is so important for creators because you're able to create scripts and tell them in different ways. And AI allows you to do that and figure that out. So it kind of streamlines your process. The risk is that, I'm a data privacy expert. So I did data privacy for 8 years before I started getting into doing social media. And I understand that there's a lot of privacy risks when it comes to inputting your data. And actually most of the people that follow me are women. I think it's 50 to 60% are women, and it's a lot of moms that are worried about protecting their families online. So I think the risk is really with AI ingesting so much data, what could happen with that? And for me, I think a lot of people my privacy's dead. I don't get any privacy. But for me, it's okay, privacy's not dead. But I want you to think about every time that you're putting stuff on platforms because it's going to be run through a system, and those systems are actually going to create conclusions about you. Yeah. And you won't have knowledge about that conclusion, but it will impact you in some way, shape, or form down the line. So I always am just like, be mindful of what you post, because like you don't know right now what it could do in the future. Just like with journalists, they didn't know that their stuff was going to be training AI.
Exactly.
And now AI sounds like a lot of journalists, and they're like, well, I never knew 10 years ago when I was posting online that my work was going to be taken without my consent.
Right.
So like, we really don't know what AI is going to do with our data and our privacy, but just know that it's forming conclusions, and what you do online today is going to impact you in the future.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's great. So Haley, as we're getting to ready to wrap up, I really want to make sure we understand this really important question about, which is connected to your work. So social media plays such a central role, right, in shaping political and economic discourse increasingly. How can digital influence be harnessed, right? How can we use that to promote equality without deepening polarization?
It's a great question. And I know we're wrapping up, but I'm really quickly, just on the safety, really fast, is I think it is the most pressing issue facing women online, or making sure we have women's voices. We are seeing increased harassment, doxing, deep fakes. Look at everything happening with Grok right now, and then the response from technology. So if we want to be able to see women's voices continue to be present online, we need to demand some sort of change there. But when it comes to polarization, the technology wasn't built for equity. It wasn't built to create democracy. It was built to drive division, because it rewards content that continues you being engaged longer, which is something that most of that content evokes some sort of emotion. It's polarizing. It's created for sensationalized content. And so while we might not be able to control the algorithm, we can control what content we engage with, and that the content that we choose to engage with represents the very best of what is put out on social media, where there is the ability to democratize voice, to hear stories, and people have microphones that wouldn't have had them typically. And so I'm a true believer that we don't need to kind of silence our social media, but rather build social media that is much more impact driven, and we have the ability to teach that that's what we want to see.
I love that. I think that's an excellent way for us to close. Please join us in giving a round of applause to Caitlin and Haley. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
No, I thought it was supposed to be at 9:15, so to me we're running late. So whatever works for you guys.
It's still 9:30. Even I had 9:15 on
No,
my
it was
calendar.
definitely said 9:15.
Yeah.
Whatever. So, can you start now?
Yeah, absolutely. If it's fine with you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll start next.
Oh,
You guys
okay.
can sit
No,
down.
that's great. However you want to do it.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Ayati Dashkar. If you don't already know, I'm the Global Youth Lead for the World Woman Foundation and the Global Youth Ambassador for the Heidi Zium Foundation, which is the Swiss UNESCO Foundation, and I'm the host of my own podcast, Girls Talk STEM. And today we're here to have a conversation dialogue about the Global Wealth and Equality Moonshot Dialogue. And I want to invite Ms. Alina, who is an international journalist, and be moderating this panel. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, and welcome to this very interesting panel where we're going to be looking at, international global wealth, gender equality, and how the outlook is at the moment and how it can be improved. Now, please welcome Amy Low, Chairman UBS Global Wealth Management Asia and Head and Chief Executive of UBS Hong Kong, Dr. Nicole Golden, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomic Center and head of equitable development at the UN University Center for Policy Research, and also Priti Retha Gupta, founder of LXME and also co-promoter of Anand Rathi Group. An applause for our expert speakers. I'm going to jump straight in with questions, but first a very brief introduction. We're living through very turbulent financial and geopolitical times, and inequality is very evident and very clear across the board, in Europe, in the States, in emerging economies, in Asia, everywhere. From all points of view, from a financial point of view, from a gender point of view, from social points of views as well. And this is the angle we'll be taken with our discussions today. I'm going to start throwing questions out to our experts here, inviting them to grab whichever one interests them, and to grab, talk and amongst yourselves as well. We were going to make this a sort of conversation, as it were. So my first question is, what do you see today as the most urgent global challenge in wealth equality? And why should the world pay attention? What is your focus at the moment? Because all three of you are very much on the forefront of these challenges and of these issues.
If I may kick off.
Please do.
Obviously, the polarization of wealth is one of the big issues. But if we deep dive, particularly relevant for women, we have also seen the persistent kind of widening gap on wealth accumulation for women, meaning women accumulate less wealth, okay? And actually on UBS, we also publish a lot of thought leadership kind of report. And if I look at the gender pay kind of a report, it also shows that for the women, basically, especially for women over 65, they earn income less 25% compared to women, to men. If you look at globally, the income earned is only 51% compared to men. So, I mean, definitely that's a gap there, okay? And why should we bother? Because on one hand, the challenge is there because women outlive men. And if you look at Hong Kong, as a city, now is the city with the longest lifespan for women, 88 years old, versus men, 82 years old. So certainly, the kind of healthcare costs, if we don't have enough wealth, and also, these are the challenge, but there are also opportunity. If we can address it with all this kind of financial inclusion, certainly it will promote growth, productivity, career opportunity, meaning employment, and there's also the report that we publish. Yeah. Basically, we are talking about additional, just closing the gap, 7 trillion GDP. Yeah. And if we can have equality among the gender, we're talking about 22 to 28 trillion. So that's significant. That's why I think this matters.
It matters hugely, but you wanted to say something.
No, absolutely. That 7 trillion number was top of my mind as well as an economist. I'm all about data and statistics, and if you don't manage it, you don't measure. If you don't measure it, you don't manage it, right? And if we don't surface the data, if we don't tell the real story in an evidence-driven way, that's part of making the case. So that 7 trillion number. But just to unpack that a little bit further, another recent study that came out is this idea of the gender distortion, right? And so the World Bank has a new index out, and unpacking that further, it shows that if you close the wage inequality gap, some of the legal and regulatory barriers that are present in a lot of countries, which we can unpack that a little more, the labor force participation gap, the fact that women are much less likely to be in the workforce in the formal economy in many countries, in particular where I work, in the emerging markets, in the developing economies, that if you close that in many countries, that output at a country level, the output can raise by 20%. So, it's 7 trillion globally, which is huge. But when you look at it at the country level, but it's also what it means to women as individuals, right? You also want to think about the people behind the numbers. And we know that when you invest in women, and I think this came up in the earlier panel that I heard as well, when you invest in women, when women have more earnings and higher earnings, what do? They invest that back into their families. They invest that back into their communities. So you have a generational dividend. There is a generational payoff from investing in women that is really critical. And when we think about the challenges, and as you said, this is an uncertain time. We're still in many places even recovering from dare I say, the COVID economy, which disproportionately affected women, whether it was business closures, whether it was some of the other issues. So we have a lot of these issues in a lot of the countries where I work. You have global debt challenges, which again, ultimately disproportionately impact women, because when countries have less resources, when they have debt overhangs, there's less money to invest in infrastructure, in health, in education, in all of the things that we know matter for women. So we have a gap, but to Amy's point, and hopefully we'll get to hear a little bit more on some of the opportunities, whether it's in digital or financial inclusion, and I know that's something that Preeti's going to talk about as well. So the opportunity's there, we just need to realize it.
Yes, do.
It's so delightful to do this first thing in the morning, because this is just what I do for a living. It's a passion, and to be on stage with 4 women talking about this, bridging this gap, and the fact that this is not, when we started, we thought it was just my country, which is India, problem, only to realize it's not. It's the same globally, right? And we did some, on your point of, the gender pay gap, we did actually a study in Lakshmi. So I run a company called Lakshmi, it's pronounced Lakshmi, named on the goddess of wealth. And it's the dichotomy we are addressing, that we pray to the goddess of wealth, but when it comes to taking charge of our money, we sort of shy away. And we did this study where we realized that a woman loses close to about $3 million in her earning lifespan because of the gender pay gap. But she loses close to 6 million because of the suboptimal choices that she's making with her money. And that is what we are addressing. We're saying, gender pay gap, as that resolves and the world comes together to resolve it, it'll take its time, because it needs the entire ecosystem to come together. But the one thing that every woman can solve for herself is taking charge of at least the money that she's earning and making sure that she creates her own financial security or wealth. And on your numbers, we did this study in India where women today in workforce, and I think that's the opportunity that we have as a country. Over the last 5 years, we've doubled women in workforce. So we went to a very dismal 17%, and today we are 40%, almost close to 40% women in workforce, right? Which means that India today can add close to $1.5 trillion in the next few years, just with women earning. On our capital markets, the country has created a wealth of about $7 trillion in the last 5 years. Just, if they'd invested in capital markets, right? Capital markets and gold, something that we love, right, as a country. Now, if you were to take this $1.5 trillion of earning and actually women start investing that, growing their wealth, taking charge of their money, you could look at that $7 trillion in India. So, that's an absolute opportunity that we're looking at. And I think we've, all of us realize that when women have managed money, have agency over money, only good things happen. And I always say that this is not a men versus women conversation. But I think when women join in, then it's not redistribution of wealth. It's actually addition of wealth. And we actually yesterday just released a report, a preview of a report that we're going to do in February end. And I think we've been building Lakshmi for 5 years. And my co-founder Rithi is here. And I have to say, it's not been easy. It has been challenging. But we finally understand that giving a standardized product offering that people give generally is not what's going to work. You have to be where women are. You have to work along their behavior. And that's a blueprint today we have. And we hope we're sharing it with the world. And we hope it's taken globally, because what we want, given what's happening currently and what's, all the conversations, geopolitical and, economic uncertainty, I think it is the women who will bring that stability. Because we believe in sustainability, we believe in peace, we believe in the future. If there is a way to invest in climate, it'll be the women who will put their hands up first. So therefore, I think women need to have that money in their hands. And globally, this is something along with climate and sustainability that all of us need to work together on.
I think you had, did you have an answer, or did you have a point to make, or shall
No, I think while we witness so many challenges, I'm also optimistic as well. Particularly, I also told Alina earlier, for UBS, you know, post-merger, we are now managing 7 trillion asset globally. And I do believe that UBS has a big corporate responsibility to also look at how we can turn some of this capital into philanthropic capital. And that's also the reason why we are built to also roll out a lot of different initiatives. We have our own charitable foundation called Optimus Foundation. And in the last 25 years since the setup, we also raised 1.5 billion asset, impacting 5 million children. And I think the other optimism that I have is that I was also telling Alina, in Hong Kong, we also set up I'm one of the founders for a women CEO network in finance. We have over 60 women CEO in finance. And these are not talking about small players. It's HSBC, Citibank, Standard Chartered, JP Morgan, Stock Exchange, the SFC, the regulator, the sovereign wealth fund. So, and what we are doing together is also pushing the agenda, because I also chair one of the advocacy committee. And I was also sharing with Alina how we can make the impact, for example, is women representation in the board seat, in the LISCO. So how we can drive change, better investment decision, better risk management, and also attract talent, and also how they can influence this corporate responsibility. And so I think on that note, you have something to say.
I mean, there's so much to say. We can all talk all day. How much time do we have? No, I mean, it's such great points. And I'm so glad you spoke about the important and the work that you're doing around women in leadership and economic society. And it's at all levels, right? It's critical whether we are looking at it from a corporate, and certainly that's really critical. I want to think about corporate workplace policies, the care economy, right? We know that when there's care, and whether that's employer provided or public provided, it makes a huge difference. But it's also when we look at, there's progress being made in sort of women in financial and sort of public sector leadership, whether that's as ministers of finance, the numbers are small but growing, leadership in some of the bigger multilateral development banks and more of the global space and the international financial institutions. But it's global, it's national, it's local, because we know women are sort of leading in their families, but that leadership is really critical. And just to pick it up and turn it back to you and to Alina, I'm so glad you brought up the point about increasing the actual wealth of women. But I think it's really important to talk about in service. I know this is something you're also working on. When women have access to money and resources, that they are actually able to make those investments. And it's not just about, when we think about sort of the financial inclusion question, it's nice to see the conversation has started to move from financial inclusion and just having a bank account, where we've closed a lot of that gender gap, right, in terms of women actually owning a bank account. But it's then the next level of services. Are they able to actually have brokerage accounts, right? Are they investing? Are they able to get insurance, whether it's for their small business or if they're farming, to get the crop or the weather insurance, right? So it's the much broader range of access to not only be able to earn money, but to protect that money, to deploy that money. So it's about earning, protection, spending, and the broader range of sort of financial access, financial inclusion that's going to generate financial health and security. That is what we sort of really need to really see this catalytic effect from women having money and being able to use it.
Yeah, and I mean, so well said. And I think one of the things that we always talk about is today, in today's world, you know, because digital has become so widely accepted and it's so deeply penetrated across, access is not the challenge. It's the agency that is the challenge. And which is why I think there is a different structure, different system that needs to be created. And that's a huge opportunity because, again, given the fact that today, understanding behavior, hyper-personalizing to a certain behavior, one of the things we learned while we were building Lakshmi was women actually left the entire piece of managing money because of the lack of time. Because women were managing homes, they were managing children, they were managing everything else, work, all of it, right? So there's this one thing that was left, and it was probably left to somebody in the family or just left alone, right? And if you solve for all these obstacles that they have, which can be beautifully solved digitally.
So how
Then
do
you
you ensure that agency exists in everyday life? Because that's a huge challenge. How do you do that?
Absolutely. So you actually, like I said, what we've done, and I've run a very large wealth management and investment firm in India. I did that for 25 years. And we would expect that women would come to us just like men would reach out for investment. That was the first mistake we made. Women don't do that. Women are not looking out to saying, how do I invest my money? So you have to go where they are. And where are they? They're there digitally spending money, earning money, and you've got to go there and embed a journey that works for them. And that's what we've done in Lakshmi. And I think it's very important to understand that, when we started Lakshmi, we were asked this question all the time. I think Riddhi and I got tired of answering it. Why do you need a separate platform only for women, right? And today, nobody's asking that because now we have a proven model of saying, okay, women have come onto the platform. But one critical aspect, which is very different to how financial services works for men versus women, is that there is a lot of education, literacy that needs to be a part of it, because women, and again I say this on every platform, that stops saying women are risk averse. We are not. We are risk aware. If you make me understand what my money is doing, where is it going, what are the risks associated, I will take a very informed decision. Because I have the ability to take a very balanced decision. That is the reason why world over, women fund managers give you a slightly, maybe even if 100 basis points better return than other fund managers. So I think the gap to be closed is one, be where they are, give them that structure where we are, and give them that structure that they can traverse and navigate easily. Build in a lot of literacy and education, and that too bite-sized, where just the exact amount that is needed. You don't need to be a market expert to invest your money. So closing all those gaps is what we've learned, and that's how we've built Lakshmi. And today, I think with 1 million women on the platform, it says for a lot that, okay, this is solvable.
Fantastic success story. Amy, you had something to say.
To close the gap, I don't think one size fits all. And there are different segments. And if we talk about the underprivileged one, whereby the philanthropy, because that's also the reason why we do a lot of social finance and also blended finance, and how we can educate and help them to be sustainable, to be successful. So that's where the philanthropic capital will come in. Then the other one is the women, because actually for UBS, among our clientele, 46% of our clientele are women globally. So that's the reason why we also launched a global women wealth program to educate our bankers, to really address the needs of the client, to help them to be more successful. And so that's one part. And the other part is that, for example, yesterday, I had a meeting with one of the CEO of a big list call, and a woman. And she said she has no time for her finance. And so that's also another set of client and also women that we need to address and equip them. What they need is holistic. I have no time. My time is for family and then full time for business. I am sure a lot of us are the same. Okay, and then the other one is also startup. We are very much in the technology sector, helping also all the startup. But sadly, only less than 20% of the startup are women. And 2% of the venture capital goes to women. So that's the reason why UBS, we also set up the Women Founders Award. And what we do is to help them, to nurture them, to coach them and also give them the network and funding. That's the powerful kind of resources that we can give them. And then we won the award. And this is a global for the 5th time. So I think one size doesn't fit all to address the needs of, address the gap. And we need to tailor make. And by collaborating both public and private, this is very powerful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, just to sort of pick up on that, I mean, and you hit upon this earlier, but the contextual, the recognizing that women are clearly not just one category. When we say women need to earn more, right? And so you have women not only in different, in different countries, in different regions. Women in India want and need different things and have different aspirations potentially, than women in Ghana or women in Hong Kong or what have you. But they're also there are older women who may want to stay in the workforce longer or maybe not. You have young women and girls that are sort of just coming up. So we really need to think about kind of the life cycle, what women need throughout their lives, financially, economically, and how we can provide it. But I mean, just to your point on the credit, when this is also, I think, where some of the digital and financial innovation is really critical, because it is enabling many women, for example, to utilize different kinds of data, and some of these platforms are able to help build credit histories, provide credit in small ways, different algorithms or what have you, but also, again, through the platforms, utilizing, whether it's blockchain, utilizing AI, and just different digital tools and fintech products. We have a new report out of the Atlantic Council on the global majority, which is going back to this idea of the larger share of the world's population that are not fully financially served. In financially health, but and a large portion of that majority is women, right? And so we can't over rely on the digital and financial tools, and we need the digital and financial literacy to make them accessible and usable. But I think that is something we really need to think about.
I wanted to ask you, what bold steps have you taken or have you seen taken? Have you sort of looked at and thought, wow, that really works, to create innovative solutions for women's financial empowerment?
Should I go first? Yeah. I think that's what we do for a living. There's an everyday trial, everyday error, everyday learning, and everyday success. So I think I have to say that building what we have been, like I said, has had its share of aha moments, because you assume when you come from a certain background, especially financial services, that's how things would work, and you're very, very pleasantly surprised that this is not the way it works, right? And we've, one of the bold steps that, first of all, starting a platform which is just for women to invest in by itself was very bold, because, when we went to investors and they would be like, why do you need a platform for women? It's not going to work. It's not something that women do, right? Because majority of the investors are men. But, from there onwards, I think starting that platform and then really creating. So, for example, we made our platform very community-led, literacy-led, very content-led, which was completely different to what any financial services does, right? Also, a lot of storytelling. The way we did things was very, very different. People tell us, oh, you're making finance simple for women. I said, women are not stupid. They don't need it simplified. They need it relatable. They need to know how this will work for them. And once you do that, that works. I think the last thing that we've done recently on our platform is we've actually launched payments, something that I would have never thought as an investment advisor that would, that it would go hand in hand with investment. But one of the learnings we had is that if you connect the dots right from where they make payments, digital payments, and we realized that women, one of the reasons, and I think you would agree with me, is women, companies don't reach out to women customers is because they take very long to actually make that investment decision. Given how it is set up, very incentive-driven industry, people choose to go after the low-hanging fruit, so women are left behind. And what we realized was it's because women take time to form trust. There's a difference in behavior. Men form trust with transaction. If there's an offering, men will take it up, they will transact and say, oh, if it works, it's great. I trust it, this platform. Women build trust first and then transact, right? And that's why it takes longer time. And one of the things we realized that because payment is very intuitive, if you actually help build trust with payments first, then that journey gets really shortened. And that's the blueprint, that's part of our blueprint as well. So it was very bold. We were told, oh, you know, payments is a very, very difficult space to be in. But we did launch just in October. We've launched what we call Lakshmi Pay, which is similar to Google Pay. And no, we're not competing with Google Pay because our audience is very different. We have a gender disaggregated data, right?
Fantastic. What a success story. Amy?
As I said earlier, because one of the financial trend happening right now is the intergenerational transfer of asset. This is a pivotal moment whereby we have seen significant asset being transferred and also the increasing women investor, rising investor for women. And so I think one of the bold steps we do is that this is a trend, this is the need of the client. That's why earlier I talked about rolling out the Global Woman Program, Wealth Program, to educate, as well as the Women Founders Award. At the same time, on the philanthropy side, what we have done is we have been doing 9 years. For example, if I may share with you one of the projects that's very closer to my heart, is in China. We basically work with an NGO to help primarily maternity, the women who have problem, and especially infant mortality, because in remote part of China, and we are mainly on 2 cities. One is Tibet, one is Qinghai. So by providing more advanced kind of medical appliances to help those, to equip them to treat the really critical, ill kind of infant or newborn babies. So that's one. And the other one is that we actually just one, and I'm so touched because in one of the cases, public information that just one of the Hong Kong top family, they donated $100 million through our Optimus Foundation to help the children who have heart disease. And so they can relive their life. And we matched $10 million. So, and finally, one thing more, just I find this kind of forum perfect because we need to have more voices, get our voices heard. So at UBS, especially in Asia, I make the point that whenever we host any conference, we need to have women speakers. And actually, before I came in here, we hosted a conference in Hong Kong. It's the Investment Outlook 2000 participants. To the extent it's a bit even skewed to women because we have 60% women speaking in the forum. And these are the next gen women CEO and also chair lady and also the whole CIO team's lady talking and sharing. I think that's very powerful. You need to get our voices heard. If we talk about literacy, actually, it's the confidence level because according to one of our survey report, only 9% of the women surveyed, they feel they can perform investment better than men. So it's the confidence level, it's the literacy. So I think by creating more forum, it will help. Sorry.
No. Carry on. Well, let's wrap up with one quick, short question because we are running out of time. How would you measure, in a couple of sentences, if you want to summarize it, how would you measure the long-term impact of investments and programs designed to empower women economically? How can we measure those? Nicole.
Oh, me first. No, I mean, it's a great question, and I'll sort of pick up on the last one in answering it. I mean, I think part of it goes back to one thing I said earlier is the generational impact. So one of the bold ideas that, is maybe not seem so bold, but is starting early. It's integrating financial literacy, financial education, and now also digital tools and education into school curriculums. I mean, I was involved in programs when I was working with the World Bank that were inculcating this into curricula in early grades, right? So that's a kind of, that may not seem bold, but can have a generational impact. So on this question, I think we need to measure generationally. We need both short-term and long-term data metrics, but we need to think about it more broadly than I think we have been. So it is about, do women have a bank account? Are they using that money? Are they investing? Are they getting the return? Are they getting the capital that they need? And are they then, looking at it from a much more holistic perspective than we have been, and really linking it to just our broader kind of financial, economic empowerment and well-being?
I don't know about you, but I could carry on talking about this all day.
I know we're at finish.
But
we're
very,
at finish.
okay.
Yeah, I do have one thing to say on this. I think the only one point I would put here is that we need to make this. The reason that Lakshmi is for profit is because we realized the minute you run it as an initiative, that's when you start having difficulties around how you measure it. It starts looking as something that you do on the side. Run things, run all of this, because it's a great opportunity. We've all understood. Run it for profit. That's when the world will change and you'll be able to measure. Because
Wonderful.
the profitability on something like this is, it's like a long-term, lifetime financial balance sheet that you're building.
Wonderful. Amy, last very quick.
Very quick, clear, definable, measurable kind of KPI. And these are the things that women are very good at. If I look at also the women sitting in the board, that's why this is also the agenda we've been pushing quite hard. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I think the world is in safe hands if we all take this approach.
Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely.
You're rainy. Seems like rainy.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Can we please all have a seat for the next session coming up? It's a great panel. We'd love for you to join. I would love for everyone to have a seat so we could join the next panel. It'd be great. We just want to make sure everyone's here.
Yeah.
Do you know where Claire was? Do you know this Claire?
I have not seen her.
Yeah. I said that. Saw her. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Have we seen Catalina from AB InBev?
Sorry. We were told she's here. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. I will go find her.
Hello. Thank you. Sorry.
You should be doing this, though, by the way.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ayati Dashkar. I'm the Global Youth Lead for the World Woman Foundation. That's why I'm here introducing the next panel. I'm also the Global Youth Ambassador for the Heidizium and UNESCO Recognized Foundation in Switzerland. And I'm also the host of the podcast Girls Talk STEM. And I just wanted to introduce this next panel because we have to realize that every time we ask a question to AI, a drop of water evaporates in a cooling tower and a circuit pulls a pulse of energy from a grid built for a world that no longer exists. And we're currently living through the greatest paradox of the modern era. Our digital future is hungry, and its appetite may be the very thing that threatens our physical climate. We're building a global brain of silicon and code that requires more power than the entirety of many nations. Yet we're racing against the ticking clock to bringing our carbon footprint to zero. So can we innovate our way out of this tension? Can the same intelligence that consumes our energy be the key to optimizing it? The answer to this, we have brought together a powerhouse of global thinkers and who sit at the intersection of geopolitics, finance, technology, and industry. And with that, I want to introduce Ms. Whitney Baird, who's the president and CEO of the United States Council for International Business, who are also our strategic partners, who's representing the voice of American industry at the global level. Please, I want to welcome all our panelists and Ms. Whitney Baird to the stage.
Any order? Maybe we don't sit right next to each other. Yeah, we're gonna sit here. So we don't. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to see you all here today. I think we've been super lucky this week with the weather. Lots of sunshine and no snow, no inclement weather, and now at least most of the sidewalks are pretty dry. I don't know about you, but I'm quite grateful. So we're really thrilled today to be here and talking about digital public infrastructure. I think it is an area of real passion for a number of our business partners, and we're really thrilled today to have a great panel to discuss these issues. If I can introduce first Victoria Den, who's the Senior Vice President for the U.S. Public Sector for MasterCard. Victoria, welcome. Claire Alexandre, who's the Head of International Government Relations for PayPal. Welcome, Claire. Catalina Garcia Gomez, who's the Global Director of Corporate Affairs for AB InBev. Catalina, you guys actually sat right in the order. Just by chance. And Dr. Victoria Danzer, who's the Senior Partner and Global Co-Head for Financial Services for Roland Berger. Welcome, Victoria. And sorry, I'm bouncing forth between my paper and my phone. So digital public infrastructure has the capability to level the playing field for small and medium-sized enterprises to formalize, scale, and compete. However, as we pursue DPI solutions globally, there are challenges related to access, security, and building consumer trust. And this panel will explore how strategic investments across DPI, including with services, electronic payment systems, and interoperable data frameworks, can drive innovation and support SMEs in the digital transformation. And first, I'll start with Victoria at MasterCard, and maybe I'll pose the question, but maybe you can also take a moment to talk a bit about the work you do at MasterCard. So Victoria, how are you seeing the empowerment of digitization evolve, given your long history in the small business digitization space?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you to the World Women Foundation and USAID for having us. First, a little bit about MasterCard, right? So despite our name, MasterCard is not a credit card company. We are not a bank. I cannot set a limit on your daughter's card. I cannot white out your student debt. But what we are is a technology company in the payments space, right? Our job is really simple. It's to help people and businesses and governments to pay and get paid in a way that is safe and secure and seamless. And we do that in 220 markets across 150 currencies. Last year, we did $9 trillion in payments and 150 billion transactions. That's 5,000 transactions per second. So 5,000 Starbucks purchases, 5,000 Aritzia purchases if you're me. But it's really a really global business and a really interesting space to be in. But I think what's most important to know about MasterCard is that we have, for many, many years, at the very core of our being, this ethos of doing well by doing good. This is the idea that our commercial and moral imperatives are inextricably tied, right? That the more people and businesses we bring into the financial mainstream, the better for our business. And this is really why we care about small businesses, right? They are the lifeblood of our economies. In the US, they represent 99.9% of businesses. Globally, they're the world's largest employer. They are responsible for 70% of the world's workforce and 50% of the world's GDP. And so it's the perfect example of doing well by doing good, right? It's a chance to where there's real need and real opportunity.
Super, thanks very much. Claire, if I can turn to you. So we welcome your thoughts on innovation and digital infrastructure. Really, particularly, how can small and medium-sized enterprises benefit? And maybe also you can introduce yourself and PayPal just a bit.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. I lead the international government relations for PayPal, where we indeed help consumers, SMBs, so small businesses, larger businesses as well, but we'll focus today more on small businesses, in indeed moving money domestically, but cross-border as well, which has been a key component of the added value that we've provided to customers for now more than 2 decades. And the link to innovation is very clear, because to enable those now, I think, more than 430 million users on our platform, We have to actually provide them with innovations on a regular basis. And we started with this, indeed, more than 25 years ago, by enabling the movement of money using, instead of a bank account or a financial service identifier like we have to use most of the time, you could use your email address. That was very, very different. We could help you transfer the money in real time in most cases, which also created the trust on which we build, indeed, our business today. So if I think about how the small businesses that indeed, as you say, Victoria, are representing such a vibrant part of the economy, most employment, sort of most of growth prospect today, how do they benefit from innovation? I would say in payment, which is indeed a very important infrastructure for sort of the business, the growth of their businesses. This can be already by providing them choice. So choice in the instrument that you provide. I mean, you mentioned cards, and there's been this form factor which has been plastic, but we've seen the evolution with online payment, with payment on mobile, which I'm sure is how many of you are actually doing a lot of your payment in app today. Not to mention agentic commerce, which will sort of come forward. Because at PayPal, we really want to focus on enabling as many transactions in as many contexts to grow commerce as much as we can. And so choice, in my view, is one of the ways that small businesses can benefit. You can pay, or you can be paid in many ways. You can help your customers pay you in different ways by choosing how you fund a PayPal transaction from a bank account, from a card, from another instrument that may be in your market. The other way, I think, where we see small businesses benefit is as they do payment, we have more data about what they do. And with this data in a number of markets, we've been able to help them access capital. We've been providing them with working capital, so a better way to manage their cash flow. As we know, the survival of many small businesses is not about the great idea or the execution. It will be about managing cash flow. And so we've been able to develop this service, which has allowed us since 2013 to provide loans, usually on average, around $20,000 US dollars, so not huge amounts, but which are critical sort of for them. And we've dispersed 1.4 million loans already to those businesses. And then maybe another point is the, of course, access to capabilities that may not have. I'm sure for those of you who've been sort of, during those few days in Davos, AI is everywhere. SMBs may not always have access to AI, so we use AI in our platform, we embed it in our services to help them have better risk management, to have better sort of fraud, for example, controls. So these are ways to help small businesses benefit from the innovation that we see in the payment sector.
Terrific, thank you, Claire. Catalina, welcome. And I will ask a question, and then also if you can please just introduce yourself and AB InBev a bit. But from your perspective, what does the business case for working with SMEs look like for a company like AB InBev, which is quite large? And what role does digitization play for your vendors and for your customers?
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to start by saying that I read the memo, so that's what I'm our matching jackets, which is amazing. And thank you so much. I think this is one of the coolest places to be, and surrounded by amazing people. So my name is Catalina Garcia. I'm the Global Director of Corporate Affairs at AB InBev and also board member of our foundation. So as you may know, AB InBev is the world's largest beer company. We operate in more than 50 countries and around 500 brands that we have. Some of you may have tried them, like Budweiser, Michelob Ultra, Stella Artois, Corona, and some others, local brands. So we are a global company, but we operate locally. Very local companies with a long heritage. We buy local, we produce local, and we sell local. So what is our role with the different stakeholders and the different groups of our value chain? And that will take me to the SMEs. First of all, let me talk about the consumers, 2 billion consumers that are drinking and enjoying our products around the world. Second, the customers, the small businesses, the retailers, those that sell our products around the world, from mom and pop shops to bars, restaurants, wholesalers. Those 6 million consumers, 4 million are in developing countries, meaning Latin America, Africa, Asia. And in the case of Latin America, around 40% of those businesses are owned by women. Other group of our value chain is the suppliers, small suppliers, around 80,000, and of course our colleagues, 160,000. So we as a company have a role to play, being part of the solution of the different needs of these groups. So today our focus is SMEs. What is the business case around SMEs? We want to sell more beer. We want to sell it in a responsible way. We want the consumers to have a positive experience with our products, to drink in moderation. And these small businesses have also a role to play because they connect every day with the consumers. They know the consumers. And we have a responsibility with them to ensure their businesses is responsible. So we have lots of trainings, lots of best practices, evidence-based, that work to ensure they have a responsible business. But this goes beyond responsibility. I want to share a story. I'm originally from Colombia, South America. I live in New York. And 16 years ago, when I started in Colombia, in the company, our local company called Bavaria, I went to visit our stakeholders. I said, I want to visit the mom and pop shops, the tiendita, the corner store, the bodega. So I went with the sales team, and I was leading at that moment our foundation. So I said, okay, what can we do as a company to help these customers thrive? They are the heart of our business. So I want to see how they operate. So I met this woman called Gloria. So Doña Gloria, as you know, in Latin America, we call doctor, Doña. So Doña Gloria, she was worried, not about her business. She was worried about the space she had in front of her shop that was full of trash, that was the center of trash for the community and also a center of violence. So she wanted to do something for the community. So how can you help me? You know, I feel I'm a leader. I say, for sure you're a leader. I want to help the community. I'm a person that the neighbors bring to me the keys of their home because they trust me. And yes, I say, okay, let me think about it. But tell me, how are you running your business? So she showed me a notebook, and that was her a paper booking. And you manage your inventory here. Yeah, this is my numbers. Every day I do this one page every day. I say, okay. So I talked to the sales team. I say, we have to do something. We need to help them. If they grow, our business grow. So from that moment, we started working with partners, with the financial sector to help them with microcredit, because they had loans, informal loans that were super expensive, that were draining their businesses. So first, starting with partners, because we cannot do this alone. We do have a role, but if we join efforts, it's much better. And on the other hand is no technology at all in this business. So how can we help them really include digital solutions into what they're doing? So we knocked the doors of the IDB Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and we found that we had the same objective. How can we help these small businesses thrive? And we know them very well. They are our customers, our heart of our business. And the IDB wanted to grant the funding to promote financial inclusion and digital inclusion. And we said, okay, we're singing the same song. let's join efforts. So we did a matching fund of a grant, and we put, I know the money was around $3 million at that time, and we started small. And that's how we work at AB InBev. We start small, we test, we measure, and then all these learnings, what really worked, we start scaling up. And today I can say that that program that is all about financial, digital inclusion, providing skills to these leaders of the community, the owners of these mom-and-pop shops that become agents of change, all of this together is really bringing a different way of doing business. It's all about shared value, business growth, and community growth.
Oh, Catalina, thank you. And I know from working in the developing world in my diplomatic career, one of the biggest issues is really formalizing small and medium-sized businesses. And there's a real virtuous circle there as they begin to use digital services. It does produce data. It helps them become a formal part of the economy and begin to demand and expect services from their government. But at the same time, these governments gain much better information about what's actually going on in the economy. So it's a very powerful story, and I think very positive. Victoria, so from a financial services lens, what are the most high-impact pieces of digital infrastructure? So payments, digital ID, credit rails, and if you can even explain that, because I'm not sure what credit rails are, and data sharing that would most quickly improve small and medium-sized enterprises' access to finance, and then maybe what's realistically blocking adoption at scale.
Sure, with pleasure. And I also start with a quick introduction, maybe first. So I'm a senior partner at Roland Berger, which is, if you will, the European one among the global strategy consulting firms. We're also a proud partner of the World Woman Davos Agenda. And I'm a global co-head of the financial services practice. We advise banks, insurance companies, and obviously also fintechs on all kinds of strategic questions, but increasingly on the intersection of business and technology, and obviously also AI. You mentioned the buzzword of this week already, so I have to mention it as well in this context. Now, at Roland Berger in the financial services practice, we've been increasingly focusing actually on the female aspect of banking. Also published a study on financial well-being last year, where we saw that actually the biggest potential in banking and insurance that is untapped by all the big players is women. They are already customers. They already, in the case of banks, have accounts. And we heard on the panel before that we have this huge gap in terms of investing. So it's very interesting that it's still, when you talk to management boards, it's still a topic where they think a lot about product innovation and all kinds of different angles, but they forget what is actually lying on the street that is to better address the needs of females. And that also ties back to the discussion we're having here today on SMEs. Found very interesting on Europe. If you look at a recent OECD study, you see that we would need 25 million more SMEs in Europe to close the gender gap in SMEs. And now we are always complaining about the growth in Europe, so there is the potential actually. If you look at the topic of female-led SMEs, there are two impediments. There are less founders because there is less venture capital. The best way to not get venture capital is if you have a woman in the founders team, really. So it's a very tough statistic on this one. And the second one is the access to credit. And so I'm winding your question a little bit backwards, actually, because if we need better access to loans to help female-led SMEs grow, question is, why is the access so bad? And we see in all statistics that you're 30 to 40% less likely as a female-led SME to get a standard loan at a bank. There are several reasons for that. There is, of course, a certain element of bias in traditional banks, which I want to, let's say, take out a little bit for the moment. But you have the fact that loans are mostly collateral-based still in banks, and this is where women usually struggle more. So if you go back to the question of digital infrastructure, you come to the payments providers who have all the data, and you come to the question to say, we actually need much more cash flow-based lending to support women. In order to be able to do cash flow-based lending, we need more data, and the data comes from payments providers. So if you ask me what we really need to address is we need to address the friction that we still have in payments and in the data flow also to the classic loan providers, because I think it's great that companies like PayPal are sort of crossing the border between payments and loans, but it's simply not enough if we think in terms of the global economy. And therefore, the moments to address are different in the different regions. So Europe is very much governance-based digital infrastructure. You still have simply too much friction, and we're too slow in Europe to move forward. If we look at Sweden and countries that are in the interior lookout moving forward faster, so they have the digital ID, they have the data integration, you see the success immediately. I think in the US, and I'm certainly not an expert, so you're the experts probably here in the US, you have much more drive in the private sector, but the access is not as equal as in Europe because it's not centrally governed. So probably if you combine both worlds would be great. And then in the emerging markets, there's really the foundation layer of digital IT, of payments infrastructure that you need to create. What I think is very nice, just to close, what is very nice about the topic we're discussing today, it's nothing that we need to do to address specific women's needs, but actually if we just leverage what digital tech can do, if we just create the basis and the infrastructure, in our view, naturally women will over-proportionally profit from this.
Terrific. No, I appreciate that. And four, I think, very interesting perspectives. So we've talked a bit about the benefits of digitization and the opportunities. And maybe now I will shift and just for each of you, talking a bit about the risks at the same time. I think one of the issues in moving to digital is, in fact, you don't hold it in your hand. In a sense. So it really relies on trust in the system, trust in the data, and trust that there are protections. And I would say in a world where there are, I think, increasing cyber attacks, cyber versus small businesses, cyber versus financial systems, and frankly, cyber attacks on governments. From each, maybe I'll start with Victoria and just go across sort of from your company's perspectives. How are you working to mitigate those risks and build trust in the systems?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's critically important. We know digitization works, right? Especially for small businesses, reduces cart abandonment, it increases stickiness and conversion, it drives efficiency, but there are inherent potential downsides, right? I think the first and most important for a small business is the pace of change. So what we know is that by 2040, we're going to be moving 4x at the speed of where we are today. So what used to take 4 years will take 1 year, right? 85% of the skills required for jobs in 2030 don't even exist today as of yet. And 75% of CEOs are really worried about the pace of change. And so imagine that, but applied to the small business space. And so what I think all of us do today and can continue to do is drive education, ensure access, ensure that the data that we've all talked about is accessible and deployable by small businesses so they can make sure that, we can all make sure that as the ecosystem moves forward at a faster and faster pace, small businesses are not being left behind. You talked about cybersecurity. 50% of attacks to businesses happen to small businesses. 2/3 of those businesses that are attacked report financial duress within 6 months. And the average cost of recuperation after a cyber attack is $4 million. So you can imagine for a small business, right, if you have of any size, how detrimental, how absolutely devastating that would be. And so, I think this came up in a couple ways as well, particularly with Claire. We are trying as an industry to ensure that cyber privacy risk threat intelligence is designed by default. It's built into everything we do. It's always on, it's globally deployable so that we are thinking about it and small businesses don't have to, right? And then the final thing I would say is that competition is really stark. So global access, global digitization is incredible. It's a barrier remover, but it also means that you're no longer just competing with the store down the road, but with stores all around the world, and oftentimes with the marketplaces themselves. And so choice is critical. Claire nailed this. I think enabling small businesses with the same access as others is really important.
Great, and I'm being called that we are close to the end. Maybe if each just in sort of 1 minute, maybe.
So in addition to technology, which we've already covered, I would say design services which enable customers to try. If you can try with a low cost, you're going to grow your confidence and you're going to grow trust.
Super.
In our case, I would say that technology and digital solutions are part of the whole business process. From a B2B perspective, is how we connect with the small businesses so that they can buy better using technology and manage their inventories and manage better their consumers. And during the pandemic, we pilot one of the solutions and we created an e-commerce and marketplace. So now I can say majority of these small businesses are using this technology. Of course, there are risks, but we help them really mitigate them, train them, and ensure their business is safe and continues growing.
Super, thank you. Victoria.
Yes, I would finish with, again, a short view on Europe versus the US, because what I think is interesting that the data protection level in Europe is much higher, but also the fear of cyber attacks. So I think what we can probably learn from each other here is really maybe it would be good to have more data protection in the US, maybe not as strong as in Europe, that's a long debate, but also to learn in Europe to be much more positive on the opportunities the data integration provides. So I think that also fits probably to the spirit of Davos. Let's communicate and learn from each other here.
Excellent. Well, thank each of you for joining us today. I think digital public infrastructure, I think it's critically important for economic growth and particularly for small businesses and certainly for women-led businesses. Thank you all today. And if you can give a round of applause for our panelists. And maybe we just get a picture. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. This is a truly special event where leaders, changemakers, and visionaries gather to shape the future. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all fully enjoy the inspiring sessions ahead. May I kindly ask you to take your seats as we get ready to start. Thank you for your cooperation. Please make sure your phones are silenced as we begin this incredible day.
Hello, everyone. If you don't know me yet, I'm Ayati Dashkar. I'm an 8th grade student. I'm the Global Youth Lead for the World Woman Foundation and the Global Youth Ambassador for the Swiss UNESCO Foundation Heidesium. And I'm here to introduce the next panel, which is an absolutely amazing panel, which is sponsored by IMD, Women, AI, and the Innovation Paradox, and why closing the gender gap is not optional. It's pretty relevant to our theme here, the spirit of dialogue and the equality moonshot. We have Ms. Sarah Toms, who is the Chief Innovation Officer and Executive Committee member of IMD. Ms. Lisa Monaco, who's the President of Global Affairs at Microsoft. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I sent the updated list this morning, so we'll introduce ourselves.
Sorry so much.
Amazing. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We will be speaking with our incredible experts. I have here on stage with me Ginny Badenas, who is the GM for Tech and Society at Microsoft. Zara Chatu, who is the founder for Code for Good Now, and also a non-executive director on the UN for Women, and is former Meta. And last but not least, we have Hilda Laswani, who is the founder and CEO of WeBloom. Just as a basis of this conversation, so we know AI is a massive transformation. I don't need to say it. 1.6 trillion already invested in AI since 2013. We're looking at another 5 trillion between now and 2030. Yet only half of the population is represented. You know, the men are represented, and women are grossly underrepresented in both the development of AI and also in its use. Women make up less than a quarter of AI professionals and only 14% of AI executives. And in a massive study done by Stanford last year and Harvard, we saw, and this is over 143,000 women, they are 20 to 22% less likely to adopt AI. And I know the adoption gap is closing, but you know, there's certainly a jagged edge there. So these are the gaps we're going to explore, the implications today with our incredible panelists, and making sure that you know we really start to open up the conversation with respect to this. So I'm going to start with thinking about reframing the ethical hesitancy as leadership, and beginning here with Zara with the first question. Women are asking harder questions about AI, about labor exploitation, about whose data trains these models, and also about the environmental costs. If we valued these questions as leadership contributions, how would the AI industry look differently today?
Wow. So a couple of things. I think the first thing is, you know, I believe AI can be an engine of tremendous opportunity, but it needs to be pointed in that direction. And the key thing really with AI is, for me, it's ultimately, you know, it's a brilliant prediction machine based on the patterns it sees, but it mirrors. It's a mirror. It mirrors, you know, how the data it sees and how we're behaving. And the question is, you know, what is it mirroring at this point in time, and how can we shift that by asking these questions? I think, you know, by making sure these inputs are included within the data, we will mirror something far more equitable. I think the second point is we know that there is inherent bias existing in the data, and we don't want to perpetuate that. And the challenge we face with AI is it scales fast. And so the bias that we may all face today, we want to course correct. And I think having more women at the table to intentionally, deliberately be building to challenge that and course correct, that's incredibly important. And then, of course, to mirror something far more equitable, because AI itself won't be responsible. It's up to us to mirror and make it more responsible.
Great messages there. So Hilda, the women you work with may be cautious about AI for very practical reasons, misinformation, exploitation, tools that don't serve them. How do you honor that caution while still opening doors for opportunity?
Thank you so much, Sarah, for that question. And thank you to the World Woman Davos Agenda for hosting us. Maybe before I jump into that question, it might be worth providing some context just on what We Bloom does. So We Bloom is an association based in Zurich, and we work to scale responsible leadership. And we work with large cap incumbent companies to help them create products and services that are driving the thriving of communities and societies at scale. We do this in 3 different ways. So firstly, we convene leaders, again, as I said, of large cap companies. Secondly, we nurture next gen female tech leaders through our WAY Fellowship. And lastly, we work with filmmakers to make sure that these ideals are proliferated more broadly across society. So if I zoom into how we work with next gen female tech leaders, which I think is really pertinent to your question, we've so far built a community of over 150 young female tech professionals who have come through our fellowship in the hopes of starting their tech careers at the graduate stage, which is where it's the most difficult. McKinsey has reported that there's about a 15% drop-off between young female students who want to go into tech and those who actually land jobs, which of course we know if we don't have enough women at this stage in the pipeline, it has negative consequences down the line. So this is really where we want to work, bridging this gap with the WAVE Fellowship. And of course, we want to make sure we're making them competitive on the job market. And at the moment, it's all about AI. So our fellowship is also very much designed around that. And when we work with our fellows, with our young female leaders, indeed, we hear a lot of the skepticism because of the news, because of their own experiences. And for us, what's important is not to just kind of brush it away and say, no, AI is this huge opportunity, you should just grab it with both hands and it's going to, unlock all of these productivity gains and XYZ. I think it's important for us to first validate that their concerns are valid. And so we kind of start off by saying, yes, there are biases, there are risks of misinformation. So we kind of set the scene to say, you're not wrong, your intuition is going in the right direction. But at the same time, just as Zara very, diligently said, it's a system that can also be changed, that's based on input. And so after setting the scene of acknowledgement of the risks, it's also important for us to impart to them the agency they have in not only using it, but also possibly changing it for the better, and not just being kind of bystanders to the trends and changes in AI, but really taking on the risks and challenges, being knowledgeable about them, and kind of using them, leveraging them to use AI more usefully. So this is how we kind of firstly make sure that we validate the risks because they are real, but at the same time, AI is here. I don't think it's going anywhere, and young women need to learn to use it and leverage it for their careers.
Yep. Great points. So Ginny, let's switch to you. The tech industry often celebrates this move fast and break things approach to how technology is being built. Women's more cautious approach to AI adoption is being framed as falling behind sometimes. But in a world increasingly concerned about AI safety, isn't that caution exactly what leadership looks like?
Absolutely. First of all, everything you just said. And I mean it. Panels are boring when everyone agrees, so I'll find some tension in here somewhere. But I couldn't agree with that more. And so I'm at Microsoft, and my big boss Satya made some news here this week, saying something that to me sounded really obvious, which was essentially people won't use our tech, won't use AI if they don't trust it, don't trust us. And that if we really want to sort of win, I'm sure you've heard a lot of framing about this being a race or a battle or whatever you want to call it. If we want to win, then we need people to use our technology, and they're not going to use it if they don't trust it. And that could not be more true than for women, because women are naturally skeptical of something that they see could harm them or their families. And so I do think that is leadership. Some examples, I speak to a lot of women, say in the journalism industry, who are very concerned about the way that AI is being used to depict women in public office or in political spaces, or who are publicly facing such as themselves, and using it to remove their clothing, right? The deep fakes are something that people talk about a lot. A lot of politicians talk about it. They're very concerned that they are going to be deep faked and people will not believe them. Deep fakes of politicians is about this much of what we actually see out there in the real world as far as who's being deep faked. It is primarily women. It is primarily pornographic in nature and is almost entirely not consensual. And yet the conversation tends to revolve around a few male political leaders who are concerned that it's going to make them look like they said something that they didn't. Not to take away that concern, because that's an important part as well. But women are seeing how they are being treated in this environment, and they're not hearing those concerns echoed by their leaders and by others. And so I think those who are standing up, and in fact, I'll name someone who might be surprising to you who's actually taken a stand on this issue, which is Melania Trump. And that's probably because she is one of the most depicted in this way, right? And she took a stand in the US and stood behind some legislation, some of the only legislation on AI that actually passed in the US, which was called the Take It Down Act. And it was essentially giving victims of deepfake pornography the ability to get it removed from other platforms by doing it easily, gives them kind of some way to respond and react, because before there wasn't a lot that they could do. There's a lot more that can be done in this space, but it's an area that I do think we're starting to hear women on a leadership level stand up, and that is true leadership. And I don't think tech companies should be moving so fast that they don't stop and consider what it's going to take to earn the trust of half the world's population.
So do you think, just as a follow-up question, that women truly recognize their buying power, that they actually don't have to, be a victim in this case? What can women do, with respect to lobbying and helping to get behind those who are trying to make a difference in this space?
I would say I think people underestimate the impact of civil society pressure on companies. I lead our human rights work at Microsoft. And so I spend a lot of time working with stakeholders in civil society who are concerned about either something we're doing or something that they don't have enough information about. And so they feel like we haven't been transparent enough, so they don't know what we're doing. And those conversations actually lead to changes. When we hear from stakeholders that they are concerned that we are not doing, something in particular, we will go back and we will take a look. And sometimes we'll have a new transparency report, or maybe we'll include new statistics. We'll engage closely with those groups. So creating sort of associations, getting together in groups and talking to the tech companies or whatever companies you're dealing with, that has real impact. The companies do listen because, again, it is in their best interest to. Yes, they want to build a better product, but they also have reputational and brand concerns. And so that kind of pressure does work. It does create a dialogue, and you do see change through it. It's not easy. The first meeting doesn't necessarily lead to a complete revamp of a product. So you need to have sort of appropriate expectations, but you will see iterative change over time. And I do think women are starting to gather in those ways.
So that grassroots effort, the connectiveness that we're so good at doing, is something we should be leaning into. So Ginny, my next question is actually for you, and it's building on what Hilda was saying. And this is really speaking to how we address legitimate barriers through informed interventions. So getting women comfortable with the technology, but also how we can shift and move it in our way. So research shows that targeted interventions can triple women's AI adoption rates, but intervention can mean many things. What does an informed intervention actually look like? And, compared to well-intentioned programs that don't actually move the needle?
Right. I'll start by acknowledging there's a lot more work to be done here. As AI continues to change, I think the way that you teach people to use AI or to learn about it will also change. I'll say, though, that you'll find that Microsoft and a lot of the other tech companies are realizing, again, going to this idea of diffusion and winning their race, that it is important that people actually use the technology. And so through that incentive, you're seeing a lot of great curriculum coming out and some real trainings that are having impact. And they are targeting different communities. Because the reality is, you don't train someone in the Middle East on the use of AI in the same way that you would teach someone in Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? So we are seeing that sort of differentiation in the way it's done. And the same thing goes for different groups. You'll show that women probably will learn differently. And we're starting to see this like one size fits all training and skilling programs are starting to become more specific and targeted to their communities. A great place to see that is on LinkedIn. There are all sorts of LinkedIn learning categories where based on your interests, you can learn how to use AI in a very specific way. So I think there's progress, but I also recognize that, it's not perfect. One area where I'm seeing a need and that we're starting to see more of this in is with teachers. We want teachers to teach children. That is their job. AI is making that very hard. A lot of teachers aren't sure what to do with it. They don't know if they should just not touch AI or if they should teach them how to use AI. There's worry about cheating. I'd say that's an area that we've really invested, is trying to work with teachers unions and teachers groups around the world to ensure that they have the skills they need because they're the ones that are teaching the children.
Very interesting. So Hilda, you're designing interventions for women who face compounding barriers. Those might be economic, geographic, cultural. What's the most underestimated barrier that funders and technologists keep overlooking? And if you had unlimited resources for one intervention, where would you put them and why?
Wow. Okay. So unlimited resources. I really like this question because I think when I look at the landscape generally, and also going back to my experience working both with incumbent leaders and next gen leaders. I think there are a couple of forces that are running here. I think on the one hand, I've seen directly how there is kind of a deprioritization when I think about the future of leadership, which is very close to my heart. There's a deprioritization of firstly, hiring young people because of AI. AI is kind of removing the bottom, these entry-level jobs. So not just for female future tech leaders, but all young people in general. And of course, for young women in particular, that kind of compounds on them. And so for me, having some conversations with, potential partners that tell me, what you're doing is great, but at the moment, we just don't think we can put resources behind getting more juniors into the company. So that worries me, and I think that's underestimated within the conversation of the race and who gets there first and the geopolitics of it is what happens to this generation of young leaders. Where do they go? And I've been following the conversations with DeepMind and Anthropic, and it seems like, it's going to sort itself out. People are going to adapt and find new trainings, but trainings take a long time, and we know there's a time poverty. So there's this one force that I think is underappreciated just in terms of, where are all these people going to go? I really feel for them. And then secondly, is when I look at the young people themselves, I think it's underestimated how much women and young women in particular already count themselves out before they've even tried to enter the job market or even used AI. They have this sort of psychological barrier in terms of the stories that they're telling themselves that are probably also shaped by the stories that they hear through the media. But this, I think, is such a potentially powerful lever for change for young women and women in general to take back agency. I really love the concept of agency because I believe we all, have the opportunity to be in the, not just the job market, but the market in general and thrive. But you have to believe you can. And I think if you're already counting yourself out, it's kind of, down the line, defeating the whole purpose, and the outcomes from that point aren't great. So I'd say those are the two main forces. The leaders need to take more accountability of young people and young women, but young women too need to kind of, start believing that they can have agency within these trends.
Yeah, and could not agree more. And the research certainly speaks to both those points. You know, the replacement of jobs is definitely a concern, especially the more entry level jobs that are impacting the younger generation and how they build into leaders of the future is an incredibly big concern. And I know it's something that is showing up on the radar of why women are hesitating to actually adopt AI in the first place. And then the confidence gap. You know, what does how do we address that specifically? Zara, there's a risk that addressing barriers becomes a euphemism for making women fit into systems that weren't built for them in the first place. And they weren't built by them either. How do we distinguish between interventions that empower women versus ones that just assimilate them?
Yeah, I mean, a very important question. And, you know, I really agree with this point around agency. I think this question here is a question where we really need to challenge, do women have agency within this space? Because this is not about shifting and morphing into a space where you can assimilate. We need to be able to have agency to be making these choices from the very start, being in the rooms at the beginning. But I think one of the things that's really important with this technology is users shape the output. Users shape what we see. It's a unique technology that is shaped by its user base. So actually, women have agency within this space by using the technology and therefore by pointing it in that direction. I think that's something that's really important to always have top of mind. I think the other thing to say is, you know, ultimately, women, I think, also need safe and brave spaces to experiment. You know, one of the big barriers we find when it comes to AI adoption is women associate it with cheating, and they see it as a shortcut and an unfair advantage. Now, that is a cultural, societal challenge and a really significant challenge that we need to fix because it's, you know, and so therefore role modeling that this is not cheating for a start, role modeling and spotlighting what you can do, I think is really key to this. So there are a couple of parts within it. One is actually to reinforce this agency point. We have agency because that's the way this technology does work. The second is we really need to get closer to resolving cultural and societal challenges. And I think those two things are really critical to start to create systems that work for women as opposed to systems that work against us.
Can I add something onto that? Just because I first heard someone talk about this tension between you're being told to use AI, but you're also being told it's cheating. I had not actually thought of it, and yet I realized I was feeling it in my work because we're being told at Microsoft you should be using AI for all these tasks, and yet every time I do it, I go and I remove those M dashes, right? Because I don't want anyone to look at that email and be like, oh, she clearly used AI. But on the other hand, I'm being told to use it.
Right.
And so I was like, what is that? Yes. Like, why do I not feel like I should be proud that I'm using M dashes? If you guys don't know, AI has a tendency to overuse M dashes, which I used to love, by the way, and it's kind of ruined.
I love dashes, I know.
So unfair to the M dash. But anyways, I think that point is so interesting, and I never thought of it through the gender lens, but you're probably right. Women feel more like they should be,
It's been proven. So Harvard Business School did a huge study, over 100,000 data points within it, and they found that the number one barrier that prevents adoption for women is the association with cheating. And it is, and you can see it. I'm sure we've all experienced that. And so I do think this reframe around co-creation, this is not about us surrendering, you know, our agency to a machine. This is about co-creating with something that is, you know, this super technology that's adding IQ, you know, why wouldn't you co-create? And so I think that shift is really important around co-creation and surrendering agency.
Now, something I think we need to also be careful about is putting all women in one big bucket. And so when you look at other studies like Edelman's Trust Barometer for 2025, it actually saw that younger women do trust AI more. And it is as you get into older and older generations that's where that trust level really drops. But also there's trust issues with, you know, amongst men as well. So just having a bit of looking at all of these different data points carefully, I think, is incredibly important. So now I want to switch the conversation to thinking about, taking these concerns really, there's the concept of feminist leadership and thinking about, what it means to be a feminist leader, and also juxtapositioning that on top of how we position women as architects of ethical AI systems and letting us really own a new space potentially. So Zara, I'm going to come back to you again. And, architect implies real power, not consultation, not feedback, but decision-making authority over what gets built and how. What structural changes are required for women to actually hold that kind of power in AI development?
So I think a couple of things here. I think the first thing is, Sarah, you mentioned feminist leadership, and it's something, I think about a lot in my role at UN Women. And interestingly, the values within feminist leadership are around collaboration, they're around accountability, openness, diverse perspectives. I think these are really missing from they can be missing within this story around AI, and there are gaps within that to solve for. I think the other thing to add is when we think about that cultural challenge, it's a non-tech challenge. And so I think, for women being architects of this technology, I also think that we need to have longer, wider tables of policymakers, of, experts around change management, ethical use of technology, multi-skills to really be part of this conversation. And I believe that that's really critical. I think that's really critical for your very important question, Sarah, on what feminist leadership represents and how we can make sure it's also more representative at this table.
Super interesting. Ginny, Microsoft has made public commitments to responsible AI. How do you ensure that ethics are integrated at every level of AI, and that ethical roles carry real authority rather than becoming a rubber stamp?
Sure. Well, I mean, I said this on a panel earlier, so if any of you heard me, sorry, but I am a person that traditionally hates process for process sake. And anytime there's a problem and someone on my team is like, let's build a process, I get frustrated because I'm like, if you build 4 more forms that people have to go fill out, are we like actually solving the problem, or are we just making people do busy work? And I say that because when it comes to the way that we've constructed our responsible AI, we've built a very thoughtful framework and process that actually helps our products build better and faster. And so I think a lot of the time we're having to ensure that the engineers and the business team recognize that it is an accelerant for them, that it is not a hindrance. I think we have a strong framework. We've been working in responsible AI for a very long time. I have colleagues who, had a title. One of my peers is the Chief Responsible AI Officer, and she's held that title for like 8 or 9 years. So well before we were really living in a time where people were thinking about responsible AI as a thing. So the foundation's been set. The way that products have to go through before they release, if they have an AI component, which these days almost all of them do, they have to go through a process within the company where they have to check off and make sure that they have followed these standards that have been set out by our team. And if they haven't followed the standards, or if they have a concern, it gets escalated to another team, right? I mean, you can imagine the way that the process is built. But while it's hard to say that you can ensure anything in this space, what we have ensured is that the business team knows what they're supposed to be doing. There are resources and teams available to help them if they're not sure how to do it. And in the end, we have a partnership with the business where they see, as we're working on it, they're seeing that we're accelerating it and making sure that when their product goes out into the world, they're not going to have to pull it back because of some disaster that happens around a responsible AI issue. And we really haven't yet had any of those really major challenges because they're going through a framework for your business that they have to go through. So it's not a really sexy answer. It's not super fun. It's just very much like this is how you get things done and make sure that the teams are paying attention.
Well, but it is also ultimately how we make the product something that's more trustworthy, right? And I'm really curious. I mean, me, myself, I've been in technology space now for almost 30 years. We never talked about ethics in software development before. This is really the first time that I'm seeing it, and it's something that I'm now, as the leader of technology at IMD, we're talking a lot about it. So have you had to do a lot of work with your technologists on learning what it means to be ethical in the technology space?
I mean, I'm not in there like giving ethics lectures, but when it comes to specific subject matters, sometimes we do carve out time to explain the why. A lot of times engineers just want the standard, just like tell me what I need to meet. But what we found is where there's the tension is when they don't understand the why behind it. Often if you just say it's legally required, they'll say, okay, like it's a law, I got it, compliance. But if it's not a law, there'll be a little bit of hesitation at times from someone on the team who will say, yes, but you don't understand how much I have to do. Like how I have 10 things that are above the line that have to be, they work on very tight schedules. We have to get this out in, a month or 2 months. Why should your thing, which is not a law, rise anywhere in the top when I have all this pressure on me? And so spending that time to explain the why and the impact, and what I have found is helpful is putting in business terms, which is often getting to, a competitive advantage. Well, our competitor is not doing this, and yet there's this whole group out there that is asking for it. So you're actually opening up a market, and it's a differentiator. That will work. That's not the ethics. That's getting to the competitive nature, but sometimes you appeal to that. And then often telling them, like, if you're talking about something around children's safety, for example, engineers are human beings. Like, they have children, they care. So just because they didn't take an ethics class in college doesn't mean they don't have an ethical core. So you explain to them, like, this is going to ensure that children, when they're on this platform, have a experience that is safe and secure. And you do not have to go much further than that, typically.
Fascinating. Hilda, the women you work with are often positioned as end users or beneficiaries of AI. What would it take to reposition them as designers and decision makers? And what examples can you give where you've got hope that this is possible?
I really appreciate that question, Sarah. And yeah, just building off of what Ginny and Zara are saying, what it's going to take to get young women. So I'm really proudly sitting here representing the young women that we work with. They're going to need more trust. I think the industry is going to have to take a leap of faith and trust that, we need to make these early stage investments in order to see the sort of feminist leadership that we're talking about down the line. As things are changing, and moving very rapidly, that might not be the case if we continue in the way that we are. So on the one hand, of course, AI exposure and training is very, very important to kind of demystify AI as this kind of black box that needs special technical expertise. I think AI is actually an equalizer of opportunities in the right hands. And, really, positioning AI in this way and demystifying the story around AI is critical to doing that. But for us, something that we've also been exploring recently, given the trends in how entry-level jobs are changing, and coupled with the opportunity that AI could have in the right hands, that could also open a huge new pipeline of female entrepreneurs. If you're looking on the job market and you see actually, a lot of graduate roles, internships, entry-level roles are starting to dwindle, taking what's there and taking an opportunity where in the past to build a product, you would need how many people in your team, and you would need all of this experience and technical expertise. And actually, as much as there are risks with AI equalizes that and democratizes the opportunity for people to build. For young people who don't have the experience and expertise, relationships, network, they can use AI tools to create this kind of competitive advantage and bridge the gaps in their own knowledge. There are so many examples with our Way Fellowship in particular. It's a week-long fellowship, and at the end of the fellowship, they present their ideas at the Google headquarters in Zurich, one of our partners, and you'd be amazed of the things that they've come up with in 1 week, which for us gives us a lot of hope, because firstly, it validates that there are these amazing young talents that are being left on the table by the market, firstly. And secondly, too, what they've been able to build with AI. I mean, one of the fellows built a tool for buying and selling secondhand luxury handbags. And she built it and is now launching it. And she did that in a matter of a week with the whole UI and UX done. So yeah, I would say that's what it's going to take, a bit of demystification of what AI can be, and really kind of taking that opportunity to leverage it and not falling victim to the trends.
Yeah. I could see the implications for, female entrepreneurs moving into the tech space, this opening up, like you said, democratizing access and not necessarily needing to be a coder anymore, being able to really build that first minimally viable product is really phenomenal. So I want to move to another area, and we only have 10 minutes left, and this is more about thinking about the AI talent pipeline. And how we support ensuring that the women are there at every stage, at every piece of how AI gets created and deployed and then used. And coming back to Ginny again, the pipeline problem is often framed as getting more girls into tech and STEM. I myself have been on this roundabout now for a long, long time. But women also drop out at mid-career and are underrepresented in senior technical leadership roles. Which stage of the pipeline is leaking the most from your standpoint? And what types of interventions or programs have you seen that really are making a difference?
I think that ultimately comes down to building a strong culture within a company. And a lot of the tech companies realized and are still realizing that there's a point where they start to lose a lot of their female talent. And it is around the time that they start having children. Not necessarily always the same, but that seems to be sort of consistent. And I think it's because it is hard to re-enter the workforce after having gone through a transition where you now have a child at home. And I think in the 80s and 90s, it was just not very easy to make that transition. And so a lot of women were choosing different things. What I have witnessed firsthand, and I know some of the other big companies have done the same, is they acknowledge that, saw that as a loss overall, because there has been, I think we were past the awakening point of the fact that we build better products when we have a diverse workforce, right? You can see times when products in the past have gone out that have clearly not had a woman involved because they wouldn't have gone out if they had. I won't name examples, but we've all seen them. And so there's definitely already an awareness of that, but it's the culture within the companies. And just because some of the big companies do it doesn't mean people who work at smaller and mid-sized companies have that. In fact, I have an experience where when I first started having children, I worked at a very small company, and Europeans will be horrified by this. I had a 6-week maternity leave. And so for my first 2 kids, I was out for 6 weeks. I was back in the office, and I needed to, sorry, gentlemen, I needed to pump during the day, and they did not have a place for me to do it, but they said, you can just do it in your office. And I was like, well, there are no blinds in my office, and there's a window. And they're like, fine, we'll install blinds. It all felt very much like I was putting them out. But I was like, I had a baby 6 weeks ago. I'm still breastfeeding. And I remember going through this experience where I was in my office, and one of the guys made a comment to me in the work room, or in the coffee room, how uncomfortable it made him that he could hear my pump through the walls. And I was like, literally, what am I supposed to do? Go into the bathroom? We didn't even have outlets in there. So this is all, off track, I suppose. But it shows that at the smaller company, there was not a culture. They were not thinking about that they might lose me, that I was talent, that they were turning away because I cared about feeding my child. Meanwhile, when I moved to Microsoft, where I had my 3rd child, it was a world of difference. There were facilities available to me. They had pumping rooms. They encouraged a much longer maternity leave. When I came back, there were networks for me to plug into. And I recognize that a large company has the resources to do that. I don't need a pumping room at my old company. I think I needed the culture that accepted the fact that this is the stage that I was in, and that they were going to be supportive of me and find ways to make it work. I would have been fine with different accommodations. I didn't need the fanciest. But what it ultimately came down to was that culture. And so where is it leaking the most? I don't have the data. I suspect it's always going to be at that stage where women are trying to make that transition. And I think the only way to really replicate or fix that is to build a strong culture that encourages women and provides all the support they need when they come back from that, and encourages them then to also, when they have small children, to be able to spend time with those children. That means a little bit of a change in their schedule and their time and some flexibility. When you build it in, though, you earn some loyalty and some trust, and that's how you maintain that talent.
I think anybody, because I have 4 kids, and I used to have to go into a shower stall that had a bench like this, and it just, that's what we had. That was the facility, and it was something that you were almost shameful about. So that's such an interesting, because I think often it gets framed that it's the technology itself that's driving women away, but the structural impediments and things, just that are kicking them out the door is something that also needs to be looked at. Zara, you've navigated a career from big tech to global development, and I'm curious, number one, the support you received at critical moments in your own career, but also if you were designing a sponsorship or acceleration program for women in AI today, what would be the non-negotiables?
Great question. Big question. Okay, so the first part of the question, what was the most sort of the valuable, the space, the support? I think community, actually. I think community. I think this goes back to the point around culture, really. And I think in those big network environments, culture's really key, but community really makes that culture. Who you're plugged into, who you can go to for support, who's supporting you, who's taking cover. I think those are really important, and they can be replicated outside of big tech. They can be replicated outside of big organizations, but I feel community is really critical. I think what I perhaps missed, the second part of your question, is possibly courage. And I say that because I think at times, and this isn't down to a community at all, I think it goes back to the question around culture. I think at times where things are more challenging, where values are being challenged, I think we need to have this collective courage, really. And community works most powerfully when you have shared values and you're in it together. And so I think, to your final part of the question around what do I think would make, really real success within this space for women, I actually think that combination of community and courage is really key. I think it's really key in the moment we're in right now. We've talked about it a lot within this panel, but, the gap to close for AI adoption for women isn't necessarily a tech gap. It's a culture gap, and I think that is really fueled by the need for community and courage working together.
So, yes. So I'm going to ask a closing question of the panelists, maybe starting with you, Hilda. What's the one partnership or coalition that doesn't exist yet needs to in this space?
I think I'm going to, take the easy route and piggyback off of what Zara and Ginny have said about culture, and particularly something that we're prioritizing at We Bloom is really around stories and narratives. I think that is what is upstream of all of these issues. What are we telling ourselves about where we belong, what we can do, and what is the world, what is the media, what are films and newspapers telling us about that? And I think this, again, another lever that can be really, really fruitful down the line if done right, if we really start to work closely to those who are owning the narrative, who are shaping the narrative, who proliferate it, at mass globally. And this is something that I think I started to really hone into after having kids, actually. I've got 2 daughters at home, and I've seen directly, they're still very young, 4 and 7, but I've seen directly how stories stories are really shaping what they think about themselves, what they think they can do in the world. And that just scales and scales and scales over time. And before you know it, they are teenagers or in their 20s. And the world has kind of convinced them of where they can and cannot go. So really, you know, a coalition that I would love is a coalition amongst global development leaders, policy leaders, tech leaders, and, you know, the media, so that we can also make sure that the stories and the narratives that are proliferated at scale are also consistent with these ideals that we're striving for down the line in other industries. And maybe just to touch a bit on the technical part as well, I think another thing about AI is that, you know, it's kind of, you know, swallowing up coders and a lot of technical roles. So I think we are going to need more of these sorts of, you know, soft skills, emotional intelligence, which for women, we tend to disproportionately be quite powerful in that area. So I'd love to also just end the panel to say that, you know, that could be a reshaping of the narrative, that maybe the AI era is an era for women, because it means that our skills can be more valued in an era where, you know, AI is going to take up all the technical stuff. We're going to need humans, you know, to make decisions with emotional intelligence, and that's where women really thrive. So that's what I'd say.
I can't agree with you more. So I really want to thank these incredible experts for your time and your thoughts and insights, and I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
No way. women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, call me your majesty. I go zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your majesty.
Let me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognized. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
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 Your majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
determination, having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
What's the girls' talk when they get together? Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, write better code, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, call me your majesty. I go zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your majesty.
Let me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognized. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women Hour.
World Women Hour.
World Women Hour.
World Women Hour.
Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity,
Freedom, determination, having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
What's the girls' talk when they get together? Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, write better code, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down. Call me your majesty. I go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your majesty.
Let me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
Determination. Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course, we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, write better code, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, call me your majesty. I go zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your
Let
majesty.
me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women Hour. World Women Hour.
World Women Hour.
World Women Hour.
World Women Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
Determination. Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course, we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, write better code, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, call me your majesty. I go zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your
Let
majesty.
me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
Determination, having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
What's girls talk when they get together? Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, write better code, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, Call me your majesty. I go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your
Let
majesty.
me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity,
Freedom.
Determination.
Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course, we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, write better code, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down. Call me your majesty. I go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your
Let
majesty.
me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
Determination.
Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course, we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, write better code, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down. Call me Your Majesty. I go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Call me Your Majesty.
Let me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
Determination.
Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course, we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, break better codes, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, call me your majesty. I go zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your
Let me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognized. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
Determination.
Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course, we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, break better codes, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, call me your majesty. I go zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your
Let
majesty.
me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
Determination.
Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course, we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, write better code, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, Call me your majesty. I go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your majesty.
Let me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity,
Freedom.
Determination.
Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course, we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, write better code, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down. Call me your majesty. I go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your majesty.
Let me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Woman Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
Determination.
Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
What do girls talk about when they get together? Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, break better codes, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down. Call me Your Majesty. I go. Zoom, 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 zoom. Call me Your
Let
Majesty.
me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Woman Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
Determination.
Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course, we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, break better codes, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, call me your majesty. I go zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your majesty.
Let me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Woman Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
Determination.
Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course, we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, break better codes, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
women lead with power and lead with confidence and lead with influence. Quite frankly, our leadership is the future.
The cardiology community hasn't been very friendly for women.
Telling their stories and giving everyone hope is what I'm here to do.
There aren't many Black gay women in the sports business world.
Bow down, call me your majesty. I go zoom, 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 zoom. Call me your
Let
majesty.
me learn from what happened and the mistakes I made.
The needs of women have been under-recognised. Women's health matters.
I was the youngest person there. I started live streaming on Twitch.
Wherever I am in my journey, it is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
These women are changing the world.
World Women Hour.
World Woman Hour.
World Women 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 Hour.
Your Majesty.
Power to me is knowing thyself, being able to influence behavior, collective action, integrity, freedom,
Determination.
Having the ability to make a positive change in the world.
Girls talk when they get together. Boobs, yes, but also bosoms. Of course, we're gonna think about how to build better buildings, break better codes, and how cute we'd be looking wearing our lab coats. We have only begun changing girl talk to STEM talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Yes, I like the energy. Thank you. So we're going to start with our next session, which is with Women in Tech, about women's health, AI, and the equality moonshot, going everywhere and covering many sectors. So from reactive care to predictive prevention. Sorry, and I would like to invite Dr. Anjali Muller, who's the Managing Director of Sequoia Growth GmbH, who's the moderator. Thank you for joining us today.
Great, and I'm going to be really swift in inviting all my panel to come up together, and that relieved several seats, as people who were standing may have suddenly realized. So I really love seeing the crowds in the back, and I know it's not easy to stand and listen to a talk, but I thank you all for being here with us, and so grateful to my esteemed panelists for making time to be here. I know that some of you have flown in from around the world to do this. Truly grateful.
I was sleeping in the plane a few hours ago, so sorry if I'm not looking very fresh.
It looks wonderful. It's a global summit, and that's what global really means. So I'd love to introduce, first of all, Lavanya Isserman. Lavanya is a behavioral scientist, and she's also the global head of Audiological Care Academy at Sonova. So what does that actually mean? So around the whole globe, both in established and in emerging markets, she is training audiology experts in how to work with patients, and also providing AI training, as well as giving them the latest information on hearing care. Lavanya's work really centers on scalable technologies, and I think you'll see it as we get into the conversation that I know over the years I've learned a lot from her about how nudges and tweaks can really change the way people behave and respond. So I look forward to that. And then I'm really delighted to introduce Annie. So now you already know that Annie has flown in from India to join us today, and we're truly grateful. Annie is the director and the founder of Light, which is the Laboratory for Intelligent Global Health and Humanitarian Response Technologies. And I have to say, as we were talking about the work that you're driving around the globe, Annie, a lot of my work has centered on high wealth countries, and not even those countries, but the wealthiest people in those countries. And I was just truly inspired to hear the work that you've been driving throughout your career, Annie. So the organization, the research lab that she founded in Leeds, is hosted by the EPFL in Switzerland and also the Harvard School of Public Health, and they deploy and validate digital health solutions in global clinical studies. So if you really care about data, if you care about evidence, and you're looking to bring healthcare to new parts of the world, then please do have a look at Light. And then that brings us onto Safia. Safia is the reason I'm here today. Every time Safia phones me up to ask if I will come and support, I'm always very pleased to do so. Safia Agweni is the president of Women in Tech Switzerland. She's also the co-founder of Health Seed, which is a global venture building studio and focuses on scaling health ventures across markets. She specializes in connecting healthcare ecosystems, particularly across Europe and MENA, to accelerate the adoption of prevention-first solutions, which are clinically validated and trustworthy. And not an easy job. I appreciate as well, Safia, all the work you do with companies that are having something highly innovative in one country, but the patient need is somewhere else entirely, and you're really connecting the dots. And I think that's where, in all the years we've worked together, I see you're so good at connecting the dots. How can I help Group A help Group B and find an extra benefit for Group C? I really look forward to your insights today. And then that brings us to Dr. Anne Arts, who's joined us here. She is the head of the Novartis Foundation, and she leads the use of data and digital technologies and AI to transform global health from reactive care to preventative care. So you hear a theme as you go across our panel. She has a strong focus on health equity and women's health. She's also a medical doctor, in case we need one today. I would also say she chairs the Broadband Commission and the Working Group on Digital and AI Health, and serves on the US National Academies of Medicine Commission, which is on healthy longevity. And so really a fantastic panel that we have today. Our panel is going to go into women's health. So I hope that that is an important topic for everyone who's made the time to come. I know that this week at Davos, not everyone's thinking about what it is to live and thrive as a healthy society. But the fact that this room is packed, the fact that we have so many people standing in the back, that gives me confidence that the people who are also watching the streaming session, that we still understand that that's fundamental to our society growing. And there's so many business opportunities in that as well. So the first question that I want to bring to the panel, and Safi, I'd love to pick on you to start off with. So we know that in the field of artificial intelligence, that in 2025, only 30% of professionals are women. But we know that these AI predictions are changing every part of our life. How we receive healthcare, how we receive our financial ratings from a bank, all sorts of things about our life. What do you think that statistic means for us as end users of artificial intelligence when we only have that 30% representation? I'd love to hear what you've seen in your work with women in tech.
Thank you, Angelia. I have to say, I start with saying I feel like I'm really just in such with friendship setup, because these ladies are fantastic, and being together in this panel, we know each other for some time with Anne and Angelie, just getting to know Lavanya and Annie. I bet many of you, lots of familiar faces. It's lovely to be back here. It's the third edition for Women in Tech, partnering with Rupa's fantastic organization. So it's really a pleasure, and it really emotionally, I would say, I think you can hear the emotion behind. So it's a pleasure. Women in Tech organization exists for now 5 years, and it started from nothing. And seeing now the movement, the community of more than 12,000 people is really a big achievement, and nothing would be possible without the fantastic team behind. So kudos to really the fantastic team who made this possible. And and it's funny because I often hear like, you have a great job, you lead Women in Tech Switzerland. But when people know that I do this on a pro bono basis, they're really shocked. So this is really passion. Passion really moves mountains, right? So the work we do at Women in Tech, first of all, is really having women understanding that they are already empowered and they have everything to really make a difference in society. Seeing those low percentage, and actually 30%, is not too bad, because back then, many years ago, I'm coming from tech industry, percentage was so low, ridiculously low, but it's still low today. Now, put this into the healthcare, which is the area I'm working in for many years. Imagine the impact. Health is really the priority number one for any human. Now, seeing women underrepresented there makes me worried. So I think for us, the movement in Women in Tech is not just gathering and connecting, it's great, but it's really equipy those women with whatever they need to make the impact. And that starts thinking, I have an innovation, I have a solution, I'd like to innovate there. I'm a woman founder. How can we support those women starting their business, right? Then how we upskill the women, because technology anyway is everywhere. So how can we, grasp this technology and make a difference? And then let's face it, of course, capital. You have to fuel capital as well. And we know it's a challenge. So having all women empowered is one thing, but it's all then about impact. And that's what we strive really a lot in Women in Tech movement, is to really showing impact. And specifically on the healthcare, and back to the work we do now with HealthSeed, I'm so happy we started that now a few months ago with my co-founders. We came into the conclusion that the low percentage again about startups which are not scaling. They have great innovation. This is needed. There's definitely a market, right? Women's health, huge untapped market, huge unmet needs. And guess what? Big business. Because we're not here to do charity work. We are here to make business and make also those company profitable and VC profitable, right? So there's a lot of business around that, but there's also the huge impact. So really having, supporting end-to-end those innovation to scale, to go into the market, to facilitate the path, regulatory path, clinical evidence, challenge the startup and the owner who's super passionate about their technology, but showing them reality, hey, you need to tap into market, you need to have some key opinion leaders. Just to name few of the challenge is what can make a difference. So being in a position as a co-founder of a venture studio to really make my own and humble part there is what drives me every day.
I love the work that you do in Women in Tech, educating women. And if you happen to have the opportunity to go look at them online, you'll see that there are many events throughout the year where you can connect, where you can learn new things. I also know, as well as supporting the women, there's the change that has to happen within the companies, within the corporations. And Lavanya, I know Sonova is taking this quite seriously. Could you tell us a little bit more about what Sonova's up to?
Yes, I can. Before that, I just want to put out that there will be two hats I'm wearing. My first passion, behavioral science, and you might say, oh, that's nothing to do with women health. There is. And it will come out because I'm very passionate about bringing behavioral science. And the second passion that I will take examples from, as you rightly pointed out, is Sonova. There's a lot of great work happening there, and I think this is a great opportunity to share. So before what Sonova is doing, I kind of want to piggyback on what you said, Safia, because you're right, the 30% is an important number. And there is a lot of research out there that shows that having women in decision-making levels, be it at the board or senior management, has a direct influence on higher quality decisions, which has a direct correlation with better business outcomes. So there is a business bottom line if the right women are brought in the right positions at the right time. So for businesses who are thinking of moving that needle, there is a very clear research-driven, data-backed reason of why it makes a lot of sense to have a more gender-diverse senior leadership. And that is something that the organization at Sonova is seeing as well. Over the years, over the last couple of years, and this is the irony which I find across healthcare, and hearing care is no different. At the front line, the people who actually deliver care at the point of care, 70% are women and 30% are men. But as you go up that ladder of healthcare, that number starts dwindling. And by the time you reach board of directors or senior management, it can go as low as 10%. And that's something we see at Sonova as well. Our numbers are no different from the rest of healthcare. We are a 70-30 split at the front line. So in our points of care, our hearing care centers, 70% of the people delivering the actual care to our communities of people requiring hearing care are women, the ones who really have that daily interaction. And we are trying to move the needle on the top. So there are commitments, social commitments that have been made to move that needle both at the senior management and the board of directors level and at the middle management level. But now, quickly putting my behavioral science hat on, what I like about how they're doing it is they're doing it with intention. What has traditionally happened when there was this wave, we have these waves, right, of let's have diversity, is that we have quotas. And quotas have been shown not to work. But if you do it intentionally, and I think you can talk a lot about that, but what I mean by intentionally is there's a strategy behind it. You're bringing the right knowledge and right skill set to the table. It can actually have a very powerful impact, which is what I see Sonova doing today.
I'm really pleased to hear more and more companies standing up and taking this topic seriously. And I'm very confident they wouldn't do it if they hadn't calculated the business value. I wanted to go into the data and AI part of our work a little bit more. So we all work in an area where you're developing AI models, you're developing digital solutions, and then you're taking them out to patients. And we know that if that data was only trained on data collected in men's health, it's not going to be very accurate for women. And we see this huge unmet medical need for half of the population, for women. So the average woman spends 9 years of her life in poor health. And okay, you might try to think about which parts of her life are that. That's across the whole duration. That's just an average. But it's interesting when you compare it to the statistic for men, because it's 25% higher for women. There's just that longer period in pain, that longer period of suffering. Now, as we are developing now new interventions, new digital solutions, we have to think, how can we address that area where there's a bigger need, but also the areas where perhaps our businesses are already established. And Anne, I'd love to come to you now and hear the insights that you're seeing in your work in this space.
Thanks a lot, Anjali, and absolutely, I'm a big fan of creating the information and the right data so that we know what we are talking about when we talk women's health. And I mean with that women are systematically underrepresented in clinical research. So it goes by itself that the responses, the innovations, be it technology or scientific innovations, are more based on men's data than on women's data. So we as women leaders have a responsibility, I believe, to make sure that all data we collect in our work is separated for women and men, per age, per origin, ethnicity, all of that, because it's so important in addressing the issue you are talking about. Let me take the example of cardiovascular disease. Cardiovascular disease is the #1 killer of women as well. So women have completely different symptoms than men with cardiovascular disease, and may present with a heart attack with very aspecific symptoms. You don't have the typical chest pain. You may have just a little fatigue or a bit of nausea. You are really having very different images if you have a woman in front of you with a heart attack than a man. And that makes that the diagnosis is very often delayed or wrong, and women get worse outcomes in general for cardiovascular disease. And I cannot stand that this keeps going on. We have to build the evidence that we understand what drives cardiovascular health in women, because we know it from our work on the ground with AI for Healthy Cities, where we brought together all the data from the health systems in New York City, Singapore, Helsinki, here in Switzerland, together with all the data from health influencing sectors, be it housing, security, education, income, transportation, food access, you name it. And we identified what are the key drivers for cardiovascular outcomes in populations. Well, women are much more sensitive to these key drivers. They are all linked to your socioeconomic situation, your education level. Social isolation is a very big issue. Single parent families, which are in majority women parent families, are a huge risk factor, specifically in Europe and in the US, for cardiovascular disease. And we don't look at that when we are designing the interventions or the population health roadmaps to address that. So we have a responsibility to build that evidence that we know what we are doing. So, and that is what I have put as a mission for our organization. So we are currently building that kind of insights in our cardiovascular population health roadmaps in major cities. We are in 40 cities around the world, and we haven't focused specifically on women until now. That we have these specific insights, we will devise specific interventions to address the women's need in cardiovascular health. And let me end by saying this isn't a question of a solution for a product only. It requires a systemic change. And a systemic change cannot happen without the right partners. No one can do this alone. So we are building a strong coalition with several healthcare industry players like Bayer. Consumer Health is partnering with us. Yesterday, we announced a partnership with Novo Nordisk, where we are bridging Cities for Better Health and Cardio for Cities, our flagship program at the Novartis Foundation, bringing together all these different partners with insurers, with investors, and with community-based organizations who will implement the change. That is the way forward, and that is how we see this at the foundation as well, both for innovations that are simple interventions and for very complex predictive analytics that drive simulations and predictors in the population.
I mean, I don't know how moved you feel. And I've worked most of my career in the pharmaceutical industry, and I can tell you what a huge step this is. I mean, to have Bayer Consumer Health coming together, to have Novo Nordisk coming together, to have this led on what is not just a new thing, but as you pointed out, building on the years of work that the Novartis Foundation has already laid. Now, Anne kindly sent me some thoughts and some material before we came to this panel, and so I knew she was very passionate about the opportunity in cardiovascular care. Now, I did something a little bit facetious. I asked ChatGPT what it thought the differences were between men and women in cardiovascular care. And it said, if you ask ChatGPT, you are 50% less likely to be recommended to go and seek medical support or help if you're a woman, or if you ask the question about a woman in the way that you phrase the question, than if you ask the same question about a man. So ChatGPT told on itself, said, I probably wouldn't recommend you got any help. Sorry about that. But this takes me then on to Annie, because Annie, I know you've been looking very carefully now as you serve low resource areas and taking inspiration from around the world about how the models are built that are making these recommendations.
Yeah, exactly. It's so important not just to think about the infrastructure, but about the actual tools and what data they represent. We've had a few percentages thrown around here, 30%, maybe it's 25%. How do we know? How do we actually know the representation of women in these tools? A lot of the latest AI models are commercial. They are black boxes, and we don't have enough information and scrutinizability of these models. We have to advocate, actually, for them to be fully open. And this is something that we've been doing in Switzerland here, and very proud to be part of the organizations that have pushed forward fully open models, such as an initiative called Apertus. It's Latin for open. And this is an initiative between ETH Zurich and EPFL here in Switzerland, where they're releasing not only the weights of the model, which is the numbers that represent the words. I mean, who cares? Like, how do you understand? How can you scrutinize that the word cat or woman is 0.2956, right? We want to know where the word for woman comes from. We want to understand how the models were trained, what information it was using. Was it using something that was biased? Is it only 20%? Is it 10%? We need to have an understanding of how the models are built so that we can control them and understand the problem so that we can actually respond to it. And this openness, this transparency, this is why this room is full. People want to know. It matters to us. And we really care about the way that these tools are representing us. And that's important. So I really resonate with all of the discussions that we are going on so far. And I personally believe that a good panel ends in a fist fight, but it's really difficult to disagree, right? But I do have to represent also the academia side. I'll try to make sure that that's also represented, that not everything has to be a product, let's say, that is sold, right? Not everything has to have a return on investment in terms of money. And we need to start recognizing that a return on investment is also just a healthier society, and we can have public goods that are able to scale if we recognize this as an investment. There is nothing more valuable to healthcare than information. As a medical doctor, I know that I can have the most expensive drugs, the most expensive and fancy machines, but if I don't know when to use them, how to use them, or why, it is completely useless. Health is determined by information. And women and the communities, especially in the lower resource settings that we serve, women are pillars of these societies. And we know how to spread information, right? You know it. And if you want to be effective in how to spread this information, you better represent women. It's not about being equitable, it's about being effective. And if you have got healthy women, you have got a healthy society. And if you are targeting women and representing them in how you deliver these tools and include their voice, they're going to start using them. And they're going to start spreading the right information to the right people, and we're going to lift societies up through public good. We don't need to sell things to make sure that they are sustainable. We just need to make them effective.
So for those of you who've, I think so. Let's take a moment. So she hasn't got her fist fight yet, but that was, Lavanya, I think you wanted to add something
I want
to
to add
Annie's
something
comment.
to that. So first of all, the passion is like, like kicking me off the stage. We love the passion. But you know what you said, like use that, like we can talk. You know, that's not a bad thing. Some of the trends are how we are wired as women is such a powerful thing. We tend to be more risk averse. We are biologically trained to be there. There is research out there, we can reference it later, but we look for risks. That makes us a very good person to have at the table, because when we're talking about AI and governance, to have someone who's able to think outside of the box, it's a powerful thing. We socially over time, yes, we were the ones who kind of, communicated, and there was a time that was very important. So there are these, as a woman, we do have certain, the way we are wired, which can actually be a core asset if you were able to bring that to the table.
Thank you. So one thing that you mentioned really caught my attention, which was on the return of investment. And here, with the return on investment, I'll be completely transparent to this panel. It's one of the areas where I spend a lot of time. And it is, Annie, exactly as you say, it's because I hope for sustainability. I hope to be able to persuade my stakeholders that this is how we're going to find a sustainable solution. Some of you may see the talk that was given earlier here today, a panel which was from the financial team. And what I liked very much about that, and was actually maybe one of my takeaways that I'll bring to the health sector, was they talked about, they sit in teams in banks, in financial services, and they're always trying to create new products and new financial products that they can roll out to their customers. But actually, women are far less likely to invest. And so instead, they could just think about how do you take what's already there and make it meaningful and accessible to the women who would then be able to adopt those products. And it comes then to the healthcare sector, cardiovascular care, lots of very meaningful medical and medtech solutions on the market, not designed particularly for women, not always accessible, because if they don't have the opportunity to get the visits from the doctor in the first place, then they can't benefit from them. And so just saying, okay, you've put all of this research in, you're one of the big med tech or the big pharma companies that already exist. How can you now get more out of the investment that you've already made by looking at evidence for expansion to new parts of society? How can you look at the psychological aspect of that, the accessibility of will they take it, will they adopt it? I'd love to come on now onto a third question, which is really the differences we see around the world. So I know that many of you are operating in global roles and then thinking and having this unique perspective on the differences in global healthcare. Here I would start off with you, Anne, and be very interested to know, what are you seeing as you look around the world, as you look in different countries, with the opportunity for data health and women's health in particular?
Yes, the opportunities may be very different, or the responses may be very different, but I believe the drivers in women's health in general, in across diseases are quite similar. But the responses you drive have to be corresponding to the local priorities. For example, in Brazil, in our population health approach for improving or accelerating early detection of cardiovascular risk factors, we have installed screening corners in every health facility because that's a very high traffic venue. There's like thousands of people a day who pass in such a health facility. And so there we screen everybody who passes regardless the reason. And we found mainly women, because women come to the health facilities as a caregiver, as a parent, or as with their parents. They are much more likely to pass in the screening corner. We didn't identify any men. So then we had to do the opposite and say, where do we find the men? We have to go to the football stadia in Brazil, obviously. But in other countries, it is exactly the opposite. You don't identify the women early enough. And in cardiovascular health, early identification of your risk is the key to better outcomes, to a better longevity, healthier, and to avoid that you have an acute complication like a heart attack. So having specific tools and specific places where you can identify the people, the women who have a specific cardiovascular risk factor is absolutely key. And that is very different from New York City as it is in Helsinki, for example. Helsinki is using screening at the school gates because it's the single parent families are the highest risk. In New York, we are going to see how we can reach the minority groups, women groups in better places. In Singapore, we go to the mosques. You have to find people where they are and when they need it. So that is the future of health and care is going to be in your living room, in fact. 90% of the care we will access in a few years from now will be at home. So we have to start developing the tools that address the needs of people at home, and that are the women in general. They are definitely one part at home, but we have to design the tools around that life, not around the health facility anymore. And that is definitely something we should start and accelerate quickly because it's really urgently needed.
It's just a huge opportunity, and I love how local your examples are. It's really this city and this profile and fantastic work. So we can't ignore the fact that Annie is wearing the clothes she just bought on her trip in India. And so these are, I know that the work that you do in Light is really about low resource areas. And yet it's about AI solutions in these resource areas. And what are you seeing then compared to perhaps what I see here, bringing out new AI tools in the German-speaking Swiss hospitals? I'd love to understand.
Yeah, so first of all, I literally was sleeping in a plane in this, so that's it. But I think that there's a lot of similarities. This room is as packed, actually our room's even more packed in the lowest resource settings, where people are really, really feeling acutely their lack of representation. People want a voice in these tools. And we're representing some of the most vulnerable places, such as humanitarian response environments and others. And they recognize the importance to have their voice heard. And they want opportunities to do so. They come in large quantities to our, we have these events where we really are trying to formalize very actionably that exact kind of incorporation of their voice into the tools and allow them to co-design them with their own needs, their own language, and to represent their populations. We have an initiative called MOVE, which is MOOVE, so it's massive, and it has to be massive. These models are huge, right? And you can just imagine the dilution effect of you just putting your little nudge on this massive model that takes so much data that it's actually equivalent to every single unique book in the world. That's how much, literally 130 million books of text go into even the smallest models. How can your little nudge move these models? And that's what we're trying to do with MOVE, massive, open, online validation and evaluation, and to use evidence and nudges, but amplified, to make sure that we can shift the models to represent the places that need it most. And I think it's really important that we use the voice of people, and we don't expect them to understand AI. We don't expect them to understand, differential equations or whatever else. Everyone is their own expert on what they want for their own health. And they ask questions in the way that they understand their healthcare. I had a patient the other day who was 90 years old, and this was in South Africa, and she came to me and she said, "I'm pregnant." I was like, okay, all right. Are you sure about this? You know, where are you getting this from? And she's like, I know I'm pregnant. I'm absolutely pregnant, and she was convinced about this. And then when I dug deeper, she told me, no, it's not like that kind of pregnancy. It's in my knee, right? And so she had a swollen knee, but the words that she is using to describe what she was feeling, that's what it meant to her. These are language models. We represent our health care in the way that we understand it, and we need to respect that. These are next word predictors. What is the next word? Most likely word, really. What is the next most likely word? What to do with pregnancy and knee? We need to respond to these kinds of questions. We need to understand how people understand their own healthcare and get their voice into the model so that we can give them meaningful responses, regardless of their background, education, or understanding of their own healthcare needs. And people want it. Yeah.
Thank you. Safia, I know that this is a topic where you've seen a lot, both in your work looking at personalised healthcare, which has been a long career of yours, and now in your today's work. How are you seeing healthcare across the world?
Thanks for asking, because I was like, I want to react to that. I'm native from Africa. I've been observing Africa really evolving now. And I think I really hope we start to change a bit the narrative. You go there and you see what's happening, the opportunities, the creativity, innovation, best AI school. We had the AI summit recently in Rwanda. There is a lot happening, and as a country like Switzerland, we can learn a lot from that. This first thing. The second, the population, we know that. Talents, young generation. We're going to suffer a lot from that in Europe and other parts of the world. So saying like, okay, we go and represent this whole population, fine, but they are figuring out this now themselves. And there's a lot happening. And in the world of capital flowing, in directions here and there, we are trying to really drive more capital in Africa. And I'm sorry to say, but unfortunately, we can't still use the narrative of, go do this good, AI for good and everything, all great. But in reality, in the capital world, it's really difficult when you sit in, when funders are sitting in front of VC to get money, right? Yeah, okay, you can go and claim some grants and funding and Gates Foundation, just throw money on women's health, that's great. But we need to really also empower those people, say, you're going to do good and you're going to do business and you're going to build wealth. So I think this continent, observing now Africa and being there now and also seeing how we can really move the needle there, they are really figuring out. And I think there's a way, and back to what you said, Anne, earlier, partnership, collaboration. It's going to be really critical. Now, looking into Middle East, it's the same. We often hear, there's lots of capital there, but they're figuring out also themselves there how they can serve their local population. So bringing solutions from Switzerland and thinking, I'm going to go there because there's capital, it's a wrong thing. You have to figure out, you have to understand, do your homework, as you say, understand local population, make the case that you're bringing something unique and build it for the local population, then you might get a good here and they're going to listen to you. So that's what I've been observing in this particular market.
I wanted to take just one comment on that, because we have such an experience, fantastic experience with that. We run a health tech hub in Africa, the first health tech hub in Kigali. It was a Pan-African health tech hub with local entrepreneurs of building solutions for local problems. And we always made sure that at least half of the entrepreneurs housed in that health tech hub, this was in a Norsken house, were women entrepreneurs. And I cannot tell you how different the response is from investors when you have a woman or a man entrepreneur. Even if the ideas are equally valid and good, we brought them into connection with all the investors, but it is really difficult because the single thing that the investors first ask them, what is your exit what have been your exits. And if you are a young entrepreneur, the innovation power in Africa is incredible. I do agree, we will learn from there, and even more so from China, by the way. But if you look at how difficult it is to attract that investment, we need to take another loop there. In the US, I just learned today that they are looking at exits across the different categories, because they have said women's health doesn't get any exit. No one is interested in investing, because the good solutions that have brought billions to the table in acquisition or investment were categorized under diagnostics or molecular diagnostics. They were not sitting under the special front of women's health. So we have to be very careful about all of that and help the women entrepreneurs specifically in low and middle income settings. We really need to support them. As all women here, we have to make that our mission, I believe.
And I'd just like to add on that, because I want to make sure that people don't conflate global good and public good with me being a hippie. All right, I'm really, you know what I mean? I don't mean, but what I'm saying is, it's not one or the other. And I think that's really important. People need to understand that there is a place for public good in the whole process of empowering people, including through capital investments. There's a place for neutrality, for real evidence that can be trusted. We need an unbiased space as well to understand that if any of these tools that are being created by startups, are they actually impactful? Says who? Based on what? Exactly. And so what we are doing with our MOVE initiative, as well as others, is just building that space, that academic neutral space, where anyone, we don't care which startup it is or which company it is, it could be OpenAI, it could be anyone. We just want to make sure that we're moving away from this kind of AI evangelism, where everyone and their granny is coming with a startup, right? Going, we're the best. And governments are getting overwhelmed by this noise. And it's fragmenting the space, and we're not feeling the power of our majority, actually, because everyone is fragmenting. And if we can just find a space where they are held accountable to their claims of impact, people will start learning from it as a community, and all the models will get better. And this kind of continuous learning through neutral feedback is something we have to invest in. And global good and public good tools and initiatives are part of the success of a return on investment. They're essential, as you said before. Like, a lot of things just aren't profitable. I haven't heard of any company or startup going to a war zone and going, woo, money to be made here, right? That's wrong, actually, to do that. And there's space for humanitarian response, and it needs to be represented. And so I just think that it's important that we actually invest in public good as a startup, because without that runway to show people how valuable it can be, no one will invest in it. And there's a gap, and that gap needs to be invested in as part of a startup or company's journey.
Yeah, and I think many of us in health have seen that time and time again. We're building on, for instance, data infrastructures. We're building on networks. We're building, I think, on benchmarking, as you highlight, that has been driven by NGOs before us. We're slowly coming to the end of our panel. And so I wondered if each of my four panelists could, in a concise sentence, otherwise we'll get that fist fight, which is them kicking us off stage, tell us what they're optimistic about. We've talked about some heavy numbers here, but what are you optimistic about? And Lavanya, I'd love to hear.
I can go first. I'm optimistic after hearing a lot of your conversations, because at the end of the day, a lot of what you're doing is coming from you. And what I keep reminding my team as well is, at the end of the day, AI or not, there is always a human at the receiving or the providing end. And as a human, you have the ability to influence. So that's my behavioral science hat on. As my hearing care hat on, March 3rd is World Hearing Day. So take your women hearing care in your hand and go get your hearing tested, because it's never too early or never too late to do that.
March 3rd, everyone.
March 3rd.
Annie, what are you feeling optimistic about right now?
I love that people are seeking evidence. The hype is receding, and people are saying, Show me that it works. And there's nothing more powerful than evidence. And we can learn from it. And we must remember that AI was machine learning. And it can be continuously learning. And if we are demanding evidence, we can continually improve tools to make them better suited to our own needs. Yeah.
Fully agree.
Well, I'm an optimistic person, so easy for me to answer there, even though we have still a long way to go, lots of challenges in the world these days. I would say I'm optimistic for to build on Lavenia's words, the people. We are the ones who make really a difference as people in this world of technology. And as Women in Tech movement, it's all about people, it's about advocacy, and it's about partnering and joining forces. So continuing building on that and take an action really as a takeaway from here. Think as a founder, as a corporate executive, as an entrepreneur, as a VC, whatever role you have, executive in your role, think of what you can do really to continue making the impact that we want to have in this society and move the needle when it comes to women's health and beyond in the health innovation, because we have technology to do that, but it's really going to be back to us as human, what we do about that.
I really think so. So you're getting some to-dos from Safia there. And I'll quickly tell you what I'm optimistic about. That collaboration you mentioned, because I know from having worked in the pharma industry that what it means to bring these giants together. So, but I'd love to hear now, what are you optimistic about to close out our panel?
Thank you, Anjali. I'm very optimistic to bring it back to the title of the panel, that we currently we have the science, we have the data, we have the technology to now make this urgent transformation of our health systems from being these reactive care systems waiting for people to get sick before they look at them, to become proactive, find people with a risk factor or with an early disease as soon as possible, to become predictive. We have the predictive analytics and the tools now to be able to predict disease. And then we can become preventive so that we create true health systems that keep people healthy. And I'm very optimistic we are close to getting there.
Thank you. Please thank my panel. So I think that there is a short break. I'm making eye contact. Yes, I think you get to enjoy your short break. We're here if you'd like to talk to us. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussion.
Finish at like 4 in the morning, like we finish up at partying with tequila at the end. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Not to do.
4 in the morning, well done.
I'll show you a finish.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. You know Monica? No. But you're gonna educate me. Monica. Okay. I trust you, Dr. Chris. Yeah. Line of Just Chris.
Okay.
Hello everyone, I'm happy to be here. My name is Wana Oprea. I'm a youth leader for World Woman Foundation, and I'm very happy to introduce to you the next panel. This panel is called Women in Tech, the Future of Work and Equality Moonshot from Disruption to Design. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Chris Lupkerman, Head of Strategic Foresight Hub, ITH Zurich. Thank you.
Very welcome.
And enjoy.
Thank you very, very much. And welcome, everybody, and thank you for choosing to be here with us. My name is Chris Lupkerman, and I have the pleasure and the privilege of being the head of the Strategic Foresight Hub at the ETH in Zurich, which, for those who don't know, it's one of the top 10 universities in the world, the most interesting university you have never heard of. And my job is to help make sure it stays in the top 10 over the next 10 to 20 years. I'd like to have one comment before I go. You know, I found the previous panel fascinating. For me personally, I already learned about heart attacks as different manifestations for men and women, which I didn't know. So I'm grateful for learning that, because women are half of my life as well. So I think that's really, really wonderful. And I wish more men knew this. They're the ones who need to hear it too, not just us in the room. So today, our topic, future of work and the equity moonshot. The term moonshot is a real interesting word. It reminds us that real progress does not come from incremental change alone, but from bold ambition, serious systemic thinking, and courage to rethink how, in this case, work is designed, governed, and experienced. As AI, automation, and platform economies reshape labor markets, we face together a very critical question. Will the future of work deepen existing inequalities, or can we intentionally design it to expand opportunity, inclusion, and human potential? It's been a long day already. My fourth one. So it's really, I am so pleased to be here with these three amazing humans. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves because they can do a much better job of that than I can. And so to my far right, Ayumi.
Hello.
Go for it.
Go for it.
What does everybody in the room need to know about you that's relevant for today's conversation?
Well, lots of things, especially that I'm the founder and the president of Women in Tech Global, and we're all here because we know that we need more women in technology, we need more women on decision-leading positions, and we need more feminine and innovation and creativity everywhere.
Here,
so
here.
this is
Yes.
why I'm here with Women in Tech.
Yes. Great. Thank you. And next to you is Matt in the middle. Same question to you. What's relevant about you for today's conversation?
All right. Well, thanks, Dr. Chris, for a warm welcome. I'm Matt Madrigal.
Just Chris.
I like Dr. Chris, though. Okay. Anyway, okay. Dr. Chris.
All right.
Matt Madrigal, I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Pinterest. What's relevant for this conversation is the best engineer in the family is my 22-year-old oldest daughter, Lily. So I have a 22-year-old and a 17-year-old daughter. So this is not just relevant to our business, but me personally as a dad.
Awesome. I really appreciate that. That's beautiful. And Gurula, a colleague from the ETH, what does everybody else in the world need to know about you that's relevant for today's conversation?
Okay. I think mostly that I'm a work and organization psychologist, and I chose very deliberately to go into whatever the bears, the tigers kind of room of lots of engineers, because I feel technology changes work, and if I want to make work better for people, for women, but also for men, for everyone, then I need to talk to these people.
Yeah, this is really wonderful because you've seen many waves of technology innovation and technology introduction, right? This is what's interesting to me. And Matt is the CTO of Pinterest. It's quite interesting to hear from you. But I'm going to start with our wonderful colleague far over here. Now, in our prep chat,
Yes.
you
Yes.
yes, you said something which I found quite fascinating, and sort of contrary to what many seem to say. And it says you said that AI is going to be wonderful for women to thrive. Tell us about this.
Absolutely. Well, we can always see the glass half empty or half full, and I always say half full because I'm positive in nature. But I really do think that AI is going to be wonderful. It is being wonderful right now because it gives women time, gives women back time, and gives women back the tools, and also the tools to become more entrepreneurs. And the example I was giving you in our talk was, in Africa, over half, so 56%, I think, of the entrepreneurs are women. And I think it's the only place in the world, the only region in the world where we have more women entrepreneurs than men. But they are small entrepreneurs. That means that the companies are quite micro companies, 1 to less than 5 people. And giving them the chance to have AI, you can have a whole team, right? So they can also go to market much faster. They can try things much faster. They need to have less money to start a company. You can have your website, and you can have your business unit, and you can have the decks done, and so many things you can do with AI just with a woman by herself. The other thing is giving back time. So that the women can concentrate on real things, relationships, the family, and even if they don't have the family, so many things they care about, doing their sport, doing their creativity, doing their leisure. Time is something we can't buy, So if you have an AI to give those tools and to give that power for women to be able to thrive, to build their companies, to be independent, to make money, to be independent financially, I think this is the best possible thing ever.
That's great. That's really great. I want to ask the room, how many of you see this? How many of you agree with this? How many of you are a bit skeptical? A few. So it's overwhelming agreeing to that. That's quite fascinating. So, Matt, I know you told me in our prep talk that a very large percentage of your participants in Pinterest, in the platform, are female. Tell me about that and how you see this question of women in Pinterest.
Yeah, well, first of all, I totally agree with what you said. I think this is the best time ever for women to come into technology across many domains, whether you want to be a product manager, maybe a designer, or an engineer, because I think with the tooling available now, if you have an idea, you can actually build it yourself. You don't necessarily have to have a computer science degree, because and I think that lowers a lot of the barriers. And for us at Pinterest, we have our user base is almost 2/3 women, and so I always have the aspiration where the teams that build the products have to reflect their users, and so that's a big emphasis for us as we think about scaling our teams, not only globally but with an emphasis on hiring great women, great AI talent into the organization.
Okay, and Gurula, you've seen multiple waves of this. This has been your passion, is to understand the evolution of work. So how do you see this when we hear this is going to be a bonanza? What do you think?
Maybe I'm a little bit more critical about that.
Well,
but I think on the positive side, we keep talking about, kind of skills that women tend to have more than men, and that they hopefully, keep having them. And I think that those skills are actually a lot of the skills we also say cannot be automated, because it's more about emotional skills. It's about emotional skills. It's about, we heard earlier, which I loved, tell a woman somebody and then something and then the world will know it, right? So we are good in communications and in relationship building. And I think this is all stuff that we know is much harder to have technology do, but technology obviously can help us do it. So in that sense, I think there is really opportunities. Another opportunity to me is also that women tend to be still, I think, in lower skilled work a lot. And if tools are used right, then you can help women upskill. And you mentioned that, I think, a little bit also. We've done research around nurses, for instance, and how if they are supported by tools that they can, start doing stuff where medical doctors might say, no, nurse can never do that. Maybe finally hierarchies in healthcare will change a little bit. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that for the moment.
Okay, that's really good. So I hear that, and I was at a breakfast this morning and heard an executive from one of the global consultancies saying, a woman was saying, she now, through AI, feels much happier at work because her tasks, which used to be tedious, go by much quicker. So now she's doing more art, more music, and just is basically a happier human.
Absolutely.
So it sort of confirmed what you said this morning, and I'm not sure. How many of you in here are using AI right now? And how many of you code with AI? Just a few fewer, yeah. How many of you consider yourself experts in AI? Ooh. Novices? That's interesting. It's an interesting smattering to see how that goes and where it goes. And so I want to stay with you. You're working a PhD right now.
Yes.
And you were describing how you're looking at gender bias in the algorithms. So tell us a little bit about that and what you're seeing and what you're finding.
So as part of my doctoral research, I did a paper on, it was a quantitative paper for gender bias in AI on large language models, where we examined different large ChatGPT, Gemini, I can say the names, Claude, and even GenSpark. And we prompted 10 very, very simple questions and analyzed the answers. So, for example, 10 questions. So, what does describe a nurse taking care of a patient, for example? Or what does a CEO look like? I must say this it was a year ago, so the algorithms change very quickly. So the result I'm going to be giving are those from a year ago. And we did that, so for each one, we did 50 times the questions, for the same question 50 times, so that we can analyze the different answers. And we did it across, so these 10 questions 50 times, and we did it across different days. And we also did it over 5 different languages to see if there was a change in the results according to the language. So we use English as a neutral language, like what does the CEO look like? And then we put languages like Portuguese, Russian, Arabic, German, which are gendered languages, right? So they've got male or female. And so for we found there was 75% of bias for everything that was powerful positions to men. And some of them, for example, for what does a nurse look like or describe a nurse taking care of a patient, 100% across all languages and across all of the models, it was depicted as a woman every single time, 100%. That means that for all the caregiving, jobs and activities, women are there. For the very high political, high power, also mostly biased by men. And then what I did find interesting is that for science doctors, it was more biased for women.
Yay!
Yay! That was the only one. That was the only one. But once again, those were the results of about 1 year ago. And also gendered language, they have much more bias than things. And the language that had most bias, I think it was Russian.
I'm not quite sure if I should comment on that. That's sort of so fascinating. What for me would be quite interesting if we did repeat that experiment today, because we know they're being trained so fast. This is like 27 generations in a year or something like that. I'm not sure. And I know, Matt, you've mentioned 70% of your user base, or probably 2/3 approximately. Is so. How do you see the gender bias in what you're doing with Pinterest? With the algorithmic side, like the tech side, not necessarily the user side.
Yeah, I think if you take a step back and look at where you see AI manifest itself in maybe not so positive way, you see a lot of that in social media today, where a lot of the platforms are much more tuned for attention, time on site, which is not great for mental health. And so at Pinterest, we take a different approach, which is we tune for positivity. And we build our models with safety first in mind. So that's
what do you mean you tune for positivity?
Yeah.
That sounds cool, but what is it?
Yeah, well, I think the simplest way I can say this is one of the best compliments I've ever received from one of our Pinterest users was a Gen Z user. And she told me, you know what, Pinterest just gets me. And I go to Pinterest because it's my oasis away from the toxicity of social media. And so when you come to the platform, you will see inspirational content. We have, the reason why we build our own models and tune open source models is because we have more fine-tuned controls of the types of content that we put in front of our users. And so we're not optimizing for time on site. We're optimizing for helping our users take action in real life, whether it's maybe planning like a home office redesign or the boots I'm wearing here in Davos. So these are all things that are common use cases why people come to Pinterest.
Okay, I like that's interesting. Let me ask here: how many of you have a Pinterest account? All right, let me ask you.
I like seeing that.
How many of you don't?
All right, we'll talk after.
There's still time for you. Yeah, there's still. It was interesting for me when I was talking to Matt as sort of a prep for today's call. I kind of remembered in my. I had to ask him, what does Pinterest do? And I said, oh yeah. I remember I remodeled my house, and I worked on that. Like I actually went back and I was collecting images from my kitchen and from my bathroom. So, but this was a while ago, and so I have been on there, and it was interesting to me how wonderful it was. And then I got sucked into it again, looking just recently, but it was wonderful. It was a good.
It was positive, right?
Yeah. It was
okay.
Good.
It's true. I never thought of it that way. That it was a positive thing, but it is true. I really enjoy Pinterest.
Yeah.
It's
I'd like to hear that.
Yeah, okay. Okay, enough on the Pinterest advertisement there. Okay, we'll stop on that one.
No, there isn't.
We can keep going with this.
We're gonna stop on it for a minute because, okay. But in all seriousness, what's interesting is on this side of the gender bias and you're almost biasing towards positivity. And I'd like to come to Gula when we're thinking about the future of work and bias and how to counter bias. What do you see, and how can you give us some ideas about things that one can be doing to counter bias that you've seen that has been working or has not worked?
Okay. I mean, first of all, I think we will never get rid of biases. I mean, they're with us. I mean, they're part of how we work as humans. I mean, we have all sorts of preconceived notions about all sorts of things. And one really also has to think about that overall we live reasonably well with that. So, I mean, we usually talk about stereotypes being a bad thing. I mean, they are in many ways, but at the same time, I mean, when you look at what's the function actually of that is, I mean, to try and orient ourselves in the world fast. And I mean, we might do this wrongly or rightly so, but I mean, it's not only, otherwise it wouldn't be there. I mean, evolutionary, we wouldn't have stereotypes if stereotypes wouldn't help. I mean, for better or for worse, right? So that's, I think, the first thing. I mean, it's not about unbias. I think it's what you can do is just become much more aware of your own biases. And have systems in place that confront you with your own biases. And in that sense, I think actually all the AI systems, when we always say they're no good because they're biased, right? I mean, they learn on historical data, so they learn our biases. But then the question is, how do we actually use them? And I mean, a lot of times people kind of juxtapose accuracy and fairness. And then usually it's the question, for instance, do you put gender in a system that will select people for something, right, where we know, or race or whatever, right? But if you were to use those systems to confront ourselves with our own history, that's actually very good, right? I mean, we wouldn't then afterwards have the system used to select who gets a loan or who gets a job or who gets parole, right? But to use very deliberately these systems to put a mirror in front of us could be very good. But I think currently, I guess systems aren't really used in this way. And but I think this whole kind of accuracy fairness discussion that I think we still have around explainable AI, whatever, I think that should be shifted really around what is the purposes and how can we, what tools can we use to learn, be aware of and learn from our own biases and
Okay, so what do we see? I want a slight shift. I want to build on that one and say, okay, so what do we see as the greatest opportunity between our equity ambitions and everyday organizational reality? Right, because we can make a long list of barriers, but where are the opportunities do you see in your parsing in your work to really help us get to the launch pad with the moonshot?
You're asking me.
I'm asking all of you, all three of you. Don't look at me with those big deer eyes. You know, come on now. This is like the crux of the question. What can we be doing to get the next steps going and continue to build momentum, right? Especially in this time of AI. So who's gonna go on this one?
I can start.
Try it. Yes. They both breathed a sigh of relief for a moment. There we go.
No, because I mean, overall, I think, and that really goes to a very macro level, that, I mean, starting with the ILO, starting with labor unions, starting with, I mean, what we fought for workers' rights is in peril right now, I think. So with AI and with anything else, I mean, it's really about, I mean, the ILO is called for the new social contract, whatever exactly that will be. But in the end, this is, I think, what needs to be done.
Okay, there's one.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think that what makes AI at this time, specifically with agents, for example, agents can automate away a lot of the maybe more necessary but mundane tasks that then allow employees, let's say women engineers in this case, to take on bigger, more impactful work. And to me, that's the unlock. And I also think too, just having this discussion is that openly speaking about biases and challenges in the current systems, I think are really important to be mindful of. I'll just tell you quickly, when my daughter went in the workplace as a software engineer, I told her some of the things you have to be mindful of. When you're in a code review, you may be mansplained some things. Here's how I would handle it. And sorry, like, just to be real, right? And yeah, well, sorry, right? Is there some irony in that? I was just trying to get her prepared. And I think a lot of it, though, is like just being able to have the real discussions, I think allows us then to make progress.
That's a good one, too. Okay, I've got two.
So I think we need to use AI, continue in developing, of course, but always be careful at the same time. Because I think people are getting more and more lonely. Today, if you're going to go to your doctor appointment, you used to call, have a rendezvous. And now you have to, fill up a form. And then when you go, you just have chatbots. Doctors now, they just do everything also through many doctors now in France, we can do it online. And it's also like an AI that's doing. So I think people are getting lonely and lonely and lonely. And also using AI so that you can have more time. That's one thing, so that you can have human relationships afterwards. If it continues, I think the psychological stress that is being formed right now. I was speaking yesterday with Professor Johannes. He's a professor in psychology and AI at Stanford and in INSEAD in France. He's saying it's augmenting enormously because people are isolating themselves. And he even said, it was almost a joke, he said, if you want to have grandchildren for the youth today, you better, do something else. Otherwise, you're not gonna have people getting lonely. And then so AI doing all the tasks for you It's removing that human relationship, and we're all animals, social animals, that we need so more today.
So it's an interesting thing to be if we think about it and are aware of it, we can avoid that potentially, right? Because we heard also from others and you mentioned that AI can, and Matt just said it, take away some of the mundane tasks to give us more time to do perhaps more of these human, meaningful tasks, meaningful opportunities, right? So you have to think about in between there, you know.
Yeah. Do you mind if I jump in there, Dr. Chris?
Do I have a choice?
No.
Okay. Go for it.
Yeah. The one thing I want to, because one thing you sparked from our breakfast this morning was, what does the future of work look like for young people? And I want to hit upon this very directly, because the point of view that I have, and I talked to a couple other CTOs who have here, which is, it's a tough job market for young people coming out of college, but I take the perspective of, we got to hire more AI native engineers and folks out of college. And so for Pinterest, for us, we will hire the highest percentage of both interns and new college grads than we ever have before, because they're AI native. They've grown up with these tools, whereas some of us who've learned on other tools, you have to relearn. And so that's something that I think is cause for optimism, in my opinion, for a lot of the young folks.
I totally hear you. I'm a dial phone native.
Also.
Are you a dial phone native too?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, just.
I actually used to just shout.
But not at me.
Okay. Yes, and then I get another question.
No,
I
was just, this whole thing about, what will AI, or is AI, or actually other technologies for that matter, used for? And I guess we always say it's for the mundane tasks, right? But some of those mundane tasks can actually at the same time being these relational bits and pieces, right?
Yeah.
That you automate away. That is kind
This
of
is
the
what I was
classic,
saying too, yeah.
classic thing about the post person coming, right? And now they're just efficiency driven. They don't talk to anyone anymore. So yes, I can be lonely, and I used to talk to the post person, and now I don't anymore, and vice versa. Yeah. So you make some of the work actually more meaningless through that also. So I think that, being more careful about what mundane actually means and what efficiency and then effectiveness means, I think is very, very important in making these kinds of decisions.
That's a really, really, really good point, especially when we're thinking about upskilling. And that's what I want to come to right now. We think about, what does it mean to upskill, and how are we going to be collectively upskilling in this domain? So how do you see upskilling? And I'll start with you, Amy. How are we going to go about this, and how do you see this?
Well, right now with Women in Tech, for example, we give digital literacy classes, so AI digital literacy, to mostly to the women all around the world, but very focused on the global South, because we think that Africa, there's so much talent. And I've got also, where's Melissa? So here she is. So she's a director for Africa for Women in Tech. And so she could even tell us, they do wonderful work upskilling the girls, the women in South Africa. We have a learning center we're having one in Johannesburg, but we have one in Cape Town, also two in Burundi. And so I think we have already taught more than 25,000 women.
Fantastic.
How to use AI so that they can use it for business, and that they can, for anything, what they want to do. But yeah, we're doing that. So that's on the one side, really on the very low level, I'd say, on the starting level. And then I have another organization, and it's called the Tech Diplomacy Global Institute. And on that side, we are really looking on upskilling diplomats and also CEOs and leadership positions on AI governance, because there is about $2.8 trillion per year that is lost just in fragmentation across the world with the different regulations. So I think we have to be aware also on regulations, how to build together, and what does that mean as well. So for the policymakers, for the leaders, for the diplomats, for government, and also from the public and private sector. So there are different levels of upskilling, of building not only capacity but also capability.
Great, thank you, Matt. How about you guys? So I was on another panel where one of the participants said, we are going to mandate that everybody in our company must upskill with AI. Otherwise, they do it or they're out.
Well, I don't know the doer to the act, that seems pretty, I don't know the context of that discussion, but I do think you have to be intentional about the upskilling. I think you have to state goals. And you also have to, show right now, I think when you talk about upskilling and how AI can help you in your role, so many people think, well, AI is going to take my role. And that, I don't look at it that way at all. And that's where I think the upskilling, and you have to be intentional about it, whether it's providing the right tools, and then also showing how it, being mindful of the types of tasks, but can free up time for you to do other things too. So I think, again, both intentional, but then also reassuring of this is what it's going to get you.
Yeah. So for me, I'm personally thinking about AI as a team member, right?
Yeah.
He or she or they or it, whatever you want to call it, is they're with me in the team.
That's right.
Right. And that's how in my mental map. So what about you, Gurla? How do you see this topic?
I think, again, I go back maybe a little bit, and I find with a lot of IT, it has been kind of weird about skilling, because we get all these tools, we get no training whatsoever. And we get cars and we need a driver's license, right? We don't need an AI license. We don't need an internet license. We don't learn anything. I was kind of assumed that somehow we just kind of do it. And I'm always amazed, really, at computer scientists, how they manage that all these absolutely impossible users, that the systems are as safe as they are. Because so, I think, the message then to me is more, to be more aware of where does it actually need maybe more kind of formal training, where you clearly also tell people, you get time for this. You get resources for this. This is not something you kind of do on your own with your e-learning, actually AI-driven e-learning kind of thing, and we assume that you will do this in your free time kind of thing, right? So if upskilling is meant seriously, then this needs to be an investment, and companies need to show that they're willing to make that investment.
Excellent. So
I think, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think in fact companies...
No fist fighting, though.
Yeah, no, instead of telling them, giving them courses on AI, it's more on the mindset, telling why they should do that, right? On them being curious, on explaining how they're going to be able to, to have so many positive feedbacks and gain time and improve, and why it's important for them to be upskilled every time. And then they can do it themselves. You can ask AI, okay, AI, I don't know how to use it. How do I do it? So you don't need real courses. Sometimes I just prompt and I said, oh shit, that was not a good prompt. How can I do that better? Propose a better prompt. So you self-taught, you teach yourself with AI, and AI, it's an ongoing system. But then you have to realize why you're doing it. So if people tell you, it's like parents and kids, if the parents tell the kids, you have to do this, and they say, oh shit, I don't want to do that. But if they realize it's going to be for their good, whatever, and they enjoy it.
Can I just jump in there? To me, it's not a matter of you have to do it necessarily, but it's about I value that you do it. And that's the point. Right? To give people time to do it, to not expect them to, pick their own resources, right?
Yes.
And maybe they do it on their own, maybe they do it with a friend or whatever, but to just say, this is valuable to the company that you learn this. And that to me is the important message, not in the sense of I force this thing on you, but in fact, companies do, right? But they force it and then give no time. And that's the worst, right? Because then people resent it. Right?
Yeah. Can I jump in real quick, Dr. Chris?
Of course.
All right. I'm 2 for 2 for those keeping score. No. I'll say what we found has worked at Pinterest is we actually have a top level mandate. So I co-chair our AI upskilling program with our chief people officer, because we know it's a balance of both providing the skills, the training, and then also more of the taking our employee base along for the journey, why this is so important, and the benefits we've seen in different use cases, like whether it's through engineering or other use cases. So I think that's the piece that's allowed us to be successful thus far.
Thank you. And I think it's important that it comes from the top, and this also. So 2 things. Let me ask you a final question, because then I'm going to get yelled at because we have to end up soon. I think it's very important that when we're doing this, all of us, if it doesn't work the first time, not to say, oh, that sucks, we're not going to use that again. And this is where very often you have to know that you can ask it to help me be better. And I think that's a really important little barrier, that it doesn't get rejected out of hand, that it needs to be improved. Just like a terrible teacher versus a really good teacher. A terrible teacher, you did terrible. A good teacher said, let's do it again. What question should I have asked you that relates to our topic, the future work and the equity moonshot? What is the question I should have asked you I didn't ask you? So I'm going to start with you.
Oh my God, what question you should have asked me? Well, you should have asked me how my Davos is going. I don't know.
Okay. How's your Davos going?
Oh, it's going great. It's going great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Matt, is there a question I should have asked you I didn't ask?
I think you did a great job, Dr. Chris. But maybe when we talk about AI, I think one of my learnings here from Davos is just really needing to understand or at least discuss the nuance of how AI can help and using examples, because so much of the discussion is quite binary. In reality, it's not binary. It's not always good. It's not always bad. I think it's very use case specific. And we have to talk about the nuance if we want to implement this in a good way.
Great. Thank you. Gurla, what should I have asked you I didn't ask you?
How AI will get better?
Gurla, how's AI going to get better?
By having women develop it.
Amen. Here you go. Here you go. Yes. There you go. And on that note, I'd like to just a very short, I think 100% yes, everyone in the room agrees, and myself as well. For me, there's a mindset, skill set, and tool set. From what I've heard this a couple of times with AIs, the mindset to explore, the mindset to go for it, the mindset to help others, and really to do that. Then there's a skill set. Are you a vibe coder, or are you how do you learn how to prompt? There is a skill set which we need to learn. We had to learn how to do each one of these tools. And the final is that tool set, and how has it become appropriate for each one of our lives? What are the right tools at the right time, and be always willing to learn, find, explore, know that we're never done learning, to be insanely curious. Yeah. And that to me is really the key. So I'd like to thank very much Women in Tech for inviting me to have the privilege of hosting this panel, and I want to thank you, an amazing panel. Let's give them a nice round of applause. And with that, I'd like to say, please drink lots of water. You are at altitude, right? Lots of water, drink water, eat an apple, and walk a lot. So thank you, everybody.
Tropics here, so.
Yeah. It's really crazy. So, all right, everybody, have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, May I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Good? Yes. Hi, my name is Ayati Dashkar. I'm the Global Youth Lead for the World Woman Foundation. That's why I'm here, and I'm going to be introducing the next panel, which is about inner leadership. We spend billions of dollars trying to expand our digital bandwidth and our energy grids, but we're overlooking the most important bottleneck of the 21st century, the limits of the human psyche. In a world that is accelerating at an exponential rate, the most valuable currency is no longer just data or capital. It will depend on the profound capacity of a leader to expand their consciousness, resilience, and empathy, and at the same speed, technology they wield. If our technology outstretches, our humanity will fail. And today we'll explore the new frontier of leadership and how we command others and how we stretch ourselves. And I want to introduce our moderator, Ms. Rupa Dash, CEO of World Woman Foundation and also the founder. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Such a room full of incredible change makers and dreamers and doers. Thank you for being here. I would love to invite our esteemed panelists on stage. Well, thank you, Annabella, for the opportunity to moderate sessions, which I often don't do, but this is an incredible opportunity. Thank you for that, first of all.
Thanks a lot for hosting us.
Well, this is our third year partnering with Equal Voice and Ringier Swiss Media. And this year, and this particular session's theme is on leading from within. I think this is a topic that I really resonate with. In an era where global disruption and trust is in question, there can't be a better time to talk about inner resilience and strength and how to build a society on trust and authenticity. So my first question would be for Tamara. Before even you start, if you don't mind introducing yourself.
It's better if you introduce me.
Okay. Tamara Rich, the founder of Athena 21, an expert in inner and embodied leadership, supporting leaders in developing self-leadership and presence and sustainable impact. Brittany Kaiser, whom I have been following for many, many years, internationally known data rights advocate, a whistleblower, and an author. Annabella Basler, again, I have a good fortune of knowing you for a few years, the CFO of Ringier and initiator of Equal Voice. Welcome again to World Woman Davos Agenda.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
So my first question is about defining leadership and power. What does that mean for each of you? Maybe I will start with Annabella here. You have been a financial strategist and also an icon for cultural change through Equal Voice. How do you think visibility and inner confidence interact in your leadership?
Visibility creates power. If you are visible, then you can raise your voice and you have the power. But inner strength determines impact. If you have the inner strength, then you can raise your voice, and then visibility helps. But if you don't have the inner strength, if you don't know your inner compass, then you have a problem, because then visibility will not help you. With Equal Voice, we created an initiative 7 years ago to make women more visible in media. By now, we reach 50 million users in 7 countries. So we are really happy about this.
Thank you so much. I mean, at World Women Foundation, I don't want to talk anything about World Women Foundation, but since we are at the first inaugural House of World Women Foundation, we have a platform which is called the World Women Hour. And that platform really provides visibility to women who are creating new systems and new ways of solving problems. And we have about a reach of 60+ million digital footprints in about 20+ countries. And we have seen that when young people see how women are embracing their voice and kind of embracing how they lead and change the world, it kind of really impacts intergenerational ways. And that leads me to the next question to Brittany. Internationally, you are known for building trust. And how do you think about inner resilience and visibility?
For me, I've always been someone who is very passion-driven. I started my career as a human rights barrister and as a human rights activist, so I've mostly spent my time talking publicly and educating and building products and even writing laws around things that I'm so passionate about that it's all that I can think about when I wake up in the morning, and sometimes I'm thinking about it when I'm sleeping. And so if you can be authentic to yourself and really spend all of your time concentrating on not just seeing what problems there are in the world, but figuring out ways to solve them, that's when I believe you end up having the opportunity to get more visibility, because people can tell you are being authentic and how much you really care about solving that problem. And more, there's a lot of people in media that complain about issues that they see, but they don't offer solutions. And I find, especially a lot of the women that I work with are very solutions oriented. Maybe it comes from, being a mother or a daughter or whatever it happens to be. I definitely find with a young child, you have to be very solutions oriented. And it's such an incredible opportunity to be in a position where you can be impactful as a change maker and not just someone who, you can be inspiring by talking about an issue, but solving issues really brings people together and gives you that prominence that you wouldn't have otherwise.
I like that point. Having visibility is one thing, having authenticity is one thing, but how do you make impact? Maybe you can share through your own experiences, visibility and impact, how they go together.
How it goes together is, in our trainings, we strengthen women physically, mentally, and emotionally. So we give them power and energy, we make them visible, and we let them get their inner strength through physical trainings, so they have the chance to have the power to handle every day. Is it for the private situation? Is it for business? So we give them a tool to make them stronger and to let them get visible for everyone.
That's beautiful. We often explore the word power. It means so much different to everybody. Maybe, we do not have a vocabulary of words to define power. And for me, power is different, then maybe it's different. How would you define power?
For me, power means inner strength, to be stable, to be confident, to have self-trust. That means, for me, power.
Brittany, I would love to hear from you.
For me, power means your ability to empower others around you. And that's what you can draw strength from. So not just being able to be a problem solver yourself, but the more that you can give other people tools in order to enhance and impact their own lives positively, that gives you more stable and sustainable power over time, because your impact can grow and multiply.
If I have to simplify that, does that mean trusting other people and learning the ability to delegate?
Empowering yourself by empowering others.
Others, yes. Why am I repeating this? Because we have a lot of young people in the room, and they don't know what are the ways, what does power mean, and how they can exercise their power. Thank you for doing that. Maybe Annabella, what does power mean to you?
For me, power is clarity and accountability. It's all based upon data and facts. And for me, just standalone power is not enough. You need the combination with love. And I even say this, power and love in leadership. So I'll even combine it in business, because I think on the one side, we need this clarity, but on the other side, we need to have this awareness, am I listening actively to other people? do I ensure that I can empower everybody that they would raise their voice? So for me, it's like power, it's really important, but please don't forget love, because only then, in my belief, you can get into action if you have this great combination.
I love that.
Thank you.
Well, we often hesitate to use the word love in workplaces. Do you think we can give this word to our next generation, that you can be a heart-centered leader?
I'm so with you, Rupa, because everything we are doing now, we will empower the next generation of leader. And they need role models. And if we are not willing, and if we don't have the courage to change the working places now, who will?
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely. In my working atmosphere, I want to have power, the clarity, the data, the numbers, the facts, but then combining it with love.
Oh, I love that. I really love that. But then again, coming back to, okay, these are big concepts, but how do you practice it? What do you do to bring that practice to become a better leader, build that inner resilience? What do you do, Tamara?
I think important is to teach first self-leadership, and then we do it in Athena 21 through physical trainings, and then you can lead others. This is important to get these basics, because if you cannot lead yourself, how can you lead others?
Yes.
This is what we do in our trainings. This is our focus.
If we have to do a particular practice daily with your, maybe in your workplace or maybe in your place of practice, what that practice really look like?
So you mean, for example, my daily routine?
Yes,
okay.
daily routine.
I have 3 anchors.
Yes.
I have breath, body awareness, and mental discipline. And for example, one conscious breath can reset your nerve system. Shall I quickly demonstrate it?
We would love that.
Yeah. And it's very easy. Would you like to join me, all of you?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone is sitting down. And now you breathe through the nose 4 seconds. And inhale and exhale 6 seconds through the nose. And the breath should go deeply into the belly. You have to feel it. Shall we do it together? Okay. Yes. One more time. So then we have another one. This is very important for inner strength and to get the balance for the day. Can we stand up all together? You put your feet on the ground. You close your eyes. And now you feel the ground. You can also combine this exercise with the first one if you like. But this exercise gives you stability, power, and energy for the day. If you practice it every day, you will see immediately how you will change and how you will start differently your day. These are just 2 little examples. Thank you for joining me.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. Brittany, you have a very disruptive and stressful, you are making the world accountable to do the right thing. What practices do you do to become a better resilient leader?
For me, it is ensuring that all of the most vulnerable groups around the world that could possibly be positively affected by the work that I do are included first. So when I started working in data protection and privacy, I concentrated first on working with children in schools and parents that had kids at home and professors and teachers to do training of trainers so that the most vulnerable people, children who have been given a device but don't understand what that means, would have this information first. And only after I felt like I had done enough successful training of trainers and curricula and had produced enough content that was useful for children becoming more digitally literate and being more conscious consumers of digital content, where I could make sure that I was providing resources to people to make sure children are protected, then I would start working with, legislators and regulators to understand the problem and start doing legislative drafting and regulatory work. And now that I've gone through that process over the past decade, I'm more focused on actually making products that are accessible, that are privacy-centric. But I had to start with the most vulnerable first, because I've just seen over the past couple generations that unfortunately were taught how to use technology, but not how technology actually works. And that's the problem for us, not to understand how our data is collected and how it's used against us or to manipulate us. And while I was on that journey was when I first met Annabella, and she was launching the Equal Voice Initiative, which, for those of you in the room that don't know about it, it's an incredible platform that is actually able to measure how media and content is equally covering women or not. And then to not only see, are they being equally covered, but how are they being covered? Are they talking more about her fashion than the law that she passed? That's a problem. So it's not even equal coverage, even if enough women are included in the press. And then another amazing initiative that you led was to create an international resource of women thought leaders and experts on topics. So when journalists are calling up a man for a comment, they could actually instead call a female expert on the topic for a change, because there's a database that they can draw from. So you are able to use the Equal Voice platform in order to reach a level of equality where women are covered as much as men, and also as well as men.
Perfect, thank you. Annabella, what about you? When you're under pressure, what do you do to stay grounded and get it done and be a resilient leader?
Well, I am convinced that it's always about your inner strengths. Who are you? What is your why, what, and how? And if you have this inner strength, you just can do a statement as Brittany did now for me, because you know totally who you are, and that's why you can support, empower other women. So thanks a lot for the great statement about equal voice. But back to the inner strengths. I'm totally convinced if you know your inner compass, if you are aware of your values, then you know how to steer. And not only in business, but in your daily life, with your family, with your partner, with your friends, with all the engagement what you do. Because then you just can listen to your inner voice. But no doubt, it takes you a while till you allow yourself to listen to your inner voice, because there are so many voices around you, so many stereotypes and so many other wishes around, that it's really difficult to listen to this little inner voice that sometimes is really, really low and not so old as all the other voices.
Perfect. But you have vulnerability. Do you think you can show people how you feel? Do you feel like showing that is a strength?
I'm totally convinced of. I'm convinced of that the new currency of leadership is this inner strength and this truth, this really authenticity. We talked about this before. I think it's really important that if you do a mistake, just say, oh, I'm sorry, I did a mistake. I think it's so important that everybody is aware nobody needs to be perfect. I always say I embrace my new imperfectness because I'm not perfect. And this happens in a business environment, but as well in private life. I tell my son, you know what? It's the first time that I'm a mommy. I'm not perfect, I do mistakes, and I'm sorry for this. But we both can grow from those mistakes.
Wow, that's amazing. This really hits home, because I really grew up in a small town, and often I was told to hide my voice, not express my feelings, and that still remains as part of my leadership skills. It's very hard for me to express how I feel. I can take care of people, but I don't know if I'm capable of taking care of my own feelings. Coming back to Tamara on this particular topic, there's often pressure on women to be hard on themselves and also hide how they feel. How do you think women can be powerful and yet be themselves?
So as I said in the beginning, we strengthen them with the special trainings we have. We have, for example, a training, you build a circle and all women get a punching bag. It's a small circle and you put one lady in the middle. And this lady has to fight for 1 minute. It's a long time, 1 minute, to fight against all these punching bags. And the rest of the group is encouraging her, is motivating her, shouting on her, and helping her to get out of herself and to get so much energy that she explodes at the end. Wow. These are really very effectful and very tough drills we are doing with the ladies, and it works, and the result is outstanding.
I want to be part of that.
You're most welcome to join. In October, we are ready with the first training. You will be our guest.
The only thing I know, I'm always ready.
I will prepare you.
But I don't know for what, but for everything. So, Annabella, for you, Equal Voice addresses structural visibility gaps. What advice would you have for women who want to stay visible without compromising on their inner truth?
Visibility should be chosen really wisely. Not every platform deserves your energy. So be carefully where you want to show up and where you want to raise your voice. In regards to your inner strengths, your inner compass, we were referring before, and I am totally convinced if you can use your visibility and engage this together with your inner strengths, then the magic can happen, because everybody will feel your energy, that you are totally authentic, and that you use your visibility for a bigger sense, a bigger purpose.
Moving on from bigger purpose, Brittany, this is for you. I've been reading a lot about you since many years. You have often done things at a personal cost. What advice would you have when it comes to be visible, even when you know that there is a cost to this? This question is very important right now with whatever is happening in the world. People have the platforms, but they're keeping quiet. What do you have to say for that?
I suppose since a very young age, I've been trained to be quite loud about my feelings and to be vulnerable publicly. When I was younger, I started doing that by doing extemporaneous speaking and debate club and all of these things where I was kind of forced to be put on a pedestal and speak my mind. And I think that really helped me, grow into an activist as my career and be someone who is always talking about something that I am very passionate about. And of course, as a very public whistleblower, having to be that vulnerable that publicly was, quite a challenge. I definitely didn't think as someone who was training as a human rights lawyer and, had just taken my first job at a for-profit tech company that I would have more media than A-list celebrities. When I came out as a whistleblower, I had 35,000 articles about me a day. There's now like 10 million articles about me in every language. I've been on every TV program, every magazine, everything. And I definitely agree with you. Not every platform deserves your time. But at that time, I didn't really have a lot of choice. And now I'm a lot more careful with where I put my energy. I do a lot of due diligence on journalists and see if they actually are someone who are going to fairly cover my opinions, and if they really want to talk about this topic, or if they're looking to write a gotcha story, and make it harder for me. Which there are journalists that do that, but most journalists I engage with now really actually very much care about this topic, about privacy and data protection and keeping kids safe online and privacy-centric AI and AI safety. I think this is probably one of the biggest topics going on here at WEF this week and in general around the world today. And so for me, it's always been worth it to put myself out there and be vulnerable, even if it is at a personal sacrifice and you don't know exactly how big that sacrifice might be. But it's also, I think they call it a crisis of conscience moment, where it's, if you don't say anything about it, maybe no one else will. and then that problem will persist and get worse. So you have to say something about it, and you won't be able to sleep at night otherwise. And that's where my strength comes from, is like, I know what I'm saying and doing is right, and therefore I'm willing to put myself perhaps in harm's way, or definitely like overexert myself and make it stressful for me and my family and everyone else, because I know that I have to do it, and that it eventually will be positively impactful for everyone around me.
We have only 5 minutes. That was a perfect sentence to almost conclude the session, but we have one last question for each of you. We are in WEF. A lot of global leaders are talking about changing the world, but here we are sitting and talking about changing our inner world and building inner strength. How would you define that?
My call for action for everybody would be invest in yourself. Invest in your self-leadership, and you will become a better leader.
Thank you. Brittany?
Do what you believe in and almost nothing else, so that you can concentrate and spend your time just on what you're most passionate about. Because if you are doing something that you are passionate about, you will be successful eventually, and you will find the people that will support you. And don't get distracted by all of these other things. Like, be laser focused, and that's how you will use your leadership to, really become the person that you should be.
Tamara?
And I would recommend to invest in inner strength, because inner strength is the courage to trust yourself even when the world is against you.
Bravo, bravo. I'm a moderator. I don't have a question for myself, but I will answer. If you don't mind.
We would love to hear your answer.
Well, while building this space, we often reflected, what would we bring to Davos? And one of the things that we wanted to create was a listening space, because I think leadership really starts from listening. And throughout the week, we have been creating moments with just listening. How leaders can listen and just know the perspective of the world. And we have been able to do that with some of our incredible partners. And tonight we have a reception, and you will experience such a listening experience. What does it mean? I invite you all for that experience. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I would love to invite the next panelist for the next panel that we stay in time, because it's such an interesting topic that we want to cover. So we need some time to get started.
Ja, nee, geh du da, Johann. Geh du da.
Put the camera. So much.
Everybody who wants to...
Oh, I love that. I love it.
Thank you.
Please use it.
Everybody who wants to hear something about strategy could take their seat, please. And I bet everybody is interested in strategy, because strategy makes the difference. Please come everybody in. Take a seat, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the World Woman Davos Agenda. I hope you've been enjoying the inspiring conversations so far. As we continue this extraordinary event, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the next part of our program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all stay focused on the powerful discussions ahead. Thank you for your attention and for silencing your phones as we get started.
Let's talk about strategy. Let's talk about who really shapes strategy. Is it AI, data, or the invisible power in the C-suite? Who is it? When we talk about leadership and strategy, you know, there are some seats still available if anybody wants to come in, because then it's helpful for us as well. Wonderful. So when we talk about leadership and strategy, we sometimes focus on formal power, like org charter, like titles. But Equal Voice has shown us something else. Sometimes the visibility shapes influence, and influence shapes decision, and that influence is not always equally distributed. So what can we do about this? And that's why I have this great panel with me, because we want to get inside of this strategy and what really shapes strategy. With me today, I have Christine Graef. Christine Graef is the Global Chief Growth Officer of FS Global. It's the leading strategic communication and advisory consultancy. She works closely with top leadership teams, helping them navigate through transformation, power dynamics, and strategic decision-making at the highest level. Christine, thanks a lot for having you here. We have with us Leila Topik. She is an internationally known, recognized expert in AI ethics, trust, and responsible technology. As Chief Communications and Trust Officer at Carbon Future, it's an climate tech company. You are a board member and you work exactly on this intersection of AI governance, sustainability, and social impact, focusing on how trust and accountability are embedded in both leadership decisions and AI-driven systems. And Brittany Kaiser was mentioning the Equal Voice Assistant earlier on. Actually, Leila, she is the head of this Equal Voice Assistant. It was her idea to use AI and to integrate this as well in the Equal Voice movement. Great having you. Harald Port, you are the founding partner of
PVL. It's a known consultancy in Switzerland, and you advise organization on leadership, on strategy, on long-term value creation, with a strong focus on how influence, trust, and decision-making truly function at the top. Great having you here. Thanks a lot. Well, let's set the stage and let's talk a little bit about visibility versus power. And it's an opening question to all of you. Equal Voice shows that visibility and influence are unevenly distributed at the top. In today's C-suite, in today's C-suite, who actually shapes strategy? And how do AI, data, and informal power dynamics change that? Leila, want to get to the start, please?
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and it's great to be back at this venue. So maybe just to start with how and who actually shapes strategy overall, and then to talk about what is the role of AI and where I see it going. So strategy is really shaped by whoever does three things. One is framing the question. What is the problem that we're solving? And then defining what inputs, i.e. data, are needed to address that question. Second is executing, and that's the analysis and the synthesis. And third is evaluating and making the decision. Over time, AI has gotten really good at number two, which is the synthesis and analysis. So what the role of human is, which also includes women, is getting really good at number one, knowing how to frame the question, and also being the one who knows how to evaluate that output and make the decision. So our opportunity here is to make sure that we do have women knowing how to do that, how to frame questions, and also be the decision maker at the end, and not take AI's output as the kind of the neutral and the final decision.
Wonderful. Harold, what about you?
Well, I'm going to build on your definition of strategy. I really like that, how you were framing it. In terms of who really shapes it, I believe it's not really so much the formal roles that we're seeing. So you could say it could be like a CEO, a head of strategy. It could be the executive board. I think it's really, if you look behind the scenes, it's much more about who are the voices who are exactly shaping that, to your point, question, right? Who is looking at the scenarios, who is bringing in the assumptions. And then whenever that is done early in the game, those are the voices that are shaping strategy. And that can or cannot be the people who actually have that formal role, but I think it's much more about who's actually doing that rather than who has that role. And when it comes to AI, I'm going to take the stance here that AI is actually more an influencer of that, of what I just mentioned. So it's really accelerating those voices that are being heard through the right questions, through the right prompts, through the use of data, and making decisions about which data and which analysis and which insights are actually going to be used.
Christine, what is your point of view?
So building on both of you now, so I fully agree with what you were saying. It's the official title, that's the theory. But the real importance is actually who shapes the narrative. And one of the key elements of shaping the narrative is shaping through the questions. And I think that's also where I would, again, thank you, because the work you're doing with Equal Voice, that's where we're seeing that who owns the narrative is very often not the experts, or at least not enough female also voices. The other thing, if we're turning to AI, it influences, but it gives data, and if people aren't prepared, you will all of a sudden all tilt to the left, or all tilt to the right. But where I think, again, it's coming back to owning it, is giving the context. And that's what people always forget. It's not just about hallucinations, it's about understanding the context. And lastly, and it's a point, and I'm seeing a colleague of mine here in the room, I think is super important in this age. Influence comes through networking and different perspectives. So one of the most important things is to build a network, and build a network of different perspectives.
Christine, you have not been only with your company now, but you have been with Credit Suisse and the European Central Bank. So from your experience, where is sometimes a gap between the formal role and the real influence? And how is this even emphasized now, this gap reinforced by data and technology?
So the interesting thing is the formal role is important because you sit in the decision-making body. And so sometimes you have two elements. You have competence which is not sitting in that body, or you have competence that is sitting in the body but doesn't get to be listened to, doesn't have the visibility. And there are elements, and I think that's where we come to the role of leaders later on. So for instance, at one of the institutions I worked in, we had mostly the managers were men, but people drafting the reports were female. And so we said, for instance, that while the managers would always sit in the room, the people who had actually drafted the report would come. Or the other things, and that's again is a super important one linked to KPIs and to data, is I don't know how many of you have heard when you're talking about promotions in career, and that's where the CHRO is so important. Yeah, but he or she lacks gravitas. I mean, what is gravitas? Is it to be tall? Is it to have a deep voice? What is it? And if you then have data and KPIs that you can use to shape it, that will really make the difference. And then maybe finally on data and AI, I think there's two aspects to it. It can either be a real negative, being used as bias or being used as selective information, or it can be a real leveler because it democratizes the information and really gives access to everyone.
Leila, exactly to this answer, what is your experience in regards to how do algorithm or data models shape strategic influence today? And is it good or bad?
It's a good question. So maybe just to have a conversation first about what is influence and how does it get shaped. So influence gets shaped, or influence is the ability to shape what gets considered. So it could be at the board level, it could be at the factory level, how it's framed, and then which options feel legitimate. So that's basically what influence is. When we introduce algorithms into that, I'm going back to the three things. It is really about how we're framing the questions, what questions we're asking, what is the task that we're asking algorithms to solve. Second is what data we're giving it to the algorithm to base that decision on. And then third is how we evaluate that output. It all starts with the human, really. So algorithms help us filter our reality, but all of that happens upstream with a human decision maker framing the question, selecting the data, which includes all of our biases, and then ultimately at the end, being the one to take that output and make a decision on whether to push on it because it might not be right, or to take it as a neutral decision to implement. So what is really important to consider is the role of humans. So going back to asking the question, executing, and then evaluating. We need to get better at asking non-biased questions and framing the problems in a non-biased way, providing non-biased data, and then also making sure that the evaluation and the decision-making sits with us.
Harald, whose voices are being heard in strategic discussions, and how is the process changed by technology?
Yeah, I think it's a really very individual answer there, and I think every company and every organization really gives it its own spin. Because let's be honest, I mean, strategy is something that means it's important to us. And who do we listen to when it's important, right? We start to listen to the people who we trust, to the people that we know well, and we think they can really help us. And they may or may not be the ones who actually have that job title. And so I think the key thing what executives and leaders really have to consider is don't confuse participation, so having a role in a discussion, with actual influence. It means you're actually contributing to making decisions. And I think that's where AI, again, is accentuating what leaders are doing today. AI is just making the data much more accessible. We can frame the questions. We can pose the prompts. We can decide on what is included and what is not included. In the end, it's still people. People who are asking the question, people who are interpreting. And so those voices, I believe, those voices who are using the AI, who are framing the data sets and the questions and the assumptions that are there, those are the ones who are actually shaping the strategic narrative. And it can or cannot be that role that they've been given.
At Equal Voice, we were talking a lot about the visibility gap that especially women see. In regards to our panel now, have you seen cases where a lack of visibility, not a lack of competence, limited strategic impact? What about you, Christine?
Well, I've got two examples, and one of them actually I can talk about because it has been published in the case of Credit Suisse, which, as I think most in the room would know, went down. We had risk issues. We had a big scandal around Archegos. We actually had people who had raised the point that the client was not fulfilling its obligation, and raised it more than once, but it was ignored. So it was exactly that. It wasn't a competence topic. The competence was in the house. It was escalated, but it didn't get listened to. And I've seen it, and this I think happens a lot in transformation, and whether we call it restructuring or transformation, that is next to resilience, I think one of the words I've heard most this week. Transformation fail if someone doesn't get to really, at the board level, getting the ear to saying, these is where the issues we have. This is why we're not moving forward. And the interesting thing is the visibility gap is a real risk management issue. Because very often it's like communications, it's like reputation, it's like trust. How do you measure it? But if you lose it, it becomes a huge risk. You can lose your business. So I've definitely seen it, and interestingly, I think we will be seeing it more, and that's a little bit one of the concerns I have.
Have you seen it, Leila?
So maybe I love that example. I think it's really helpful to illustrate it. Maybe just to take a macro point, we're seeing Gen AI play an important role in how we actually reach decisions. So just going back to doing the analysis and also helping us evaluate different options. So if you look at some of the recent research, so Harvard Business School published research based on analyzing 143,000 individuals, 18 studies, that basically show that women adopt Gen AI on average 20% less than men. And even with the equal access and with training, it's 13% less. So what that means is that we will see impact. This is not just the individual impact on adoption, but actually impact on who influences these decisions. So what would be really important, again, to focus on adoption and a safe and responsible usage of generative AI in the boardroom, in the meetings, in any of the decisions, and making sure that that's actually equitable.
Harald, have you seen any cases where competence was in the room, but visibility was not given?
Yeah, I think there's actually, if I think about a strategy process, there's really like 3 points in time where it really matters. And I think one is really at the beginning, really at the outset. So when people come together and they start to formulate ideas for the next strategy, assumptions, scenarios, that's really critical to get the different perspectives. And if you think about leaders, why are they leaders? Often it's because of a competence, a functional competence. They become leaders because of a functional competence. And so they're in the room and they want to represent that functional competence. So you will hear them talking a lot. And I think the key thing here when we're talking about a visibility gap is actually being able to listen. Listen to different perspectives, listen to the different voices, listen to the different people who can really share about what the direction could and may or may not be. So I think at the outset is really one point where that is absolutely key. I think then at the interface between strategy and then execution is again an absolute key, because now we need to get the message close to the people who are close to customers, close to people in operations, close to the people who understand the risks. And that's not necessarily the same people who have defined the strategy. So again, here the visibility gap comes into play where it's those people who have defined strategy are not necessarily the ones who are going to help with the execution. And then finally, I think a third point is during execution, where I'm working with leaders and again time and again is when things get a little bit muddled, when things are a little bit uncertain, who do you go to? And I think that's where leaders tend to focus and go back to trusted people, trusted individuals that can be the right person, but more often than not, it's not the person who's actually close to customers, close to risks, close to having the right answers about where they need to go. And that's, I think, one of the key things to watch out for when you're talking about gaps and bringing the right people into the room to help solve those issues at that time.
Can I just pick up on that?
exactly.
'Cause I think that's what's super interesting is the listening angle. And I was talking yesterday to a senior executive in the pharma world, and they said they had 2 bad product launches. And they actually had the data to track that they went back. You had the people who then went through the whole trial process, etc., but they had not listened to the customers. And then they basically stopped it, reshaped it, did exactly what their customers wanted, and it went off through the roof. So those listening skills, and it's still, and this is also a question as to, I think, how hierarchies, how organizations will be structured in the future. You still very often have those silos which stop the listening, or if the listening takes place, stop you from actually sharing it. So how will organizations, organizational structures look in the future, and how will they be shaped by AI is also something that's super interesting.
Could I add something to that?
Sure.
So it's super. Sorry, we're going off script, but I think it's super interesting because I want to connect the dots to the role of AI, because both in the office, in the boardroom, at the factory level. So one thing just to for all of us to consider is that we're moving from the world of org charts, because we talk about C-suite, but really to the world of work charts, where there's specific work to be done, and then there's specific expertise to be leveraged across that workflow that includes both machines or agents and humans. So we really need to consider, what does work and what does an organization look like in the future? The second, which is why I love this conversation, we oftentimes focus on, how do we debias AI? Is AI fair or not? Well, how do we actually use AI to debias ourselves and our systems and make ourselves potentially more customer-centric, more equitable, and just more collaborative? So there's an opportunity to instead of automating bad processes and bad data, to take a step back and think about how we use AI to actually redesign work and fix the things that are no longer working for us.
Definitely, Christine, you made the example of listening actively to your customers. But what would be your recommendation for the leaders here at the World Economic Forum in Davos? How can they ensure that they get those diverse perspectives? So one thing is listening, but then somebody had to raise their voice. So how can you ensure as a leader that you get all those voices, all those different perspectives?
I think that there's 2 elements. So first of all, often enough we go into meetings and we have an idea. And already just having an idea stops you from listening properly. And interestingly, I did a coaching qualification years ago, and that was the most difficult, was active listening. And one piece of advice I was given, and I thought that was super helpful, is they said, if you're thinking of the smart answer you're going to give, you're not listening, because you are focusing on what you're going to say. And actually just own it, that if you're intensely listening, you may not have an answer immediately. And you can say so, like, what you've said was, I'm reflecting on this. And then someone I used to work for, that was another, it's kind of a funny piece of advice, but when you put it to work, he said, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. And that's for a very good reason. You should be listening twice as much. But I think to your more important point on how do you make sure that you get a diverse perspective, is trying to look at the problem and think, okay, who's impacted? Who has a view? Who should be driving it? What can be long-term consequences? What can be unintended consequences? And we just, with my firm FJS Global, we just did and it shocked me actually. We launched a research which we do every year. But one of the things this year was the absolute divergence in points of view between the elder generation, should we say, and the younger generation, but literally opposite views. So I think what I would always do is make sure that you have younger people, and let's say more mature people, and also that you have really different regions, because what it means in Europe may be completely different in Latin America, may be totally different in another view. And then data, yes, but always remember that data, sometimes people say data speaks for itself. It absolutely doesn't.
It lacks context.
It lacks, exactly. Context is king. People say content is king. No, context is king. Again, at Credit Suisse, we had, because of what happened, we had to do a risk dashboard. The easiest thing is to game it. Your breaches of risk limits go down. It was because you raised the raise limit. You raise the limit so that it goes down. Or how many issues you have in terms of people misbehaving. Well, people say, the numbers go down. That's great. And I said, no, we're just being more lax, so they will go down. So you always have to really analyze the data. And I think if you do all of that, you're probably 90% there. You're never fully there.
We could continue for hours, but actually it's already the last round. So I love always to have call for actions. So Harald, what would be your call for action for the audience?
Yeah, I'm not going to surprise you here, Annabella. I think you know me well, but I'm super passionate about choice. So the choices that we make, and I think the issues that we're talking about, visibility and impact in the strategy process here, is about too often looking at org charts, roles, and then choosing those people on those roles and those org charts to help make it a strategic decision. I think we would be much better off, and this is what I'm passionate about, is let's map influence. Let's map voices that are contributing. And before any CEO or anybody who's responsible for a new strategy goes out there and launches that strategy, just do a map about which voices actually help to shape the strategy and which didn't. And then think about, is that the right flow? Were those the right people? Or do I actually need maybe a couple more voices here, different perspectives? Do I need to listen in a different way in order for the strategy to really be impactful and powerful and make that choice? And then I think you're ready to go live.
Wonderful. Thank you, Harald. Leah, what about you?
I'll address the individuals in the room, not just leaders, but all of us are leaders in our own spaces. Just going back to, again, what is strategy and what is uniquely human? So being able to ask the right question, which in the age of AI, knowing how to prompt engineering, get really good at that. Get really good at defining what problems we need to solve and what is the question that's important for an organization to focus on. Second, get really good at evaluating something that will be the combination of AI and a human. And then third, understand how the options get into the room. So earlier, really understand who actually prepared those options and how did they get into the room to make sure that you are actually making the decision that is equitable and right for whoever you're serving in terms of the customers.
Wonderful. Christine, what about you?
Well, this is perfect segue, because you see some options. Think about the options that you are not seeing. Where are other options, or why are you giving a certain set of information and not others? So basically, rather than just looking at the set of data and saying, okay, and focusing on that, also wondering what else would there be and why am I not being shown this? That's one element. And the second one is take action, but also own it, take responsibility. And to a certain degree, while this has been a kind of weird Davos, I find, with President Trump and everyone expecting it, the one positive for me is that the Europeans seem to now take action and own it, and I hope they will. But I think certainly for each and every one of us, you're the only one, you started out this being a strategy, you're the only one who owns your strategy. And it doesn't matter how tough it is, and there will be setbacks. Own it. Think about it, use the data, get different perspectives, and then own it.
Wonderful. I think this is a great last sentence. We are all aware strategy is never neutral, but you ensure that you own your strategy. Thanks a lot for this great panel.
who was about to be sold to Abraham, whose desperate father it all started is born with two natural gifts: consciousness and compassion.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. It's been an incredible day filled with insights, collaboration, and hope for the future. As we close this remarkable day, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the evening's program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all reflect and fully enjoy this inspiring conclusion. Thank you for your cooperation and for silencing your phones as we begin.
The joys and freedom of millions of children started with just one feeling. What if the child slave Sabo was my daughter? Sabo, who was about to be sold to a brothel. Sabo, whose desperate father lay in a heap at my feet. Perhaps it all started with a spark of compassion, and today become a worldwide movement. I believe that each one of us is born with two natural gifts: consciousness and compassion. Both are the core reasons of our being. When we feel the suffering of others as our own suffering, with a strong drive to take action, that is compassion. God is not so meager that He has blessed us with only a little of compassion, which we have confined to our families and friends. We need to go beyond that. All that is required is to enlarge our circle of compassion. A touch of compassion is what makes each of us a problem solver, an innovator who is ready to accept all challenges and solve them. When we work towards making our world a better place, each one of us becomes a compassionate leader.
I'm sure you all are thinking, and I think you're thinking the same thing as me, that was incredible, right? And we're all here celebrating the spirit of dialogue. That's the theme of WEF this year, the power of dialogue. But I look at the spirit of dialogue as many think of it as a sign of weakness, but I don't look at it like that. I think it is the highest form of courage. It is the courage to listen more than we lecture. It is the courage to lead with compassion. And that is what we're going to talk about in this panel today, because compassion is not just a sentiment or sympathy. It is a practice of justice. And the Satyarthi movement reminds us that a fragmented world cannot be healed by policy alone. It requires a moral foundation. And today we're joined by leaders who are weaving that foundation back together. And with that, I want to introduce the co-host of this panel, Ms. Asmita Satyarthi.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Awesome. Good evening, everyone. It's an honor and privilege to be here today. My name is Asmita Satyarthi, and I'm the CEO of the Satyarthi Movement for Global Compassion. We are so proud to be co-hosting this very important dialogue with the World Woman Foundation. I'm really appreciative of the various conversations they've put together this week. Rupa and her team, you guys are rock stars. I've been following so many of the conversations. The leaders have been speaking out, speaking truth to courage, and very proud to be partnering with you today. Our founder, Nobel Peace Laureate Kailash Satyarthi, defines compassion not as a soft emotion, but actually the most powerful force that there is. Because compassion is the force that comes when you believe somebody else's problem is actually your own to solve. And you do whatever you can in your power to solve that problem. And here's how it's different from empathy. Empathy is great, it makes us feel for the other person. But a lot of times we get very overwhelmed. A lot of times we get fatigued if we are feeling empathy and carrying the pain in our heart. With compassion, or as how we're trying to redefine the word compassion, there is a healthy distance between yourself and the problem. So you're able to look at it in a very sort of objective manner, and you're able to find pragmatic and practical solutions. And we believe that that is what the world needs today. I've been going to different conversations this week, interacted with different CEOs, investors, business leaders today. And there are sort of 3 phrases that stood out to me. Any guesses as to what they might be? That's kind of true. I mean, we have been wondering why we don't do this in the summer. Anybody else?
I'm sorry, what was
The most common phrases that we heard this week.
AI, Greenland, and we don't like Trump.
This is why we love Kerry. I was actually going to say AI, and AI. And also that name that we didn't want to take, but we did. So but artificial intelligence, also global geopolitics. We also heard the phrase leadership a lot in terms of, what kind of leadership we need for the world. And, there's also been, at least in the business communities very prominently, there's been this sense of misapprehension and worry in terms of what, is going to happen. There's a sense of uncertainty. And, it was making me wonder if there is a way that we can actually learn to coexist with our ambitions, but also a genuine and an honest concern for humanity and the planet. I've been thinking about artificial intelligence, and of course, like everybody else, I realize the profound impact it can have on our world. I mean, I think the repercussions, actually, we don't even realize. We're not even able to kind of fathom the impact artificial intelligence can have in the world. And it has the power to transform industry. It has the power to transform society. I heard somewhere that 86% of teenagers now are actually talking to ChatGPT instead of their own friends and families. And it also makes me worry, because we do realize the power that it has. Now, what if this power is harnessed to damage humanity? Think of the biases that are inherently present. Think of the inequalities that exist. What if all of those are exacerbated by humanity, and it gets used, as it is currently, to create more divisiveness, more hatred, more injustices in the world? What we are calling out for is compassionate AI. What we're saying is that compassion needs to be a design principle as we look at structures and foundations of artificial intelligence. We have to figure out how technology and humanity can actually coexist and solve problems for the world, not create it. And make sure that no one gets left behind. In terms of geopolitics, wars and conflict actually create way more damage than just to our markets. 40 million children live in conflict-affected areas. I heard somewhere that 0.001% of the global rich actually own 3 times the wealth of those in the bottom 50% of the world. How many countries in this world actually have achieved gender equity? Does anybody want to guess? 0. It's actually 0. So I think it's time for us to call for compassionate leadership. I'm so proud and privileged to have three very solid, compassionate leaders in the world. What compassionate leadership asks for is authenticity and moral courage to actually move from dialogue to action. It demands that we be honest with ourselves, and it doesn't have to come at the price of ambition. I mean, the main, the point that we'd like to make is that it can coexist. In fact, also strengthen ambition, because ambition can become more resilient, ambition can become more holistic, ambition can become more sustainable as it brings the whole world along. So with that, I want to introduce the three panelists. I'm going to read out so I don't forget anything important. They're all. Okay. So we have Kerry Kennedy with us. Kerry is the president of the Robert and Ethel Kennedy Human Rights. She has devoted more than 40 years to the pursuit of equal justice. I've been seeing her for probably 35 of those years. And promotion and protection of basic rights and the preservation of the rule of law. She works on a number of issues, including child labor, women's rights, indigenous rights, freedom of expression, ethnic violence, criminal justice reform, immigration, and environmental justice. She has led hundreds of human rights delegations. She has served on the board of the Amnesty International USA Leadership Council, the US Institute of Peace, the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation, the Advisory Committee for the Association of American Indian Affairs. She's also received the Humanitarian Award from the Congress of Nobel Peace Prize laureates and many other honors. Welcome, Kerry. Such an honor and privilege. Let's give her a big round of applause. We have with us Martin Chungong. He is one of the most compassionate leaders of our time, a Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union. He was re-elected to a third term in 2022 with more than 4 decades of experience and knowledge of parliaments at national and international level. He has dedicated his life to promoting and building democracy worldwide, which is extremely relevant to today's world. He's also driving the IPU's efforts to bring more young people into politics, and has worked a lot on gender equity. In 2020, he was elected chair of the global board of the International Gender Champions. We have my sister, Lisa Christine, with us. Some people use data to understand the world. What Lisa does is she shines a light to the humanity of those numbers. I firmly believe that the numbers I just quoted are actually just not mere numbers, and we need to look at them as very strong evidence that something's got to change, and Lisa does just that. She has presented her work at the UN, the Vatican, Nobel Summits, the World Economic Forum, and then she partners with global institutions in her fight against forced labor. She has worked with Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. She's a recipient of the Lucy Humanitarian Award and a founder of the Human Thread Foundation. Welcome, Lisa. So my first question is to you, Kerry. In today's political climate, it becomes a little difficult for even compassionate leaders like yourselves to stand firm in moments of political backlash, violence. What does compassionate leadership look like when the cost of speaking up is so high? And how do leaders maintain moral clarity in these difficult times?
Thank you so much for that question. First of all, it's great to be here and on the stage with 3 of my favorite people on earth. So and with all these fabulous women. And my daughter, Cara Kennedy Cuomo, right here. And what is your name? Ayati. Ayati. How old are you, Ayati?
I'm 13.
13, isn't she great? So
let's give her a big round of applause.
Okay, so, it's interesting. Well, I was on my way here. I came from Milan, and I was at this dinner with all these investors, major investors, and one of them has $500 million. No, is it $500 million? $500 million in management, assets under management. And I said, what are your biggest concerns going forward and into the web? And he said something that surprised me. He said, we have all these CEOs of mid-sized companies, so 5,000 to 100,000 employees, and they are very vulnerable. He said, you know, first they went through Brexit, and then they went through COVID, and now they've got Donald Trump, who's, you know, putting tariffs on one day and taking them away the next, and it's very destabilizing. And AI is going to completely transform the way they work and all their employees work over the next 5 years, and they're not prepared. And so they have this tremendous anxiety. Now, what I've learned in the human rights field, so I feel compassionately towards them, or empathic, at least towards them. And we all have to if somebody is suffering. But then you think, what can you do? Okay? And what's interesting that I've learned in the human rights field is that the difference between a victim and a hero is action with a loving heart. Okay? So when you think about Martin Luther King stuck in that Birmingham jail, you're not thinking of a victim, but of course he was a victim. But you're thinking of an activist and a hero. Why? Because he took action writing that letter with a loving heart. So what's missing to me among those, not just low-level or mid-level CEOs, but every tech guy who like embarrassed himself by sucking up to Trump at his inauguration and continue to just, you know, lay down before him, is that they all are victims. And they need to get, okay, I'm going to say this. This is what Kara's little sister says. They need to grow, not a pear, they need to grow a vagina, which is strong and mighty and gives life. And that's what they need. So we need to show people that they have capacity to make a difference, and they do have a voice, and they can create change, and that's what compassion is all about.
And thank you, Kerry, for walking the talk and leading by example in a way no one else can. Thank you. Okay, so my next question to you, Martin, is on similar lines. You know, you're steering organizations and leadership networks at a time when multilateralism is under threat, and leaders, political leaders, are not the most respected guys around. What practical lessons can be drawn from the work that you do, and how do we ensure that we bring credibility back to politics?
Well, thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here with my good friends here. When I speak now, I listen to what my friend Kailash was saying at the end of that video, and that is when you are committed to making this world a better place, then you're a compassionate leader. And so I said, oh my God, so I'm a compassionate leader because that is what I'm committed to doing. I'm working with a constituency that is about people. Parliaments. Parliaments are institutions that are put in place to serve the people. I agree with you that today parliaments are weak and in many jurisdictions are not as legitimate as they should be. And that is why it's creating this crisis of confidence. And for me, there are lots of things that we could say about using compassionate leadership to fix some of these issues. But let me focus on a couple. And one is inclusion. Inclusion. Compassionate leadership is not good bedfellows with exclusion, right? You have to be inclusive, and our decision-making processes, our institutions must be seen to be inclusive, not only in terms of representation, but also in terms of addressing the interests of all. When I was elected Secretary General of the IPU several years ago, I said I wanted to give voice to those people who in the multilateral environment would not be heard. For instance, the smaller guys in the Pacific, in the Caribbean. You know, when you talk about climate change, yes, climate change is a global threat, But how many people are thinking of the specific existential threats that these communities are facing? I have done my best to give them a platform within the Interparliamentary Union to articulate their concerns so that their voice can be heard here. And if the IPU is able to respond to those concerns, then we're helping to bring back multilateralism to the fore. So inclusion is very important. Listening to the other, understanding their concerns, for me, is very crucial. And that is why in the bureaucracy that we also run, I am very keen to listen to my colleagues who are very diverse. It's a global organization, and of course, you have people of diverse cultures, geographies, and you need to listen to them and take their perspectives into consideration. You talked about young people. Young people and women, I put them together in the same category because they constitute a marginalized group in society. They are not represented, I would say, adequately in the institutions of governance and democracy, whether you're talking of the national level or the international level. And so we need to work to bring up those numbers, women and youth, into the parliaments. Today, we have women accounting for just 27% of parliamentary representation. So parliaments are ruled essentially by men, 73%. When you look at young people, those under 30 account for just 2.7% of parliamentary leadership. So there's a democratic deficit. How do you think that these categories would trust governance? They will not, because decisions are being made to their exclusion. Their future is being decided upon without them being at the table. And that is something that I've been very anxious to drive in the IPU, representation. Representation in numbers, but also in terms of impact, influence. It's not enough to just bring them into parliament, but you have to give them opportunities within parliament to prove their worth. And evidence is very clear that once you empower them in that way, they do deliver. So this is something that we want to do. And maybe, I know I'm running out of time, I want to make the point that compassionate leadership should not tolerate violence, especially violence against women politicians. If you want women to be at the table, you have to create an environment where they will feel safe to contribute to governance. That's not the case today. Studies show that 73% of women parliamentarians are victims of violence, whether it's online or offline or physically. It's terrifying, as you say, Kerry, horrible. And this is something that I'm very anxious to work to fix. The last thing is about the other, my night job, being chair of the Global International Gender Champions. And there, we think that it is important for those who have power, some of us who wield some power, to conceive of power not as a God-given right, but as a privilege to serve people, to use the levers of power to deliver on the expectations of the people. And that is why we are pushing for leaders of international organizations, ambassadors, civil society organizations, and increasingly the private sector to commit to gender equality, to make sure that their entities articulate and reflect that moral imperative of inclusion of women in the processes of their different entities. So thank you. I could go on and on, but let me stop at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very pertinent point. We need to empower those who've not been represented traditionally. We must empower systems, and we must ensure that we bring credibility back to politics in some very tangible ways that you highlighted. So thank you for that. Lisa, I'd like to ask you, your work traditionally has highlighted those who have traditionally not been seen, essentially the invisible, invisible sections of humanity, so to speak, real living human beings whom we've overlooked for so long. What role has compassion played in your journey, and what can we do to highlight these stories and make them more mainstream as we fight for justice and equality and rights?
Well, I've spent a lot of time with communities whose lives have been deeply shaped by decisions that were made far away from them. And it's interesting because I really think that inequality doesn't exist because there's a lack of information. It exists because invisibility is efficient and is convenient. I think compassionate leadership is really about choosing to see clearly and allowing that visibility to inform decisions. You know, it's funny, in indigenous cultures, leadership is really defined by like a sense of responsibility, but not authority. And, you know, the decisions are very relatable and they're relational. In fact, the future is in the very room, so to speak, or in the environment in which those decisions are being made. As an example, in the Haudenosaunee tribe, leaders are asked to consider how their decisions will affect future descendants 7 generations into the future. And that, to me, really reshapes what leadership is. You know, it's kind of taking an awareness and making it an actionable truth, right? But then when we talk about compassion, we have to think about what that actually means, because as Smita was saying, you know, we often think that that is something that is empathetic and full of kindness and a feeling, but really from my perspective, it's much more demanding than that. Yeah. It's really going forward with an action and keeping your heart in it, you know? I've spent a lot of time with communities that are on the fringes of the global systems. And, you know, it's not because there's not a lot of them, it's because they're sort of invisible. And I think inequality exists in places that invisibility becomes normalized. And being unseen really allows for people to absorb the consequence of things very quietly and without the outside world even knowing about it. I mean, I remember visiting this village in South Africa where their lives were really shaped by the land. You know, like they grazed their cattle, they'd collect the water. They had these lovely pathways that led to other communities and to markets and schools. And then this mining company came in and, you know, with this offer of development. In fact, they even offered financial compensation and jobs, which is, you know, fantastic. But, you know, some people received money, but many didn't. Of course, even fewer received jobs. And the vast majority did not. But what they did have in common was that land. Those grazing areas were fenced in, right? And then women had to walk miles and kilometers to get their water every day. And those communal pathways, of course, were now obstructed. Every day, multiple blasts from explosions would echo into the community because they were excavating the mines. And what's worse is that those blasts were so strong that it would create cracks in the walls. Now, nobody meant any harm from that, but the development really failed to see the people and what might happen to them. And, you know, they had to deal with that fallout. I think, you know, a compassionate form of leadership would be much slower to action and might consider not only what could be grown there, but perhaps also what might be taken away. And if, in fact, you can call, you know, that development that imparted negativity on these villagers progress at all, right? I think what we fail to notice sometimes is that we're really so similar to one another. And when people become data points and land becomes an asset and a culture becomes an obstruction to progress, you know, there's a moral divide there. And I really think leadership has to do with, you know, switching from, you know, can we do this project to maybe should we? And for whom will this serve? It's really slowing down to take into account that whatever progress there is doesn't come at the expense of someone else.
Thank you.
very powerful thoughts, Lisa. And I quite liked what you said about compassion being so deeply embedded in ancient wisdom. We actually believe that each of us are born with compassion, infinite amounts of compassion, and we lose it along the way as layers get formed. It's something so innate and natural to us. We always give this example of a mother. If her child was suffering, she would do whatever it takes, and she becomes this extremely, not just wise, but really pragmatic problem solver. Or even if our own house was burning, we would figure out a way to put out that fire. So what we're saying here is that the world is burning. And is it not each of our responsibility and, a moral imperative that we look at that, we see that as our problem, and we take action? And I also loved your points about compassionate systems and institutions, because ultimately, that really is the highest form of wisdom. If we are building in any institution that is built to last and built to be resilient. To your point about, a lot of investors as well being worried about, their own leadership being, a little bit shaky and not resilient enough. I think compassionate leadership is the answer. Self-compassion allows you to look at a problem in an objective way and solve problems for yourself. Mental health is such an epidemic today. All leaders are plagued with it. In fact, every time I had a late night conversation with any of the CEOs or business leaders during this week, I was actually really, heartened to hear about their plight. They are living under so much stress. And many of them actually told me that, your movement should really talk to the investors and the founders, because the CEOs are actually under a lot of stress to deliver on profits for the next quarter. So there's not much that they can do in spite of the fact that they want to. So to your point, we have to be compassionate to them as well, and we have to work with the highest leaders and also at the grassroots level. So a lot of work that SMGC does is to empower communities, build resilient communities. In fact, elected council of young people, very much like yourself, who learn the value of democracy, and then they also identify and solve their own problems. This is something that we call compassionate communities, and something that we're looking to bring the world over and build circles of compassion in institutions, in schools, in universities, in corporates, because we feel that human beings need to connect with each other. We were not meant to live the way we're living. We were not meant to talk to ChatGPT to find answers to our problems and connect with each other. So we're doing that. But I would love to hear from all of you, what are the biggest challenges you have faced in your journey as authentic and compassionate leaders, and what has kept you going? Carrie?
Well, I think that the world can feel overwhelming, and it can feel like there's nothing I can do in the enormous face of the world's hills. And there's wisdom in that. But there's also, if you look at what has changed the world, it really has been this compassionate leadership and banding together. So I started, this is what gives me hope. I started working on human rights in the 1980s. All of Latin America was under right-wing military dictatorships. Today, there's not one left standing. All of Eastern Europe was under communism, and it was impossible to think about stopping that system. But today, there's not one left standing. All of South Africa was at the height of apartheid. Nelson Mandela was still in prison. And now South Africa's had a series of freely elected governments elected by a majority of its people. And women's rights was not on the international agenda. Now it is. It's not always as front and center as it should be, but it is. And we just heard the head of the Interparliamentary Union talking about women's rights with such deep knowledge and care. And that is not something that was happening in the 1980s. All those changes came about not because governments wanted them to. Governments tried to stop them. And not because huge militaries wanted them to. Enormous armies tried to stop them. And not because multinational corporations in the folks who come to Davos wanted them to. Those folks tried to stop them. But because small groups of determined people, the people like the people in this room, harnessed the dream of freedom and then band together and said, we can work together to create this change. And as you know, as it's been said, this is not one thing that changed the world. It's the only thing that changes the world. So we have the power. We are the people. And we're going to create the changes that we need for ourselves, for our families, for our children, for the next generation. And that's what gives me hope.
Thank you. That's wonderful. No, in fact, we've been very, heartened in our journey over the last 2 years. We've gone in rooms with Supreme Court justices where we thought that, compassion would be dismissed as a soft emotion, but we were amazed to see the response. They looked within and they said that true justice is not possible without compassion. And the stories that they've shared, in fact, we are working with a number of Supreme Court justices on a program on compassionate justice, which means fast, fair, and equitable justice delivery and victim-centric justice delivery, which we're very excited about. And, we're honored to also be working with Martin and IPU on the idea of compassionate governance. Compassionate business and compassionate AI are two other initiatives that we've launched this year, and amazed to see concrete examples of compassionate business leadership. HPE is one of them. We ourselves have worked with Estee Lauder for 20 years to eradicate child labor in the mica mining supply chains. Those are the kind of examples that we are inspired by and that we want to emulate across sectors and across geographies.
Can you just explain what mica is for people who might not know?
Sure. So Estee Lauder and, of course, other cosmetic companies use mica. A bunch of you are probably wearing highlighters. So that element that gives the shine and the sparkle is actually mica. And unfortunately, there are a number of forced labor and child laborers who are employed in the mica mines. Often there is trafficking involved, the worst abuse of human rights involved. And, William Lauder, to his credit, found out about this 20 years ago and came to our founder, and both of them embarked on this incredible journey together where, they worked on community empowerment in the region where these mica mines existed and created resilience, ensured that all children went to school, and also got social protection, access to social protection, which actually empowered them and ensured that, the area became child labor free.
Right, and so if you're wearing some shiny stuff and it's not from Estee Lauder, 70% chance that you're touching a child slave, and almost all of them are girls. I don't quite, some boys, but mostly girls. So we got to stop that.
And also, just FYI, mica is in so many things. So all of us have cars. It's in all the paint. Yeah. It's in so many things. Yes, I was working in that this last year.
Yes. I mean, a lot of us, a lot of times we've been in several conversations with practitioners and leaders who are fighting against modern slavery and forced labor. And, folks have asked us, what can we do? What can we do? And this is exactly what we can do. We can educate ourselves and we can demand ethical business practices. There are corporates out there who are doing this front and center and making this part of the mainstream conversation. So it's not like it cannot be done and it cannot coexist with profit making. So let's demand more of it. And as we leave this room, we could pledge to become more ethical and more aware consumers, right? So thank you for that. That's compassionate action right there.
That's correct.
Martin, what are the challenges?
Yeah, well, I always like to look at the glass as being half full. And for me, when I receive a letter from the Prime Minister of Senegal, and he insists that this letter be read to the General Assembly of the IPU. In this letter, he says, Mr. Secretary General, thank you for saving my life. You fought for me. You stood up for me when I was being persecuted by the regime. I was released from jail because of the pressure he put on the government. And today I'm Prime Minister. When I look at the Speaker of the Gambia who writes to me and says, thank you, and he gives me this big picture of myself saying, thank you for saving the girl child in the Gambia because you have fought against on banning female genital mutilation. That makes me tick. It gives me hope, it gives me motivation, and I go to bed saying, yes, I have my job cut out for me. The institution that I lead can make an impact because it's about people, and our motto is for democracy for everyone. And what we mean is that democracy is not an end in itself, it is a tool towards achieving an end, and that is the welfare of the human being. And the other point where I think we can work more to promote compassionate leadership is when we talk about diplomacy. Traditional forms of diplomacy are not compassionate enough. When you look at those who negotiate peace agreements, ask them whether they have actually been to the areas of crisis. They may not have been. But if traditional forms of diplomacy are complemented by what we call parliamentary diplomacy, that is diplomacy led by parliaments, to create an environment that is conducive to peace processes, then I think that we become more compassionate, because then the parliamentarians, being representatives of the people, are able to articulate the views of the people directly, without this being done by a minister who has no accountability to the people. So for me, parliamentary diplomacy, dialogue between parliaments is very crucial at this particular time when multilateralism is being challenged. And I just want to conclude that every disappointment is a blessing. The IPU does not have to contend with Mr. Trump because the United States withdrew from the IPU several years ago. And so what is happening today does not really have an impact, direct impact on us. And so we can. I don't have to contend. I don't have to please him with what I do. I do what I think my heart tells me to do to implement a mandate that has been entrusted to me by the global parliamentary community.
Right. No, absolutely. And I think it's very important to remember that no matter what our politics, we can find something to stand up for, and we must stay true and find the courage to speak the truth. And I'm so glad that this panel is shining examples of leaders who are doing just that. We have a few minutes, and I just wanted to open up the floor for any questions or comments that anybody might have.
Being a 22-year-old woman nowadays is scary. And I just wanted to ask, we hear so much about AI at Davos, and as someone who has experienced Grok and being deepfaked, what's your opinion on that? Kind of on the whole idea of AI being this holy thing and then it not.
Yeah, I think Grok, so for those of you who don't know, so Grok is a new program announced by X, which allows you to manipulate photographs. But what it's immediately started being used for is taking pictures of women and then taking off their clothes. And so you can imagine a bunch of 8th graders taking a picture of one of their classmates and then stripping her and then showing that around the whole class and on the internet. That's what's going on. So here's the question. When Elon Musk decided to release X, did he think what this would do? Did he think, oh yeah, you can use this to make women naked and harm school kids? Did he think about that first? Well, maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. But we're in this society together. So what we want to do right now is make sure that AI is going to transform and revolutionize the world in a way that's never seen over the next 5 years. This isn't going to take 35 years. It's going to be 5 years. So what we want to do is make sure Grok never happens again. We want to make sure that governments are saying to the manufacturers of AI, we will hold you responsible each and every time that it goes wrong. Each and every time it denies a woman a bank loan because she's a woman. Each and every time it denies, it takes pictures. You know, we've got the USA House here, and we have Palantir across the street from it. Okay, so Palantir now works with the United States government under Donald Trump and can take pictures of everybody who goes to a protest in Minneapolis and identify that person and feed that back to the government or to the company that it's working for. So are they making sure that that's not being abused to persecute people through arrests or through stopping somebody from being able to get a job because they showed up at a protest? So these are some of the human rights, I could go on and on and on, but some of the human rights issues that we need to make sure AI is accounting for before they put it out into the public realm, and not so that they have to go and fix it after the damage is done.
First of all, thank you for sharing. Let's give her a big round of applause for her courage and her honesty. It makes me so angry that a 22-year-old girl has to sit here and share this experience. We all have sisters, we all have daughters, we all have people in our network that something like this has happened to or may potentially happen to. Let's stand up against this, guys. Let's hold them accountable. When we are talking about compassionate AI, that's exactly what we mean. We need to hold these structures of technology accountable to make sure that human beings, real living human beings, don't feel unsafe and don't feel that their dignity is being compromised by virtue of these systems designed to literally take over the world. So thank you for that. Anybody else? One last comment.
Follow-up question or a comment on that. As much as we think that regulation and holding them accountable is a large-scale measure to get that happen, right? But as we see, AI is going at a pace where regulators are still trying to catch up, and if you do like something like that, they're still not able to. So for me, I work in AI, so for me, I'm also trying to flip the thing and think like, so how can we bring compassion to the table where the AI decision makers are there? And today we know it's a very small bunch of the companies, but even with them, so how can we even bring that to the table? Any thoughts on that?
Well, for me, I think that AI has the potential to lift humanity up into the skies, right? But it also holds the potential to drag us down into the doldrums. And what we think is important is that we should have a global movement for assessing the impact of AI in every sphere of life. And in the IPU, we are bringing parliaments into the picture, because when you talk about regulation, you talk about legislating on the ethical use and development of AI, then it falls in the field of parliaments. And so we want parliaments to be ahead of the curve and make sure that they are at the forefront of the dialogue, the conversation that helps us assess the real impact of AI, and then put in place the legal framework, the legislative framework that would help guide this. I'm very, I'll say, realistic in my assessment, because the AI is growing so much that it's out of control sometimes. But we need to make some determined effort to try to curb its nefarious impact, as has been pointing out this evening. So yes, legislating, not restraining, because then it looks like you having an assault on freedom of expression, because that's part of it. That balance, that fine balance that you have to strike between regulating something for the common good and not being seen to be constraining a freedom that has been.
But I was just going to say, being here in Davos this week and seeing all of this AI programming, it makes me feel like I'm surrounded by all these guys on toboggans going down one of these Alps, and it's snowing, but it's snowing, not snowflakes, but dollar bills. And they're just trying to grab them as fast as possible. And there's another toboggan next to them, and they have to get there first. But they know at the bottom of the hill is this huge cliff, which humanity is going off. But they're so thrilled with grabbing dollars, they're not thinking about the cliff that's coming. And the cliff that's coming is the failure to protect human rights when designing AI programs.
Right. And unfortunately, short-term profits and greed and hunger for power has fueled most of human development. We developed plastic. We saw the utility of it. We never thought about how it's going to take 800 years for it to disintegrate. Well, this is so much worse than that. And we have to wake up now, and we're actually inviting experts like yourself to join us in this journey for compassionate AI. So please reach out. We'd love to work with you and like-minded folks. We have to stick together, and we have to fight this together now. So we're out of time, but can I just do one quick lightning round? So just 30 seconds, guys. What would you say to WEF, the World Economic Forum? What can they do better?
Well, I think WEF could slow down and really be more inclusive so that the people that aren't in the room making the decisions that are so deeply affected by the decisions of WEF have a voice. So there's more accountability and responsibility that's occurring, and compassion can kind of be the guiding force.
Okay, I'm going with that. What she said.
I agree entirely. We need young people like the lady sitting in front of us to be more and more of you to be part of the conversation. It's important. It is. I see the World Economic Forum as a platform for the big guys, right? Heads of state and government, the big corporations and all of that coming here, as you say, grabbing every dollar that is there, but they're not thinking of the welfare of the people. And so inclusion should be something that WEF should take into account. And I take my personal example. I'm living 2 hours away from here because I could not find a room around here at an affordable price, $4,000 a night. Our auditors would kill me, so I have to stay that far. And all because, they're not thinking of the smaller guys.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being you. Thank you for all that you do. I do have a little something for you. And I'd like to invite both these young ladies to join us on stage for a final photograph. This is for you. This is the new book that our founder has written about compassion. Come.
No way.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the World Woman Davos Agenda. It's been an incredible day filled with insights, collaboration, and hope for the future. As we close this remarkable day, may I kindly ask you to take your seats so we can begin the evening's program. Let's keep the room quiet so we can all reflect and fully enjoy this inspiring conclusion. Thank you for your cooperation and for silencing your phones as we begin.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Do you need some coffee? Yes, champagne. Yes, Elizabeth. Well, welcome to World Women Davos Agenda, the first house of World Women Foundation. We are super excited to host our annual closing party of World Women Foundation. It's an extraordinary honor to host you all, and I want to also thank Ronald Berger for being our knowledge partner and being the host for tonight. With that, I would love to invite Constance here on stage for the closing remarks. How much we appreciate all of you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupa. Thank you, everybody, for coming on these last hours of Davos. Everybody's probably a little bit tired already. We've seen a lot, we've talked a lot, but I hope you have a few minutes to listen into what I tried to summarize of the past days that we had here together. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear friends, what a week it has been. We shared 4 extraordinary days together. As I stand before you now, I'm filled with a deep sense of gratitude and inspiration. Gratitude for the energy, the honesty, and the courage that each of you has brought to this gathering, and inspiration from the stories, the ideas, and the dreams that have woven us together into a true community. First, let me extend my heartfelt thanks to the World Women Foundation, Rupa Dash, and the entire team. It has been incredible. Incredible that also, and I'd like to mention that we've been in our own house for the first time. I think that was really a bang to have us on Talstrasse with this entrance and just the visibility that it gained for the topic. Thank you for that. Rupa, it is your vision and your unwavering commitment that is the reason that we're all here. You have created not just a forum, but a movement, a space where voices are heard, where ideas are challenged, and where hope is renewed. I also reach out to the media partners. Thank you for amplifying our message and carrying it far beyond these walls. And to every speaker, every panelist, every participant, your openness, your questions, your willingness to share your journeys, these are what have made this event so powerful and so memorable. Last but not least, I'd also like to reach out with a big thank you to my team at Roland Berger, with Edeltraud, Maria, Beate, Yvonne, Fred, Victoria, Christina, Mona, special thanks, Attila, Julia, and a lot of others in the background. It wouldn't have happened without you. Thank you for supporting this. Over these days, we have witnessed the future taking shape before our eyes. Probably most of you have seen the robots and all these Uber cars, Uber things driving around. We've seen how AI is no longer a distant promise, but a force that is reshaping our organizations, our industries, and our very way of living. We have explored how the marriage of technology and sustainability is not just a lofty goal, but a practical path to resilience and progress. We have celebrated the women who are leading the way in AI, breaking new ground and redefining what leadership looks like in the digital age. We have listened to voices from all regions of the globe and learned that gender equality is a pressing topic in almost all areas and geographies. Our discussions reminded us, among many topics, that digital inclusion is both a challenge and a promise, and that progress in one corner of the world can ignite transformation everywhere. And we have confronted the urgent need for upskilling, not just in technology, but in creativity, empathy, and critical thinking. Because the future will belong to those who can harness both the power of machines and the depth of human insight. Across every panel, one theme echoed. Technology is everywhere. Digital skills are no longer optional. They are the foundation of every role, every industry, every future. If you are not part of the digital conversation, you risk being left behind. But let's be clear, technology itself is not the challenge. The true unlock lies in the way we deploy it and use it, and in the way we embrace it. We should be very much aware of the power shift and the perception bias that can happen depending on how we train AI. The future belongs to those who embrace a growth mindset, who champion inclusion, and who are unafraid to lead with both head and heart. This can be times with ample opportunities for women if we identify and mitigate the risks well. Another resounding takeaway, and unfortunately I think we have to also speak about it, it's still a truth, sponsorship is essential for advancing female leadership and equity. It doesn't come natural. It's not enough to open the door. We must actively invite women in and advocate them, ensure they have the resources to thrive. And let's not forget, male allies, and I'm grateful to see a lot of you here, are not just welcome, they are critical. Progress is not a solo act, it's a collective endeavor. Last but not least, it's also policy matters, it structures. Real change requires more than good intentions. It demands frameworks that enable equity and opportunity. We must continue to push for environments where everyone can rise. Let's be honest. The world outside these doors is not always as hopeful as I picture it at the moment. Rights that were hard-won are being questioned these days. The winds of change can feel cold and uncertain. As the week unfolded, it was impossible to ignore the silences as well. The moments when voices were held back, when freedom of speech felt constrained by fear of backlash. Let me say that out loud. This is dangerous, and it's really times of change. If Davos has taught us anything, it's that progress depends on our courage to speak up, to stand for what is right, and to say it out loud, even and especially when we have to fear displeasement, confrontation. Dialogue is what is key, and that means we have to say what we think has to be said. Yet what I've seen here in this house gives me hope, because here we have not shielded away from the hard questions. We have not just talked about the barriers, we have once again taken ownership of the solutions. We have reminded ourselves that inclusion is not just a matter of fairness, but the very engine of growth, innovation, and resilience. When we open doors for women, we open doors for everyone. When we invest in equity, we invest in a future that unlocks potential, makes us stronger and more creative, and yes, more just. That's why I'm so proud of the World Women Foundation panels. Here we created a space for open, honest, trustworthy dialogue, a place where what matters most could finally be said. What a week it has been, one filled with energy, vision, and a relentless pursuit of progress. Let's carry that spirit away with us, please. Let's keep speaking up, keep lifting each other, and keep building a future where every voice is heard and every leader is empowered. Thank you.
Thank you, Constance. We could not have done this possibly ever without the support and help of you and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, I would like to express my gratitude and honor to all the behind-the-scenes individuals who have helped to make this work. Some of the all women cast and crew and hostesses who have worked day in and out to make this happen. They barely got 3-4 hours of sleep. Please, a big round of applause for them. And most of the crew, they have children, at least 2 or 3 children. They go back home, they don't even see their kids, or, they're fed, they're slept, and by the time they're here in the morning at 6:30, they haven't seen their kids for the last 5 days. So thank you for all the work that you have done behind the scenes. At World Women Foundation, we believe that generational leadership is important to move the needle. It just cannot happen one person leading the organization. We have to create a pipeline of extraordinary leaders. And that's why this house was completely run live for last 4 days by our youth delegates. A lot of high-profile leaders, heads of states, really got a chance to see them, meet them, and hear their voice, and even answer their questions, or even exchange pleasant notes with them. This is a defining moment for young people. And I would like to use this opportunity to give them a little spotlight, if you don't mind. I would like to invite Oana Oprah, one of the youth leaders, to say a few words.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I had the honor as well to have a few interviews with a few of you. And one of the questions was, what advice would you give to your younger self? And many of the answers was about, don't be alone, be in a community, build a team. And this event shows me even more how precious this place is. And please reach out to me, reach out to Ayati, because we have together an amazing project called Girls Talk STEM. So if you're also curious about the younger generation and you want a fresh take on our insights, let's keep in touch. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite Mikhail Latimer to say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you've all had an eye-opening week here in Davos and managed to get some rest as well. My name is Mika Latimer. I am a student at UC San Diego studying social psychology. I was brought on recently to the World Woman Foundation as a youth leader. I have had the most incredible experience this past week. I will carry this for the rest of my life. And I, more specifically, would like to recognize the fact that I got to see so many incredible women in such a vulnerable space. I was able to have conversations with these people that seem untouchable. You are told all the time how they're just like you, and you're not different from them. And I was really shown that this week. With the interviews and introducing the panels. So I just want to thank you all for this experience and for showing up, and the World Woman Foundation. Thank you.
I would like to invite Ayushi Shukla for Mehta for the I don't want to mess up your last name, but you are amazing.
That's my mom's last name. Hello, everyone. My name's Anushka Shukla. I'm a student at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., studying economics and international affairs. And for the past 5 days, I've been a youth leader at the World Woman Foundation. Looking back on this week and the notes I've quickly written into my phone, there are a few things that really stood out to me. First, women are resilient. This might seem obvious, and I've always known it, but I don't think I fully realized the extent of it. Ms. Helen Clark, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, said herself that women stand there no matter what's thrown at them. And I think that's what makes women such powerful change makers. Authenticity, emotion, and human connection are some of the most important leadership characteristics, and those are traits innate to women. Second, the power of AI and technology can empower women like no other revolution. Ms. Tanuja Randari, the director of AWS EMEA, said that every industry is a tech industry now. That really stuck with me. It made me realize that I have to empower myself to learn and familiarize myself with AI as much as I can in order to not be left behind. I'm incredibly grateful to be here in Davos because there truly is no experience like this. Hearing from experts and inspirational speakers from every walk of life, every field, and every industry, I've learned more in the past 5 days than I ever imagined. Thank you all so much for sharing your perspectives and ideas. I appreciate and value them very much. Hetty Pai ended her panel with something her friend had told her. She said that in the beginning of her career, she led in spite of being a woman. In the middle of her career, she led because she was a woman. And now, she leads, and she's a woman. If my generation has the opportunity to start leading at that final stage, it's exciting to imagine what that could mean and where we could be at the end of our careers. Thank you.
Doesn't this make you emotional? Well, I would like to invite Ayati Dashkar for her remarks.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Ayati Dashkar. I'm an 8th grade student. I'm the Global Youth Ambassador for the Heidesium Foundation, which is based in Switzerland. And I'm also the Global Youth Lead for the World Woman Foundation, as well as the host of Girls Talk STEM, as Ms. Oana mentioned. And reflecting on my day today, especially at Davos, my last day, and as we close this day of dialogue, we move from the what to the who. Behind every statistic we've discussed, here are human stories of immense courage. And the spirit of dialogue is most powerful when it amplifies the voices of truth, of those who have turned trauma into triumph, fragmentation of this world into focus. And tonight we're here to turn up the volume. For too long, the most vital solutions have been put into the margins. Today we place them center stage. And as an 8th grader, as I look at the equality moonshot, I can't help myself but think about the minions. I know it's very random, but I think about taking the moon. Tonight, we take the moon. But in 2026, we aren't here to steal the moon. We're here to reach it. And unlike the movies, we don't need a villain. We need a super collective. We need to be together. We need to take discussion to delivery. And we have to fix the foundation on Earth to reach the equality moonshot. And tonight we honor the leaders who aren't just watching the world fragment, but weaving it back together. One dialogue, one policy, and one moonshot at a time. And I want to thank the World Woman Foundation. I want to thank all my fellow youth leaders for joining me at Davos today, because we have to realize the power of coming together. And I think that's what it really is about. Thank you, Ms. Rupa Dash.
Can we take a group picture with your permission? Dear future leader. Can we take a picture?
Sure.
Yes, please. Sit down. Yes, I think. Oh.
Like this?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Thank you so much for your patience. I would like to invite Alexandra Karasina to host the next set of programs.
You almost got it. But I don't mind. You know, nobody knows how to speak Karashinska unless you're Polish. Okay, Rupa, thank you. I'm actually moved and thrilled and honored to be here. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm really honored to be part of World Women Davos Agenda. I would like to introduce two amazing women, and one at a time. First, Ukrainian activist from Center for Civil Liberties and 2022 Nobel Peace Laureate, Ms. Oleksandra Matvichuk. Oleksandra, please have a seat. Big applause, please. So it's good to have you here. Have you come from Kiev?
Yes, I have come to Davos from Kiev.
When was it?
It was on Monday. But it seems like in previous life, it's 2 intense days here.
How long does it take to come from Kiev to Switzerland?
2 days. Not easy road.
Yeah, I know. You know, you and your team have documented almost 57,000 Russian war crimes.
Now it's 100,000. Unfortunately, the number is growing.
Thank you for correcting. I got the number wrong. So please, could you tell us more about the process and also why it's so important to document the crimes?
I'm a human rights lawyer, and we are documenting war crimes in this war which Russia has launched against Ukraine for 12 years. And while this war turns people into the numbers, what we are literally doing, we are returning people their names, because people are not numbers, and life of each person matters. Let me illustrate it with a story, because it will tell more than anyone else. This is a story of 62-year-old civilian Alexander Shelipov. He was killed in first days of large-scale invasion near his house. He had no weapon, and Russian soldiers who did it was arrested. So this tragedy received a huge media coverage for only one reason, because it was the first court trial after the large-scale invasion started. In the court, I heard his wife, Katerina. His wife, Katerina, shared that her husband was an ordinary farmer, but he was her whole universe. And she told to the judges that now she lost everything. And this is the meaning of our work, that we provide enormous amount of efforts to restore what happened with an ordinary farmer in small village in my country. We are doing this regardless who these people are, their social position, the type of crime they endured, and whether or not media or international organizations are interested in their case.
Could you tell us why this work is so difficult, that it's not really easy to find, first of all, the names of the victims, the families, and to prove that this was the war crime?
It's difficult from legal perspective, but probably I will focus on something more from human side. We are documenting not just violations of Geneva and Hague Conventions. We are documenting human pain. And we're faced with enormous amount of human pain. It's literally difficult because sometimes you have this feeling that this pain will burn you out. So let me share my lessons learned, my cope strategy. When I was a student studying in legal university, I told to myself that because I have empathy to people, I will never ever do something which will connect it with criminal law, because it will harm me. So now you know that I do something which connected not just with criminal, but with international criminal, with international humanitarian law, with the horrible atrocities. My specialization is testimonies of people who went through torture and sexual violence. I interviewed hundreds of people, men and women. They told me how they were beaten, raped, smashed into wooden boxes, their fingers were cut, their nails were torn away, their nails were drilled, they were electrically shocked through their genitalia. One woman told me how her eye was dragged out with a spoon. Sorry for this detail. So it's literally horrible stories. And you know what? I understood that something which I perceive like my vulnerability, my empathy to people, it's my source of strength. Because I can do this work to help people for 12 years already, because I want to help, because I have this empathy. And it's a very interesting lessons learned that sometimes something which we treat as our vulnerability is not vulnerability, it's our strength.
Alexandra, we are in a very particular moment of this war. In 2 days, exactly in 2 days, exactly, there will be 4 years of full-scale invasion, and the war is going on for Ukraine for 10 years now. Do you believe that Russian war criminals will be prosecuted and they will be punished?
I always try to be very honest with people who are affected by this war, because I work with victims of this war directly. I tell them, we have no guarantees, but let's be honest, we have no guarantees in everything in our life, but we have chance. And future is not just unclear, future is also not pre-written. This means that with our efforts, we still have a chance to fight for future, which we want for us and for our children. And let me illustrate it. When large-scale war started, I was in Kiev. I refused to evacuate, and with a part of my team, we continued our work on the ground, while Russians tried to circle my city. It was very dangerous time. I remember that we celebrated every morning like a victory, because we managed to stand just for one more night. And we faced with such enormous amount of crimes, so that I started to ask to myself, for whom do we document all these crimes for? Because I'm a lawyer, I understood that we faced with accountability gap with different dimensions. For example, there is no international court which can prosecute Putin and top political leadership and high military command of the Russian state for the crime of aggression. Even International Criminal Court in The Hague has no such jurisdiction when we speak about Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. And all atrocities which we are documenting, it's result of their leadership decision to break the peace and to start this bloody war. So they have to be punished. And that is why, just in several months after large-scale war started, I myself, other human rights lawyers, and Ukrainian officials start to tell about creation of special tribunal on aggression to fill this gap and to establish accountability for the crime of aggression. And it's not easy task to achieve. And I will tell you why. Because the world still look to the situation through the lens of the Nuremberg trial. But Nuremberg trial, which was the only one existing precedent of the punishment for the crime of aggression, it was victorious trial. It was trial where Nazi war criminals were tried only after Nazi regime had collapsed. And past century, it's established an essential step to law and justice, but also, like Norma, the justice is privileged to winners. So first you have to win the war, only then you will have a chance for justice. We are challenging this Norma. We live in new century. Justice is not privilege. Justice is a basic human right. This means that we have our own historical task in this century to make justice independent on the fact when and how the war will end. And when we start to tell about it in 2022, these leaders in Davos look to me and tell, yes, you are morally right, but it's unachievable. And I'm happy to say that last summer, Council of Europe announced historical decision, and the preparation of official creation of special tribunal on aggression has already started.
Alexandra, my Ukrainian friends are telling me that those atrocities, this violence, the war crimes, that this is a strategy, that this is not an accident of war. Also, we should remember that Russians are kidnapping kids. Do you believe that this is a Russian state policy, that this is a strategy?
Unfortunately, it's a strategy. All this hell which we face in Ukraine, it's a result of total impunity which Russia enjoyed for decades. Russians committed horrible crimes in Chechnya, in Moldova, in Georgia, in Mali, in Libya, in Syria, in Central African Republic. They have never been punished. They believe they can do whatever they want, and that is why this impunity produced this strategy. And that is why our fight for justice is so important. We must break this circle of impunity, not just for people in Ukraine, not just for people who has already suffered from Russian war crimes, for example, in Syria. I was here just recently, 2 months ago. But in order to prevent a next Russian attack to the next nation, because Russia uses war crimes as the methods of warfare. Russia instrumentalized the pain. Russia deliberately inflicted immense pain on civilians in order to break people's resistance and occupy the country.
I mentioned kids. Maybe you can tell us something about kids, and can we do something legally to retrieve, to get back kids to their families?
Yes, you mentioned the huge problem, which was a ground for International Criminal Court to open criminal case and issued arrest warrant against Russian President Vladimir Putin. This case is based on the illegal practice of transferring and deported dozens of thousands of Ukrainian children from occupied territories to Russia. Simply speaking, about kidnapping of dozens of thousands of Ukrainian children. Russians put these children in Russian education camps. They told, "You're not Ukrainian children, you're Russian children, your families, your parents refused from you, and you will be adopted by Russian families who will bring you up as Russians." And International Criminal Court qualifies such action as crimes, war crimes. But I'm sure that this is just an element of the broader genocidal policy, because Putin openly says, there is no Ukrainian nation, there is no Ukrainian language, there is no Ukrainian culture. For 12 years, we have been documenting how these words converted in horrible practice in occupied territories, where Russians physically exterminate active local people, mayors, journalists, children writers, musicians, teachers, environmentalists, how they banned Ukrainian language and culture, how they destroyed and robbed Ukrainian cultural heritage, and how they take Ukrainian children. Because I'm a lawyer, I know that it's very difficult to prove genocide in international court, but there is no necessity for you to be a lawyer to understand a common thing. If you want, partially or completely, to destroy some national group, to manifest your genocidal intent, there is no necessity to kill all representatives of this group. You can just forcibly change their identity, and the entire national group will disappear. And that is why Russians start from Ukrainian children.
I was looking at leaders at World Economic Forum, and I know that President Zelensky was just talking to President Trump. Do you believe that we can achieve peace in Ukraine, in your country, and a just peace, and what it means, a just peace?
I'm not naive. I don't think that Russia will sign any peace agreement with provision about justice. So, okay, our strategy is to make justice as independent parallel track. International crimes have no statute of limitation. If today, based on geopolitical circumstances, we have no opportunity to make these people accountable, tomorrow situation will change, we will have everything ready. So we are preparing for a long run, it's okay. But in order to stop this war, it's not enough to sign some document. You have to find a practical answer to a very difficult question. How to make Putin stop? I mean, not to make a pause, to retreat, to regroup, and to start large-scale war again, but literally understand that it's impossible for you to occupy the whole country. You can't move further. And that is why the main question, which has to be discussed in all this series of meetings, is a question of security guarantees. And they are not on the table. They're not on the table. And that is why I'm not very optimistic about sustainable peace without security guarantees. But let me assure you that people in Ukraine dream about peace. We dream about peace, and we trying hard to get it.
Thank you, Alexandra. I think you just made a lot of activists, a lot of supporters to your cause and to Ukrainian cause here. And thank you for your work. Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Rupa and Constance to join us on stage, please.
Thank you for this wonderful discussion, just for our audience to know how important this evening is. And it is my honor to present the World Woman Hero Award to you. It's our honor. Do you want to say something?
Yes, yes, please. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I will. It's a huge honor for me to receive this award and to be with you in this fantastic circle. I felt myself so cold here in Davos, and finally I feel a lot of energy and warmth. Thank you for this. I'm very, very grateful. You know that I'm documenting war crimes, and we have in our database now approximately 100,000 episodes of war crimes. And unfortunately, there are a lot of crimes in our database against women and children. So let me assure you that women in this war, they're not just victims, they're fighters. I know enormous amount of fantastic women in different fields of Ukrainian society. Women join armed forces. Women take political decisions. Women document war crimes. Women coordinate civil initiatives. Women are in the far front of this battle for freedom and democracy, because bravery has no gender. And I know that not just in Ukraine, but in a lot of countries worldwide, women are also fighting for freedom and for human dignity. Like in Iran, I want to emphasize especially on horrible situation which is going on there. And very often they face with enormous opposing power. And that is why very often the efforts of women may seem have no sense. But the history of humankind convincingly proves, even when women have no other instruments, only our own words and our own perspectives and our own positions and our own stance eventually it's not so little. And my main message today is that women must support women. Women must support women who are fighting for freedom and for human dignity in different countries. Because their fight is our fight. Because probably they do something not just important, but they pave a road which will be used by our own daughters. Thank you very much.
I invite you back, Ola, again for the next session.
She forfeited the fight with my name. Okay, guys. By the way, I'm a journalist. I used to be editor on Forbes Women, but also Newsweek, and I'm a feminist activist, book writer. And I'm super also excited that I will talk to another of my hero, actually a politician I would love to meet. I only look at her on Instagram and watching her speeches and acts of protest in European Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, especially ladies, Abir Al-Sahlani is with us. Please join me. Yeah, I was practicing. She's Swedish, but you know what? Let's start very quickly because this is something I'm very invested in, and I'm looking up to your initiative. You're one of the leaders. It's a European initiative, grassroots initiative. It's called My Voice, My Choice. Maybe you heard it. More than 1 million, 1.2, maybe more. Signatures, an initiative on accessible, safe abortion in Europe. How it started, how it's going.
Thank you for having me tonight, and a pleasure talking to you and meeting you all. I hope that I can contribute with the little thing that I know, but above all, I hope that I can give the young women here the energy and courage to keep pushing, because you are right, the others are wrong. This is my first message. When it comes to the Citizens Initiative, according to the EU treaties, when you gather over 1 million signatures from EU citizens, then the Commission, when they verify the signatures, they are obliged by EU law that within 90 days to come back with an answer. And they are obliged to work accordingly to that direction of that initiative. Not meaning delivering exactly what the initiative is saying, but in that direction. So there were a group of young activists, human rights activists, that were led by an amazing young woman from Slovenia, Nika, who started the gathering of the signatures. And they were so clever, they were so brilliant, that they understood that if they would propose something that was interfering with how the EU is structured, then most probably they will not get any positive response. Because this has happened before, that they have gathered over 1 million signatures, but then the initiative just fell and it didn't deliver. The response did not deliver on the first thought of that initiative. So they managed to put the proposal very clever, in a very clever, intelligent way, proposing a financial mechanism that is financed by the EU, either by the social fund or the multi-annual financial frame, whatever the Commission sees fit. But there should be a budgetary line for that mechanism that will pay member states where abortion is legal and pay for the woman who wants to have a safe abortion, but it is illegal or impossible or not available, not accessible. They will pay for her treatment, they will pay for her travel to go to another member state and do it there. So it's not interfering with member states' national legislations about abortion. it simply offers a mechanism. It has gone amazingly good. 1.2 million signatures were gathered by the team, not me, by the initiative, and it has landed very well. I was the rapporteur in the parliament for the position of the parliament, where we had a majority in a time and a political landscape that is rolling back on women's rights. Really, the pushback is real. When I talk about anti-gender movement, I'm not talking about a threat that is, from my fantasy. I don't know if you remember the times when we had these crazy activists outside parliament holding the pictures of bloody fetuses and protesting abortion. They are the pro-life movement. Now they sit in the same table as I do and negotiate with me. They're exactly the same people, maybe just better dressed.
Yes, I know. Some of them from my country. I told you that the issue is very crucial for me because in Poland we have the strictest anti-abortion law in Europe. And since 2020, women are dying in the hospitals. Pregnant women are dying in hospitals in Poland because they cannot access safe procedures, because doctors are afraid that they will be punished for abortion. And several women, we know them, press knows them, media knows them, all society knows their faces, their names. Their families are grieving because they were not given help. So this initiative is super important for us. Thank you for your work. You mentioned backlash, and I think this is very important to say it today, because we are talking about moving the needle and pushing forward, but actually UN Women Report said that in every fourth country in the world, women's rights are being taken away. So we are facing backlash. Where do you see the backlash? Of course, we see it in the US, we see it in Europe, many countries in Europe. We see it globally.
Yes, of course. I mean, we are, when you say globally, the sum of all of us, yeah? And one of the things that I often reflect about is that we thought that we had to have the fight for democracy and human rights just once. Yeah? And then we win, and then we move on. But reality is saying something else. That every generation, they have to put up a fight. Yeah? I cannot take the fights of the next generation. So I'm very aware of that. Every generation, they have to have their own fight. And unfortunately, what we have had is that we are taking on the next fight. But now I am fearing that the coming generation, they will take the fight from my previous generation. Because we are there now. You have in an EU member state that is supposed to be, democratic, and it's supposed to be following rule of law and all of that. The state has become the butcher of women. Why? Why is that so? Because it is because political parties are giving up. Because political parties now are just following opinions, polls. They do not dare to lead. They do not dare to say to the voters, this is wrong with you, your opinions, your values are shitty. That's it. They do not contribute to human rights. So that is one of the problems, that we do not have anymore this brave political leadership. And I see it in Malta. I was in Malta for a fact-finding mission. That is the worst member state when it comes to...
You're second.
You're second. You're not winning that fight. I mean, it is criminalized to have an abortion. And there, when you talk to different NGOs, they are told by the politicians who are pro-choice that you have to do more. Politicians do not dare even do anything. They are waiting for the NGOs to do so. So, I mean, that cowardness, it's always like that. When it comes to women's rights, then they pull back. Politics pulls back. And that is so frustrating. And you see it also in Davos. I'm sorry to be a little bit critical, to be the party pooper, but I was in Strasbourg. I arrived today because we had plenary week. And I was watching all the speeches that is setting the new tone on the global arena. It's always men. There are no women. Where are the 50% of this globe's population's perspective? Absolutely. They are totally lacking. And what new global order are we shaping then?
Absolutely.
For who?
Abdir, I want to ask you about women's rights and democracy, because we are seeing crisis of democracy, namely in the United States, for example, but in many countries that are falling under far-right populism. And in each of their countries, these countries, we see pushback against women and taking away women's rights. And I remember Polish activist of Polish Women's Congress said that there is no democracy without women. It is a half of democracy. But now I see it the other way around. So we cannot have feminism, we cannot have equality without democracy. And what do you see in this equation? You know, we're losing democracy, we are losing human rights and women's rights.
Yeah, of course, you cannot have a democratic system if you do not guarantee, because democracy is not only the rule of the majority. I mean, that urbanistic definition of what democracy is not valid. Democracy is not only about the rule of the majority, it's also about everyone coexisting and guaranteeing everybody's rights. And if you don't have rule of law, because very simple, what is rule of law? The laws apply equally to everyone. So if men have bodily autonomy, then women must also have it. Otherwise, they are not equal citizens in any sense. Yeah. So if you don't have rule of law, you cannot have democracy, because democracy is built on equality and equity, if you ask me as a liberal, but also that everyone is treated equal, because if you don't treat each other equally, or the system, then it's not a democratic one. And if you don't have democratic parties, if I take it a step further, then you cannot have democratic systems either. So you have to have political parties who believe in democracy, who are internally structured democratically, and who work in a democratic manner. And I think that the My Voice, My Choice Citizens Initiative showcased the mistrust towards political organizations. They did not trust us enough. I mean, organizations as political parties and institutions. These people, these activists, they did not trust us enough. So they had to take the lead. And I do hope that we can do better, that our institutions, our political parties can deliver better democratic resilience and be the voice of our people. But I love how they were able to mobilize, and they showed us that they don't need us, actually, and I love that.
Abir, last question. Probably all of you remember you, not far away, cutting your hair as a protest. Woman, life, freedom, and Oleksandra mentioned what is going on in Iran. What it means to you now, this phrase, woman, life, freedom?
You know, today I actually posted a video of me making a braid in support of the women in Rojava, the Kurdish women, the brave Kurdish women who were instrumental in defeating Daesh. And how the world has turned a blind eye to the Kurdish people. It really is embarrassing. I cannot believe that we are doing this. So I had to braid my hair because I saw a video of some kind of a military guy from Syria who just had killed this Kurdish female fighter and cut off her, hair. He did that. And I cannot look away how our bodies have become the new battlefield. Either we choose it or not. And it is in our homes, it is on the streets, it is in the institutions, it is in the media, it is in the AI, it is everywhere. And it is microaggressions, it is, you know, blunt out, nudifying pictures of our bodies without giving consent. It's, you know, speeches that are so hatefully, you know, formulated in the European Parliament. And it is rape when there is a war raging. It is blunt out killing of women. According to the latest numbers, there is a 400% increase of women victims in conflict areas. Women who never took part of the decision going to war, who never carry any gun. But there is a 400% increase.
Rape as a weapon.
85% increase among sexual violence in conflict areas. So what I realized during the Women Life Freedom is nobody is free until we are all free. And fuck Trump, sorry.
Thank you. Abir Al-Sahani, thank you for all the work for representing women's rights. Thank you very much. Rupa and Constance, please join me.
Again, it is our honor to present one of the most, respected award presented by the World Women Foundation to you for being our voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, my dear. Okay.
I
Shake
can
hands
hold that
first.
for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. No, I like that. Yeah. Good. Yeah? Okay. One more. As Brittany said, one more time.
Great, thank you.
Speech, okay.
We need to hear from you.
Okay, I'll be a
We're
little
tired
bit.
of hearing from you from the Instagram. We want the real deal.
I promise. I'll be a little bit more boring because I actually worked on this speech. And I wanted to read it out loud because I have too many important things actually to say to not write it down. So we are not just living through a change, we are living through fragmentation. Fragmentation of power, fragmentation of trust, fragmentation of the rules that once structured international order. In this environment, leadership is no longer about vision and statements. It is about decision-making under pressure. And this is where Europe faces credibility test. For decades, Europe has spoken fluently about values, democracy, human rights, principles. Those values still matters. But in today's world, values without execution are no longer considered leadership. They are commentary. Europe's responsibility in a fragmented world is not to restate what it stands for, but to show that it is willing to act on and what it is willing to defend. That means choices, choices on security, accepting that deterrence and resilience are political responsibilities, not technical ones. Choices on technology, understanding that digital power without democratic control is a strategic vulnerability. Choices on partnerships, moving from transnational engagement to long-term strategic alignment. In a fragmented world, neutrality does not preserve stability. Hesitation creates vacuums, and vacuums are always filled. Now, leadership is also about who gets to defend the agenda. During much of the Davos week, as I already said, we've seen men set the terms of debate on geopolitics, security, the future world order. I understand why. Geopolitics has rightly taken center stage at this year's Davos. But there is a structural contradiction to that, and we must name it, and I already did. While decisions about war, peace, technology, and power are being discussed, half of the world's population and their perspectives are largely absent from the main stages. Very few women are present where strategic directions are actually shaped. And that's why I really need to lift the World Woman Foundation and this house as an extraordinary necessity for Davos this year. And as Prime Minister of Canada said yesterday, if you are not around the table, you're on the menu. A world order shaped without women's perspectives will be more unstable, not more secure, because the crises we face are not linear. They are layered, interconnected, and long-term. And that is why women's leadership is not an inclusion issue. It is a strategic necessity. Women leaders have repeatedly demonstrated strengths that are essential in fragmented systems. The ability to manage complexity, to connect social and economic consequences, and to sustain legitimacy over time. This is not ideology, it is political and professional experience. And allow me to brief personal reflection. Standing here tonight, receiving this award, is deeply meaningful to me. I am a former war survivor. I'm a former child refugee. That I stand here today is not just my story. It is evidence of what happens when societies invest in dignity and opportunity. But I am also very aware that many women should have been standing here instead of me. Women who fight on the front lines of conflict, women who hold societies together under pressure, women who will take battles we collectively have failed to win. Their leadership is not symbolic, it is operational. If Europe wants to lead beyond rhetoric, it must stop treating women's leadership as a secondary objective and start embedding it where power actually sits and technological decision-making. Because representation without power does not change systems. Leadership in a fragmented world requires clarity, courage, and responsibility. Europe can still provide that leadership, but only if we are willing to act and not just speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for your time and your incredible bravery for standing for the women around the world. This is World Women's first house. To make the house make you feel like a home for 5 days, non-stop, it takes effort, it takes details to think about. It's my immense privilege and honor to introduce you to founder of Donna Coffee, who tirelessly has been serving you coffee, and she has a mission. I would like to invite you to say her few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Rupa. Thanks very much. So yes, I'm the founder of Donna Coffee, and as most of you know already, it's coffee that comes from women-owned coffee farms.
We buy. So why do we care about women in coffee? So we care because most of the work in the field, 70% of the work in the fields is done by women, but not many of them, they own their coffee farms. So what we do is we buy directly coffee from them. We support their business. By doing this, we support their families, the education, so they have more resources for their families and also for their communities. So yes, we can have an impact by deciding what coffee we drink. So, and the coffee that we drink, we want to empower women doing that. So I really thank all of you for all the feedback that you have given me, and for the force of this community that is fantastic, for this incredible backgrounds and of different women that we have here, and of course to Rupa and the World Woman Davos Agenda for inviting Donna Coffee to this immense privilege of being part of this fantastic week and event that we have had. So thank you very much to all of you.
And last but not the least, I would like to invite Oliver Weber team for making the VIP experience and also experience of many ladies with incredible gifts from Oliver Weber.
Thank you, Rupa. Where is the Oliver Weber team? So my name is Lydia Weber, and thank you for all your patience. That was an incredible, very intensive days, and I guess you all are already a bit tired. Would like to start the reception part. I was going to tell you a little bit about AI designs and how this can lead the woman to be leader, and how creativity can help you. But I think I just invite you for tomorrow panel talk 10:30, where we will be talking about that, because I'm a very business-oriented woman, and I have some tips and stories about how we implement the artificial intelligence in our daily business life, creating beautiful designs for women. Also, we have some designs created with artificial intelligence here to show to you, or maybe tomorrow. And we also have a jewelry line called Peace and Love. It's a charity project. It's a jewelry with a statement. So also, if you have a chance, please take a look at this line. You can have some statement wearing a jewelry with these very powerful words, peace and love. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
This is my last thing, but the most important and exciting thing. So this year's theme is the spirit of dialogue. And a dialogue is not possible unless we have a great listening space. And we made sure that we create an incredible listening space with the power of sound technology. I would love to invite the L Acoustics team, Amber and Francoise, on stage to say a few words.
Hello, everyone. So it's not so easy to speak after these discussions. So let's have a kind of positive vibes. So I'm Françoise, working for L Acoustics. I'm the CSR and Sustainability Director for this company. And you have seen the sound. I mean, you have listened to the sound all this week. It was an incredible week. We're so proud to have partnered with World Woman Foundation and to have offered some sound experiences. And I hope you'll like this one, because yeah, it's a spirit of dialogue, and sound is a kind of universal language as well. It's a way to just communicate, and just you'll see, you will experiment that, hopefully. So we are happy to make this evening nice for you, and Amber will introduce the artists.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rupa, and the entire team. I mean, I know you talked about this earlier, but the amazing team that has been supporting this from World Woman Foundation has been just the best. And as Francoise said, it's really hard to come up here after so many amazing, powerful conversations, and I think a week of powerful conversations. So we're very honored to be a part of this. And tonight we have DJ Hester Prin, who is an amazing DJ and licensed clinical therapist. So we probably all need that after this week at Davos. But she's really going to play some uplifting, fun songs. So an hour-long set. We're going to move some chairs. Everybody can hang out, connect with each other, listen to some good music. And it will be spatialized in real time. So it'll envelope you in the coolest way. So enjoy. And dance. And dance.
I know you are waiting to experience this cool thing, but I want to just share one of the values of World Woman Foundation. It is not just about equality, but also we believe in gender harmony. How can we work with both the genders to make space? And also this house wouldn't have been possible without the incredible support of some of the men who were working behind the scenes. I must say they were incredible supporters, and I would like to create a space where we can really create harmony. So a big round of applause to all the men in the room who made it happen. Well, the party begins.